We're gonna get all our ducks in a row here. Uh, as a matter of fact, let's cut to this screen here, where I've prepared a bit of a dossier. I'm gonna give a little bit of a brief, a very abridged history of Golgo 13, leading up to the game, leading up to the Famicom game, which we're about to play. Uh, and I haven't rehearsed this. I have some crib notes here I'm going to read off of, but forgive me if this is inelegant or ineloquent even. Takao Saito, born November 3rd, 1936, passed away September 24th, 2021. He was a mangaka. He was a skilled artist for his entire life. Since he was a kid, he was drawing. His first manga was called Baron Air. It published in 1955. He spent years like tinkering with it, rewriting it until it finally got published. And when it did, when he got his first manga published, he quit his family business to focus solely on manga. And his family basically never read his manga after that point. Basically, we're like, well, if you're not going to work in the family business, then we're not going to condone this behavior of yours. I think he landed just fine, though, making a career that lasted for the rest of his life. Mostly off the back of Golgo, but he had some other manga, such as Typhoon Goro, Devil King, and a 007 manga tie-in. And the thing about Takao Saito is that he is hyper detailed. That his art, he doesn't refer to himself as a mangaka. He refers to his works not as manga but as gekiga, which is this ultra realistic, hyper action style for mature audiences. He wasn't making manga for the kiddies, let's say. If you want to talk about people who've been inspired by him, some people here may be familiar with Hiroaki Arakai, the artist behind JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and I can guarantee you that man idolized Takao Saito. He is a mangaka's mangaka, if you will. I mentioned his 007 manga. This was one of his big breakthroughs. This was published in Boy's Life magazine between either 1963 or 1964 and 1967. So just around the time the movies were starting to break through. Bearing in mind that 007 started as a novel series, Ian Fleming's 007 James Bond books.
Just curious if you happen to know, is this manga based on a existing 007 story, or is this an original that he came up with?
Different issues would adapt different stories from the books or the movies. Like, for example, I actually have a page from it here. This is a page from the Live or Let Die adaptation that he did. You can already see, like, the hyper-violence here. James Bond looking like Golgo 13 would end up looking. Takao Saito is a man who has a lot of different characters in him. He can draw like very detailed caricatures across his many works, but he also likes drawing guys that look like Golgo, guys that look like James Bond. There's a
he almost kind of looks like a Golgo Lupin mix.
Well, that's the thing, is that early Golgo was a bit more lighthearted, not very, but he kind of like cracked jokes and smiled in those early panels in the same way that a Lupin would. But that quickly changed once he started to sort of establish his footing. But this 007 manga is important because it put him on the map, basically. And when a new publication by the name of Big Comic debuted on February 18th, 1968, Takao Saito was there to debut his Golgo 13, which would run in that magazine for years. In fact, it would go on to become nothing short of the longest-running manga ever. And one of the most published, most purchased, top-sellingest manga. I think the only thing to dethrone it in recent years has been One Piece. But Golgo 13 is known all Japan-wide. Like, this is the well-established. You ask anyone on the street, it's like this and Doraemon. People are going to be familiar with these animes, even people who don't watch anime. So Golgo 13. Who is Golgo 13? Well, he's an assassin. What's his name mean? It's a reference to the death of Jesus Christ. Golgo is short for Golgotha, which is the hill that Jesus was crucified on, while the number 13 is considered to be an unlucky number. And Golgo 13 even has a logo, which is a skeleton wearing a crown of thorns, so I guess it's Jesus looking back on Golgo. Weird iconography, but the character's real name, supposedly, is Duke Togo, but whether it's his real name or not is...
I prefer a Duke Dine-In.
Oh, yes. A Duke takeout, please. And unknown age, unknown nationality, hasn't aged a day in the decades of manga that have been written. and his nationality has been brought into question. But he's Japanese. Like, Saito has straight up said that one of the many virtues that Golgo and Japanese salarymen share is that both are capable of great endurance. Even the nature of their endurance is the same. They are both patient. Golgo is purely Japanese. So, he's been positive. You go.
Also, every salaryman is capable of being a trained assassin.
That's true. They all have that dog in them, if you will. But Golgo 13 is kind of posited as like the Japanese answer to James Bond in a lot of cases. Even though he's not a secret agent, he is just an assassin. He's very cold-blooded. He has a code. He has this like really like he definitely has some sort of sense of honor. He never ditches a contract once he's accepted the job or accepted payment. He can't be shaken off his trail. He's often hired by like governments like the KGB at the time or CIA. But he'll also just take contracts independently, usually for like $1 million or $2 million. This panel here is him taking a job from a former cellmate of his by the name of Nelson Mandela. Canonically, Golgo 13 and Nelson Mandela shared a jail cell, and then Nelson Mandela later hires him to commit a fucking hit for him. So this is the sort of real-world politicking that Takao Saito loved to incorporate into Golgo. A lot of intrigue, a lot of mystery, a lot of politics at play, and what-if scenarios where Golgo is inserted into the political fray. He is known for making his hits with an M16, an Armalite model of M16, which many people will tell you is not a weapon a sniper would ever be caught dead using in real life, that they are not made for long-distance shooting in that capacity, but Golgo's just that good, and he finds ways to use the M16 creatively to make impossible shots, if you will. Sometimes he uses the full auto capabilities of it to like shoot through bulletproof glass, where he'll hit the same spot, the same bullet hole, a dozen times over until one of the bullets goes through the pane of glass. So he just does, like, his shots are impossible. In the same way that, like, a lot of JoJo's stuff is impossible, but he'll still try to convince you with this, like, drawn-out, tortured logic as to how all these moves actually make sense and how it's all scientifically possible. Golgo 13 got that shit started. That's where Arakai gets it from. He is a character with a lot of idiosyncrasies. He never shows his back to anyone. He's always back up against the wall. You can't convince him to enter a car before you do. You have to hold the door. You can't hold the door open for him. He has all these weird things that he does to make sure that he stays alive and that no one gets an advantage over him. No one gets the better of him. Should also be noted that he satisfies every woman he has ever gone to bed with, despite his bedroom move being laying still on bed and doing basically nothing in every animated adaptation that he's been seen in. But apparently every woman goes absolutely wild for him. And even this official character bio is written to include the line, "At any rate, an amazing penis." So just know that about Golgo 13, in case there was any doubts. Golgo 13 was originally intended just to run like 10 issues in that big comic. And, obviously, as I mentioned, it went on to become one of the longest running things ever. So clearly, it was successful, massively so, and Takao Saito was encouraged to continue it. Subject to many adaptations. We mentioned the professional Golgo 13, the movie, which I stand by as being one of the best anime movies of all time. It first had an anime TV adaptation in the 1970s. Back then, it would have been a more primitive sort of like slideshow style of anime rather than the 2008 one, which is more traditionally animated. Live action movies starting in 1973, starring Ken Takakura in the first one. And then in 1977, there's Simon Kowloon starring no less than Sony Chiba, the maestro himself, as Golgo 13. So that's a big name actor for what is a big name franchise at that time. And with Golgo being so ubiquitous in Japan, one of the logical moves was to make a push into North America past a certain point, that they recognized that Golgo had this global appeal. And it took a while for them to get to that point, to recognize what they had on their hands. But once they knew what they had on hands, you can bet your bottom dollar they're going to try to milk every last dollar out of it. So one of the first major pushes into North America is this compendium here. I actually have a hard copy of this right here, too. I'm holding it up to the screen while I'm looking at the cover on my screen. This is Into the Wolves' Lair, The Fall of the Fourth Reich. It is a graphic novel series, number 1. A beautiful, some pages are full color, most of it black and white. But yeah, this is an adaptation of an arc from the manga in which Golgo 13 dismantles some fucking neo-Nazi chuds, takes out an entire organization. And this is sort of the basis for a lot of Golgo 13 media. A lot of Golgo 13 media revisits this story arc and the idea of Duke Togo killing Nazis, because you can't go wrong with killing Nazis. No one's going to complain about a story in which Nazis are the people getting murked, getting gunned down. And this will play into some later points we'll make while playing the game tonight and while observing some of the other games that preceded it. But this published in North America as one of the early attempts to get people interested in reading it. In reading the manga. There were plans that if this was successful to publish more in the graphic novel series, to publish more one-offs, or to maybe find some way to make it contemporaneous releases with the manga's release in Japan. Not all this stuff materialized. It would take years for this to really fall into place, but we'll put that aside for now. Let's talk about some video games, because another way that Golgo was celebrated, obviously, was video games. Building up to the NES release in North America, there were some Japanese-only games that came out beforehand. The first of which is this 1982 LCD game called Golgo 13 Secret Killer. It's actually based on a space adventure Cobra, or Commander Cobra. There's Cobra is this other long-running anime series. It had this LCD tie-in game. They reskinned it to be this Golgo 13 game. But this is an early example of, like, video games are just coming out basically in the 80s, as we well know. And Golgo 13 was an early arriver on that scene. There were some games that are also not documented in North America. A trilogy of games released for the PC-80 and FM7, and probably some other Japanese home computers. This trilogy, developed and published by a company CSK in Japan, containing the entries Khrushchev's Ghost, Assault Engineer, and Out of Sight Target. And these play as very traditional text adventures with, like, very minor graphic elements. Like, this title screen is maybe one of the only graphics in the game, which makes sense for a game released in 1983 for a trilogy of games released in 1983. There's a few more home computer games, including Golgo 13 Moretti Ichizoku Zansatsu Jiken, which translates roughly to The Moretti Family Murders, which is a strange one. That's a murder mystery that Golgo has to solve rather than creating the dilemma. So rather than killing someone, he's solving someone else's murder. But it starts to incorporate a bit more of the graphics, a bit of those 3D mazes that were in vogue at the time. There's a game for the Sega SG-1000, just called Golgo 13. People have probably seen this one. It's the one where you play as Golgo and you're shooting out the windows of a train to free passengers from it. But one game I really want to hone in on, I'm going to show an animated GIF from it here. This is the 1986 home computer game Golgo 13 Okami no Su, which translates roughly into the Wolves' Lair, the paperback I was holding up before. And as you can see in this shot here, in this sequence, some Nazis getting mowed down in first person. Love to see it. Some of the models in this game, some of the sprites in this game, some of the line work of the Nazis will make appearances in the NES game. This was a Pony Canyon published game developed by some...
I could guess.
The
Pony car stuck on the screen there.
Yes, of course. But it's interesting to see that this game that was not developed by the same people who would go on to make that Famicom game, but those developers would still take some of the assets from this, draw over them, as the case may be. But obviously all these games precede the 1988 NES game, Famicom game, that we're going to be covering today, which goes on to be known as Top Secret Episode in North America, but in Japan is released as Golgo 13 Dai One Sho Kamigama no Tasogare, which translates roughly to Episode 1 Twilight of the Gods. There is a squeakquel to it, but we'll get to that later as well. I'm hoping this isn't going on too long. I hope I'm not boring people with all this, but this stuff is this is the fascinating stuff to me. So apologies. Allow me to indulge myself a little longer here. Enter Vic Tokai. They're a publisher and developer that operates in the game industry between 1984 and 1997. They do a lot of anime licensed tie-in games, among a lot of original stuff as well, across arcades, across PC, across consoles. And a lot of their games are developed with this studio called Sun Seibu Entertainment, also known as Seibu Lease. They're a sort of sister company to Victokai, where their actual programmers live and work. There's a great interview with a developer by the name of Shoichi Angela Yoshikawa, who sort of gave a lot of the dirt on how Seibu Lease operated. GDRI conducted this interview. It's really interesting stuff if you're interested in the history of unnamed Japanese developers from back in the day. But this game, this Twilight of the Gods, as it were, they knew it was going to be big in Japan, but what wasn't so sure and what they wanted to make sure of was that it would blow up in North America. They wanted this to be Golgo's great entry into that market. And so the promotional machine whirs up. You start to see ads in early Nintendo Power advertising this just another secret episode, Golgo 13 Top Secret. Mail away for a free issue of the comic book that they plan to launch. It's actually The Impossible Hit, which is one of the classic Golgo 13 stories. And they start promoting this idea called Golgo Mania, which I believe I have this Golgo Mania pack, where you can get a copy of that comic and the game if you mailed away for it. But let me back up a little bit here. Nintendo Power features it heavily, as it does, which is interesting considering that the game's contents isn't for kids. Even, in Japan, it's fully uncensored, let's say. There are some concessions made in the North American release, some things that are omitted. We'll get into those as we play the game itself. But even with those omissions, it's still a very graphic game for the time. And it's very narratively driven, so to see it feature Nintendo Power and to get such heavy promotion, like, this is like straight up issue number 2 of Nintendo Power. That I believe this 2-page, that's multi-page spread. I think it goes on for 8 pages. I just have the first 2-page spread here of it. But yeah, they really put the full weight of the promotional machine behind it as a favor to Victokai. I mentioned the Golgo Mania pack here. Face it, you've got Golgo Mania bad. Really trying to sell people on, yeah, you like that game, you like that comic book, we're going to bring more to you. Tell your friends, let them know, make Golgo 13 a hit, and we'll continue to deliver this stuff to you, is basically the promise made. Eventually, there is a squeakquel game to that effect, the Mayfat Conspiracy. Is a direct sequel to this NES game we're about to play tonight. This comes out in 1990, also published, developed by Victokai and an outsider studio there. But the push to get Golgo into North America mostly fizzles. I mean, people definitely played Top Secret Episode. Hundreds of thousands of sales in North America, probably, in addition to it being probably a platinum hit in Japan. But, the follow-through never really happened with the comics coming out, or I mentioned The Professional, which would have been a great movie to localize for North America. They waited until 1992 to do it. So that's like 6 years or after the fact, or I forget what year it came out exactly. Did I say no? 83. So nearly 9 years after the fact of that movie coming out. And when it does come out, people are like, "This movie is fucking incredible. Why didn't we get this sooner?" Who's to say why? I'm sure certain plans fell through, maybe funding. Who's to say? The point is that they kind of missed the shot on that, ironically enough. But Golgo 13 persists in Japan, does plenty well for itself. And eventually Golgo does start to make its way into North America in the 2000s, in the 90s. It starts to get more localized stuff. But, in Japan, it does just fine for itself. Takao Saito is a happily wealthy man whose creative ambitions are sated. Manga continues, has spin-offs, countless awards. That anime adaptation in 2008 to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the manga. Unfortunately, September 2021, as I mentioned, Takao Saito passes of pancreatic cancer. Factor to that is the fact that he is a lifelong smoker, and that part of his creative process while he's drawing manga is to dry his whiteout with his lit cigarettes, because he's always chain smoking at this point in time, despite being a diabetic diagnosed at age 48. He continued to smoke. Dude loved smoking. Dude loved drawing Duke Togo, shooting the shit out of people. Incredible creator. At any rate, an amazing manga, an amazing mangaka. And Golgo 13 lives on. It continues to be produced. He wrote the final story. His team knows how Golgo 13 ends. So we will eventually get to that point. It has not ended yet. But even when it does end, I assume there will still be Golgo 13 media getting pumped out. He'll still show up in commercials for various coffee gums, like this Black, which I also happen to have here. A full pouch of Black gum, as advertised by Golgo 13. So yeah, I'm a bit of a mark for this guy in this game. So
I don't know if that came across.
No. I may have sold it short. But anyway, this game, this top secret episode we're about to play, is one that a lot of people have fond memories of. Like I mentioned, that, it may not have made the full push into North America at a time where we've been prudent for it too. They may not have had the follow-up, but people still played this game and were so compelled by it. We're so curious about this whole world that was being developed here that, this is the sort of game that if you played it back in the day, it absolutely has lingered in your memory for the years to come. And we're going to play it now and see what inspired that fervent devotion by some people. I do want to say that much of what we're about to read, what we're about to share, comes from an article from the first issue of Fienden magazine, a Swedish game publication. This was written by Johan Martinsson. The name of this piece is De Forte Parte, which it translates roughly to The Lost. And this is an interview conducted with the developers, with at least 2 of the 3 of them, in 2011. And this goes into depth about the backstory, the development of this game, like no other piece on the subject has. So I'll be liberally cribbing from this piece with some of my quotations and so forth. I highly encourage reading the article yourself. It is translated into English and provided on the Limbo of the Lost wiki, which is, I will link to the 2011 developer interview here, but I gotta say, for a fandom wiki, say what you will about fandom, but this wiki is an invaluable resource, one of the most exhaustive I've seen in covering a single game. Covers every single asset in the game and where it's sourced from. Just an invaluable treasure trove that we'll be leveraging throughout this.
I know that we've had instances in the past where the people who run a wiki for a game have checked out our stuff. If you, the folk who run the Limbo of the Lost wiki, are reading this, are watching this, shout out! It's a really good wiki, really good resource.
Absolutely,
a really good repository of resources.
Limbo of the Lost is the name of the quadrant of the Sargasso Sea, also named the Bermuda Triangle. On December 5th, 1872, the Mary Celeste went missing. On December 5th, 1945, exactly 73 years later on, a whole squadron of planes went missing, the infamous Flight 19 incident. So saith Steve Bovis, lead designer of Limbo of the Lost. In 1988, there was a small computer store opposite of the Style and Winch Brewery in Kent, England. It's there where one Steve Bovis approached a Tim Croucher and asked if he had any pirated games for sale, ironically, to which Croucher would reply that he didn't even know such a thing existed. But then they started talking about games, about now-forgotten ZX Spectrum adventures like Valkyrie 17 and The Pawn, and from that moment on, the two were inseparable. And after just 6 months, they came to the conclusion that they could do something better themselves. Croucher hatched the idea to start from the mystery of the Mary Celeste, and Bovis started programming. And so the development of Limbo of the Lost began. There are 3 primary players in this story. We are going to start with Tim Croucher, pictured here, the game's long-suffering writer and voice actor as the occasion called for.
If I may say, by the way, on this picture, if you were to go read that article and look at the original picture, we have cropped out about 95% of the image from the top.
Yeah, there's a lot of headroom on this one. I did some creative cropping with these. I hope the photographer will forgive me for editing their vision a bit here. But a quote from Tim Croucher, with regards to writing the game, with regards to writing Limbo of the Lost, It is my story, and it will always be my story. No one can take it away from me. I can write a book based on it whenever I want, and no one can say that I can't, because that's my story. Croucher also genuinely believes that the curse of the Mary Celeste is real, and that it has affected him, that it continues to affect people who are in various ways intertwined with the fate of that ship, which is, of course, a major theme of the story of Limbo of the Lost. He's convinced that this long chain of horrific events stretches through history and right up to our time, and that the curse. The second Croucher sat in Steve Bovis's bedroom and suggested they base a computer game on something he'd read about a haunted ghost ship. He had the curse fall upon him in that moment. And before y'all laugh at this man and his seemingly ridiculous beliefs, consider this. Within 3 months of Limbo the Lost being released, Croucher lost his house, his job, his car, his love of 10 years, and his best friend. He's a tragic figure in this story. Another quote from the man is, "I just want to be able to point to something and say, I've done that. I just want to experience what it's like to walk into a store and see your game sitting there on the shelf, or see someone take it down and buy it, paying money for something I've created. I just wanted to leave something behind, something that would make people remember me after my death." And boy howdy, this game will be remembered. We'll move on to the second player in this story. This is Lawrence Francis. He is responsible for some of the game's music, along with one Marco Gravehill Automaki. He's responsible for the puzzle design and for writing much of the dialogue of the game as well. He's played a grand total of 3 video games in his entire life, or at least at the time that 2011 article was written. The first game he ever played was The Secret of Monkey Island. Came out around 1990, maybe you've heard of it. That was around the same time that Steve and Tim had started working on Limbo of the Lost. That's his favorite game. The other 2 games he's played, he's forgotten the names of, but he assures the community.
They all pale in comparison to The Secret of Monkey Island, to be honest.
Sure.
What can stand up to that?
But he has gone on to assure the community that the games that he played, those other 2 games, are not any of the games that assets were stolen from, so it ain't his fault. To quote the man, he has, as he puts it, an uncanny ability to get involved with companies that a year later go bankrupt. He's apparently lost a lot this way. He's been, quote, a hair's breadth away from getting both novels and music albums published, but something has always gone wrong in the end. So, again, I present these 2 characters to you to, first, to say that these are sympathetic figures in this story, that in this 3-man dev team, as it's posited, as Steve has liked to position it, realistically there's like 2 or 3 more people, including Steve's wife and that other composer I mentioned. But there is a villain to this piece. There is a villain to this story, and it is none other than Steve Bovis. Lawrence's take on Bovis, Lawrence's impression of him. Steve had an obsession with Limbo of the Lost. He was so obsessed with it that it was almost uncomfortable, and he loved deadlines. It was like working under a dictator. Tim Croucher, for his part, describes Bovis as power mad, so obsessed with being in control, and with Limbo of the Lost being his, that he tried to play his friends off against each other. To quote Tim,
I'm kind of glad that Bovis is the villain of this story, because he has the most fun name to say, like, in rage, like, Bovis.
Settle down, Bovis. To quote Tim, Steve used to send nasty emails where he wrote, "You don't work enough. If you don't do this or that, we will fire you from the team." And sometimes I know he emailed Lawrence suggesting they get rid of me. Other times he did the opposite, but usually it was me who felt left out. There are details we will get into that will paint a very grim picture of this man and his manipulations, and the secrets he kept from his friends and the playing them against each other is very real. But for a more light note, I'm going to point out that some of his most telling behavior came in the form of forum posting. He is a prolific poster in the same way that Derek Smart, he of Battlecruiser 3000 AD, is a prolific poster. Some of his most amusing posting, we'll call it, comes from the Game Boomers forums, where he ran a sock puppet account by the name of Fable, which, around the time of Limbo of the Lost's release, provided glowing testimonial reviews for Limbo of the Lost. at a time where multiple users on the forum were complaining about pre-orders not being fulfilled. Here comes this Fable guy to be like, well, I played it and it's great! Then he threw a temper tantrum about users posting solutions to the puzzles, the few users that actually had access to the game.
Can I give a brief aside about... I'm sorry I'm interrupting, but can I give a brief aside about my favorite, let's say, sock puppet thing I've seen? Because I have no other opportunity to tell this story. There's a game on Steam. I can't remember the name of the game off the top of my head. But there's a game on Steam, very much an amateur project, and God bless it. But there are quite a few positive reviews on Steam, and most, if not all of the positive reviews, the names of the reviewers are names of characters in the game. Because he put his friends in the game, and they all came out to say, this game is great.
Very subtle. I don't know how he got caught doing that. So Steve, posting on his Fable account, would also post under his primary account, which went by the username M Studios for Majestic Studios, the name of the company that developed Limbo the Lost. He would go on to claim that Fable was not him, but rather one of the playtesters for Limbo the Lost, and that the Majestic Studio team only had one computer connected to the internet, which is why they happened to share the same IP address, as the moderators discovered. This convinced no one, and eventually one of the Game Boomers mods showed up and issued this missive, which read, Game Boomers has a responsibility to the adventure game community to present information and to help. Aside and of equal importance is the protection of our wonderful members, and that includes the wonderful staff that give their precious time, knowledge, and love freely. Both these obligations were compromised by one person and one person alone, not by the company he represented, his fellow developers, or the game he produced. So, as a single entity, he, meaning Steve, and his multiple personalities are not welcomed in Game Boomers. So, play stupid games, win stupid prizes, as the saying goes. But this is obviously fast-forwarding a little bit. These are forum posts from the 2000s, from 2007, as a matter of fact. So let's go back in time a bit. Back to 1993, in the formation of Trilogic Studios. This was founded by Steve and Tim, who were later joined by Francis around 1995, I believe, with the original aim of developing Limbo the Lost as a text-adventure game for the Atari ST. They spent months developing their first prototype. They began pitching to publishers, who expressed interest, but only for a finished product. So no intention, no interest in funding further development of it. Bovis attempted to expand his team so they could finish the game. He spoke to members of the Atari ST demo scene, but didn't find anyone who had, quote, the passion for the concept and the early idea. To quote Steve again, as we soldiered on and approached the middle development time of the project, the Atari ST was being nudged out of the game market by the Commodore Amiga, so much so that publishers did not want Atari ST games anymore. The ST project was doomed and shelved. So original design intentions for this end up falling apart past a certain point because the platform they chose happened to fall out of favor with the market, and also because, well, as we'll get into, no one on this team was necessarily qualified to produce a game on their own. They really needed that outside help past a certain point. Now, in 1995, they do pivot development to the Amiga, specifically models 1200 and the CD32. They pivot the design concept from a graphical text adventure to a more traditional point-and-click project, a point-and-click adventure game. By this point, the team has grown from 2 to 3, with Lawrence Francis, aforementioned, joined the project as a musician and a puzzle designer. Francis explains the contract that was brought up upon this time that Steve had happened to write, where how the royalties would be divvied up among the team. I'm going to read these numbers, and I believe these numbers stayed true into the 2000s, with the game eventually pivoting to Windows. So Steve Bovis, since he created all the graphics himself and did all the hard work of programming, of course he'd get 50% of the revenue from the game. Lawrence, for his part, doing some music and later voiceover and some puzzle design and scripting, 35%. They'd put 8% aside to fund the sequel game that they had in the works, Limbo the Lost 2, and then a paltry, ridiculous, silly 7% would therefore go to Tim Croucher. It was an insult, says Francis, and I don't know why Tim agreed to it, but he probably felt so left out that he was willing to accept anything to be a part of this fantastic thing that was Limbo of the Lost. It was his only chance to be a part of something as important, his only chance to be somebody.
Did Tim's name like have a little gold star next to it in the contract? Was there like a clause to put his work up on the fridge when they were done?
No, that didn't have to drop it to 5% or 4%. At a point in 1995, Bovis comes home from a meeting with the Birmingham-based game publishers Rasputin Software. They agreed to publish Limbo the Lost for the Amiga, CD32, and otherwise. And since Bovis was their contact, he was transformed overnight into the great leader of the project. Tim Croucher, the one who came up with the idea for the game, soon became an extra in the background. Here we see on screen some screenshots of the Amiga prototype of Limbo the Lost. More on that to come. Coming right now, as a matter of fact, because around the summer of 1995, the release of Limbo the Lost on CD32 seemed quite close. The Amiga version was shown at a now-defunct game convention, received coverage in several major gaming magazines, and as a matter of fact, a demo was released on one of the 2 cover CDs that came with the issue 11 of Amiga CD32 Gamer magazine, published April 1995. And we have it. We have that demo. We have that prototype. So let's take a break from the history. There's still more history to get into here, but let's take a break from it for now to play that prototype, why don't we? I want to give...
You've all been waiting for. It's Limbo of the Lost.
So give me a second here to get set up. I'm going to launch this in WinUAE. Shouts to Mavica from the Discord server, from the Discord community, for helping me get this set up. Without its help, this would not have happened. I do not like to mess around with Amiga stuff if I can help it. So major thanks. Give me a second and I will get this shared out to you so you can see me playing this demo. This is the workbench. This is the games. They have it pre-installed for me. That Trilogic Studios logo there. All right, this is point and click at this point, so I will click here to run demo.
Forget reality.
Oh, jeez.
Surrender to your darkest dreams.
Ominous.
Blackthorn?
So, let's go over some of the features they were pitching, because this prototype would have existed to, like, sell... well, they already had Rasputin lined up, but I think they were also trying to get additional, like, seed money and stuff, and also, you know, trying to advertise this game and all its features and, you know, consumers on this product. So, full-screen animations, atmospheric sound effects, unique character intelligence, hordes of monsters, cinematic sequences, characteristic speech, 100% point and click, state-of-the-art video intro. Let's go over the control schema. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different ways to interact with the world. You cycle through these by pressing right-click, so we have movement, picking up, searching, eating, look, read, using, fighting, drinking. I feel like we can merge more than a few of these. Like, eat and drink don't necessarily need to be 2 separate things, and you're going to see why...
You try eating some milk sometime. Tell me how that goes.
I mean, just like have like a consume button, a consume icon, generally speaking, would be my, you know, my armchair developer. And you'll see why this is an issue once we get into the actual demo, because you cycle through all those with the right mouse button, left mouse button activates the icon. And once we press this button, we're going to be on a time limit. This is a timed demo, so we'll have about a minute to explore. And here it is.
Start. Try logic.
Well, let me see what I can do with this mouse cursor here. And
Start. Try logic.
okay, yeah, I got it. Let me just select the where's the move?
Start. Try logic.
Okay, yeah, I'm trying. Oh, there's. Oh, I accidentally scrolled past it. Oh.
Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just trying to get to the move button. There we go. So, you know how some games will chide you if you aren't quick enough on the draw?
Yeah, like Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah, this game takes it to an extreme I've not seen anywhere.
Start. Try logic.
Let's try talking to this character. Oh, no.
Stark, try logic.
I tried the magnifying glass. That didn't work. How about eating? No?
Oh,
Stark, try logic.
this has been a long minute.
How about drinking that? No? Okay, well, that's it. That's Limbo the Lost, the prototype. So, there's some problems with this that I'm identifying straight away in terms of trying to compel people to actually give this game a shot. As far as like a demo is concerned, pretty poor. Let's try a little harder here.
Generic Random Watcher says, you managed to get the Amiga version running in an emulator. Please make a tutorial for this. I want to try a demo for myself. We had a lot of help to get this to run ourselves.
Yeah, I unfortunately can't necessarily provide my exact setup that was created for me. I will also thanks to Bobinator in the Discord server as well, who did source the standalone version of this demo, divorced from the CD32 demo disc, and that was used to create this machine here that I'm playing off of. So again, I don't know Amiga stuff super well. Only with the help of others did I manage to accomplish this feat here. Let's see if we can actually investigate some stuff around here.
Stark, try logic.
What is he saying? To start Trilogic?
Try logic.
No, he's saying stuck, try logic, as in like the name of the developer,
Oh.
but also try using logic.
Stark, try logic.
Okay, so the magnifying glass doesn't work to investigate stuff. You're better off just doing the basic default icon. There is voice acting, which is impressive to an extent, to be sure. I mean, it's not like, you know...
Still there, Cass?
Shut up!
Try logic.
Alright, let's walk north. I think there's a couple interactables in the kitchen set piece here. This short little animation, that impressive piece. I'll have something to say about that in a minute, too.
Are you still there?
Yeah, I am, unfortunately. I want to investigate. I want to read this.
Try logic.
So I have like a second. Oh, I overscrolled. To get to the icon I want. I basically have like 2 seconds before I get interrupted again and have my control taken away from me. Cranny's Delight. Yeah, so I'm sure this would come into play in some sort of puzzle.
Oh, you have enough time to solve that puzzle, right?
Yeah, clearly. What if I want to... Nope, okay, well, that's that. Just a piss-poor showing for this game, honestly. Like, the graphics are moderately, vaguely impressive for 95 for CD32, I suppose, but...
I have a feeling if this were like a later era, like a really connected internet era, where they would be bragging about how many times their demo has been played. Like tracking that number of how many times people are like, God, okay, I'll try it again. Jesus.
1 million plays in this demo. Funnily enough, they all came from 3 people, but, you know, numbers are numbers. All right, I'm going to give this one last shot. I'm going to see if there's any way to actually interact with objects in that room, which means I need to quickly... Oh, I overscrolled already. There we go. I've tried. I can't find a way to open that door. I would love to find a way to interact with Cranny here.
I'm not that strong. It's a necklace. It's a page.
Abbreviated descriptions of that stuff, but that's fine. It's fucked that you can't just investigate most of the things here.
Stark, try logic.
Can I make it to that window?
Hello?
I think that would probably
I don't
be a
think
walk.
Is that a window? Yeah, I guess
in
it
the-
is.
Try.
It might be like a spice rack or something.
Oh, I can take the severed head?
I can't take that.
Oh, great, thanks.
It doesn't belong to me. That's be rude.
Oh, it's human fat.
Can I take that?
It smells bad.
Well, that's too damn bad. Oh, I overscrolled. Okay. Well, that's as much as I'm willing to try to investigate that particular demo. I doubt... I doubt there's much beyond those 2 screens. I think I've seen like one other screenshot posted from it on the wiki and then, from the Amiga magazine features. So we'll just leave it at that. And, I'm sure they developed on that at least a little more. But ultimately, that demo, believe it or not, did not go anywhere, did not lead to opportunities for the team. I also want to point out that, of course, the demo has a stolen fucking asset in it, because of course it does. This was discovered years later by a NeoGAF poster by the name of Dose, who recognized the background for that little walking animation as being from the guy, what's it called? Guy Spy on the Amiga. So even back then, even in 1995, there's already some egregious lifting going on here, which is more just like a curio, a funny note then. We're going to really investigate into that. So, by word of Steve, with regards to why that Amiga demo didn't necessarily take off, all was going great. We had a good Amiga A500 demo, a VHS video intro, and a publishing contract with Rasputin Software, who were part of Grand Slam Entertainment. The demo was shown at the ETS show in London, and we had numerous magazine articles showing artwork and screenshots. At last, our long-awaited vision was finally going to be published. Well, it would have.
King says, drinking game every time Limbo Lost Player tries something, take a shot. We are taking away your privileges for that button.
Yeah, please. Spare me. At long last, our long-awaited vision was finally going to be published. Well, it would have if the Amiga did not also start to slow down in game sales in the shadow of the PC, which at the time was just becoming a gaming platform. So, yes, this Amiga version ultimately fizzles out as well, around about 95, 96, as the Amiga itself fizzles out. And so the team
I don't care if you people try to get in my way or not.
Lawrence goes back
time
to
you'll find out who's
managing
right.
a pub. How do I even just redeeming a say something nice about the demo? About that? I don't know. It looks okay. It gets in and out quick. It certainly has brevity on its side. So look, this Amiga demo doesn't go anywhere. Lawrence goes back to managing a pub. And Steve and Tim are still in contact, still plotting some sort of eventual comeback into the game industry. And opportunity strikes in around 2002 or 2003. Bovis restarts development after licensing the free game engine Wintermute, and he begins work on what eventually becomes the PC version of Limbo of the Lost that we know and love today. The company changes their name from Trilogic Studios to Majestic Studios. To quote Steve again, unreliable narrator though he may be, all of the game, apart from initial background story and some character designs, had to be rewritten. All the characters had to be created in 3D and animated. All the background scenes recreated. All the sounds, coding, and music. Basically, everything had to be redone or newly created for the PC version. This is not an old game that has been dressed up. This is the original concept, dusted off, and recreated. Speaking to an interviewer about development of this PC version beginning 2002. We're seeing look into the Wintermute development kit here. For those of you who don't know about Wintermute, I can't blame you. It's an engine that hasn't been updated since 2012. And there's maybe like a handful of games people might recognize. I have a few here.
That just means it's aged finely.
Oh, sure.
Game engines get better of age.
That's what I hear. That's certainly what Bethesda believes. Got him. So some games you might recognize as being Wintermute engine games are The White Chamber, Ghost in the Sheet, Darkfall Lost Souls, and Hamlet, or the last game without MMORPG features, shaders, and product placement. Those are some games that share an engine in common with Limbo of the Lost, so some pedigree there to be sure. It's on Wintermute's official forum that we find the reason why Majestic Studios felt so compelled to end up stealing from every other game. It's quite simple. They couldn't do it. Steve couldn't do it. In hundreds of posts, across hundreds of posts, Steve was asking some of those basic questions imaginable, that things that a programmer of a commercial game should really kind of know for themselves. Like how to get cutscenes into the game, how to create a screen that shows the game's map, what file format to use for the backgrounds. You know, granted the Wintermute forums here are meant as a support forum, but the fact that he couldn't, like, intuit anything for himself when it came just to using this engine, like, it's no wonder this guy eventually just said fuck it and started lifting. It is sort of the speculation that's been around this. I do believe
How is game formed? How is game formed? How engine get pregnant?
We need to do way insane developer. So work has picked back up at this point. He's using Poser for his 3D models if he's not just outright stealing models from other stuff. In 2004, Steve Bovis and Tim Croucher saunter into The Pilot, which is the pub that Lawrence Francis owns. Forgot his last name for a second there. Many years earlier, as we mentioned, he had helped with the music, but he had not been in contact with them, to the point where, when they walked into the pub, the first question he asked them was if the game had made them millionaires yet. That's what we're here to talk about, Bovis replied, and then showed pictures of the new PC version, images that were so impressive that Francis almost immediately jumped back on the project again. Naturally, as Francis would realize years later, even the images that were being shown to him at that point, that Steve had in his pocket, printed out, were also stolen backgrounds, even as early as 2004. Fun side tangent I have here. People will say that Limbo the Lost is the only game released by Majestic Studios, and that's true, but it's not the only game they attempted to develop. So Dungeon Master 3D was another project that Steve attempted to start up in around 2004. It was intended to be, quote, a remake of the venerable Dungeon Master, a classic of gaming, with lots of new things, including eye candy. Ooh. It's unknown whether Bovis had legal rights to actually use the Dungeon Master license. You bear in mind that it was developed and published by FTL Games in 1987. Company ceased operations in 1996. And so figuring out who owns the rights, who owns the license, is up in the air. But apparently Steve felt he was entitled to develop this game, and so there's maybe like 2 or 3 screenshots that exist of this unfinished game. But it goes to show that they were planning on really becoming like real developers. They wanted to have like multiple projects under their belt. Ultimately, we know the way things went. And in 2007, September 29th, 2007, the game finally releases. Limbo the Lost releases in Europe, published by G2 Games. However, there was a failure to deliver on pre-orders and a general lack of retail presence, which led to early speculation as early as 2007 that the whole thing was a hoax. Maybe not in the way that people know it to be now, but people thought this game was like vaporware. And because it was known that the game had been in development since the Amiga days, so there were people who were just naturally skeptical of this thing ever actually coming out, even when they were told it was on shelves. To quote Adventure Games...
By the way, since you just mentioned that, because we did have a message in chat earlier from Bob asking, was this game actually sold on retail shelves? Yes.
Yeah, the plan was, and there are some box copies of it that existed, apparently made it to a few different shelves, but what I hear is... Actually, I'm going to read it in this quote here, which is from an Adventure Gamers news post announcing the release of the game in Europe. The history of Limbo the Lost has been a long and troubled one, with the game in various stages of development for about 10 years before finally seeming to clear the final hurdle for retail release. Even so, the game's European release through G2 Games late last year resulted in only a few copies available through eBay or from a small Asian retailer, casting doubt about the legitimacy of the release. That's them trying to announce the release of the game, just being like, yeah, we don't know where to fucking find it. That small Asian retailer line really bugged me. I wanted to figure out who that was referring to, like what like online service, whether it was like a digital distribution thing or if it was like some reseller or whatever the case may be. I couldn't find the details on that in the time I had. 2008, the next year, Tri-Synergy, not to be confused with Trilogic, this is a publisher, not the original developer name, announced they would give Limbo the Lost widespread release in North America. From another Adventure Gamers article, summer might usually be a time for rest and relaxation, but not this year, as the fate of mankind will rest in the hands of North American gamers when Limbo the Lost is released by Tri-Synergy. No firm release date has been set for Limbo the Lost, but the game should be shipping to retailers sometime this summer. This date wound up being June 2nd, 2008. A mere 8 days later, after that release, the entire enterprise came crashing down with the publishing of an article by Game Plasma. So basically this game had 8 days to exist before the entire house of cards fell apart. Within a couple days of said North American release, Game Plasma, an obscure little website, puts out an expose I'm going to actually take this from Fiend. And a lot of this is going to come from that Fiend and from that De Forte Pate article. But I'm going to be doing a lot of liberal paraphrasing here. This is how Johan summarizes the days leading up to the end of Limbo of the Lost. It's June 8th, 2008, and Eric Frank is happy. He's 20 years old, lives at home with his parents in Edmonton, Canada, and for the very first time, he will be allowed to review a video game. Becoming a game journalist is his big dream, and now the little-known enthusiast website GamePlasma.com has agreed to let him review a little-known adventure that will soon hit stores. It's June 8th, 2008, and when Eric Frank looks down in his mailbox, he sees not only a game, but also the symbol of everything he wants to achieve, which means that he will have a completely new beginning. He has no idea that he will instead cause the end of 3 people he has never met. But the moment when Limbo of the Lost ends up in Eric Frank's hands is also the moment when the truth, after 19 months of hunting, finally catches up with Steve Bovis. In that moment, the fate of the 3 friends is sealed, and then it's just a matter of hours. Eric Frank installs Limbo of the Lost on his laptop. He starts playing, solves the opening puzzles, makes his way through the first 2 worlds, wonders why the backgrounds feel so dated, and finally ends up in a town called Darkmere. He wanders into the local town hall, and he can't believe his eyes. Eric Frank has just exposed what later turns out to be one of the most extensive copyright infringements in history. Game Plasma's expose, titled Limbo the Lost or Oblivion, is posted on June 10th, 2008. And from there, the floodgates open. The story is picked up on by major press, particularly in the UK, The Register, The Telegraph, people who had been doing flattering stories on these 3 pub mates from Kent, from Maidstone, who had been working on this game, who had been doing pieces, propping them up, are suddenly turning on them. So their local towns, their town papers, and even global news in their country is immediately set on crucifying them for this. Of course, here in the States and across the world, sites like GameSpot, Rock Paper Shotgun also pick up on the story, all linking back to Game Plasma, and who had done the research and do the story that Eric Frank was the whistleblower on this, who really got the ball rolling, and from there, the egregiousness of it, people from there continue to just find the rest of the sources of plagiarism. Basically, Eric Frank recognized the Oblivion screenshots, and it took other people to I think it was a NeoGAF thread from that time that ran simultaneously that did the rest of the digging. But ultimately, the point is that within a day of the news breaking globally, Tri-Synergy, who's the game's publisher, stops distributing the game. They immediately go to Kama Sutra. They put out a presser. Following accusations that PC title Limbo the Lost used assets taken from The Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion and Thief Deadly Shadows, among other games, publisher Tri-Synergy has discontinued distribution of the game. The company claims it had no knowledge that developer Majestic Studios reused the level designs artwork without permission. The company claims that it is, quote, shocked by recent screenshot comparisons from gaming communities Game Plasma and NeoGAF that allegedly show Limbo the Lost using level designs and artwork originally from a multitude of other games. Returning into Fienden coverage. That was from the Kama Sutra press. This is returning to Fienden. They had stolen backgrounds from blockbuster games such as Return to Castle Wolfenstein, Painkiller, Enclave, Thief Deadly Shadows, Unreal Tournament 2003, Unreal Tournament 2004, and Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. They had stolen menus from World of Warcraft, Diablo 2, The Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind, Age of Wonders, and Lord of the Rings Battle for Middle-earth. They had stolen from movies like Pirates of the Caribbean, Beetlejuice, and Spawn. They'd stolen from book covers and paper and pencil role-playing games. They'd even stolen the logo of a famous drugstore chain. They'd stolen from giant companies like Electronic Arts, New Line Cinema, and Walt Disney. The whole game was a single monumental fuck you aimed at the very concept of intellectual property. And once every shred of flesh had been torn from the carcass that was Limbo the Lost, once everyone had laughed at how hopelessly obvious the thefts were, at the general worthlessness of the game, and at the utterly silly end sequence posted on YouTube, they went after the men behind the game, the 3 friends, the Maidstone misdeeds.
So, what I'm wondering is, how little did the publisher actually even look at the game they were given? I think I might have mentioned this in the first episode, but
yeah, it would have to be a complete lack of due diligence. It would have to be just taking them at their word and not even investigating the product, not even having their own people test to see if the game ran.
Yeah,
or
if Bovis had just handed them in a copy of Morrowind, like just straight up Morrowind on disc, like burned to a CDR or something, said, "This is our game," would they have still published it? Go like, "Thanks."
Who's to say? I mean, there's no Nintendo seal of quality going on here, that's for sure. No, there was definitely like a failure on Tri-Synergy's part and G2 Games, both publishers for both different regions, to thoroughly vet and check this, to take this product that was sent to them and just blindly ship it out, do the packaging, do the manufacturing run. They ate costs up. They paid for it in the fact that they had to like eat whatever manufacturing costs. I'm sure they would have tried to sue Bovis Majestic Studios to get back some of that money, like, you know, renegal of contracts or a breach of contract. I'm sure they would have had some sort of grounds on that, but ultimately, like, yeah, it's still their fault for just not fucking looking into this at all. On June 24th, Majestic Studios claimed in a press release that they hadn't made the backgrounds for their own game. This is a quote from a press statement issued by Steve Bovis to GameSpot. Presumably Steve Bovis. Definitely Steve Bovis. In response to the shocking notification that some alleged unauthorized copyrighted materials submitted by sources external to the development team have been found within the PC game Limbo of the Lost, we, the development team, have given our consent in full cooperation to both publishers who are recalling all units from all territories immediately. Please be assured that we do not condone in any way the use of unauthorized copyrighted materials, and if we had been made aware earlier, we would of course have ceased development of the product and rectified the issue prior to the publication process. To the best of our knowledge, no one at Majestic, European publisher G2 Games, or North American publisher Tri-Synergy knew about this infringement and knowingly played any part in it. We can only apologize to all regarding this issue. As a team, we are shocked and mortified regarding these events, and we continue to work with said publishers in order to rectify the issue.
But even more so, we are shocked and mortified at learning that people online are spreading the solutions to our puzzles.
Yeah, clearly that's the big bugbear there. Okay, so Steve claims that shocking notification that an external source had some of these backgrounds. One fucking problem, between his years of posting and asking for advice in the Wintermeat forums and going around everywhere and doing like a dozen interviews around the game over the course of decades, Steve Bovis already claimed credit for creating the backgrounds. He documented his process. Here's a forum post where he describes the process of how he captures the backgrounds, which is obviously bullshit, but completely just like, it's on him. It begins and ends with him. There's no getting around it. He listed everyone who worked on the game. There was no outside developer mentioned who was submitting backgrounds. So this is just lying bullshit of the highest degree, of the most egregious caliber after the fact. In a follow-up report to what would undoubtedly become their signature story at this point, Game Plasma would confirm that the MPAA, the Motion Picture Association of America, would not be investigating charges against Majestic Studios for their infringements, which is a sure question that a million people have, is like, did people sue? And apparently the answer is no. And here's what the MPAA said. Despite the allegations against Majestic Studios and the possibility of footage being taken from Spawn and various other movies in Limbo of the Lost, the MPAA will not be investigating the matter. According to a source within the MPAA, since the game was pulled from store shelves and is only available on a limited basis, there is no need to pursue the matter any further. So ultimately, what the MPAA decides on, and what I think most rights holders decide on, is this game didn't sell any copies. It's not a significant infringement. It's screenshots, it's clips. It's not worth it for us to pursue this. It's the studio in the UK. If the games were developed outside the UK, having to go through different court systems, it would cost more money to sue these motherfuckers than they could possibly milk out of them. And assuming they had any money at all, which they obviously didn't, because it was 3 dudes who owned like a pub, right? You're not going to get blood from that stone. Ultimately, just a pointless endeavor, and that's how they got away with it. If they got away with it.
Of course, if they had put Mario in the game, they would just be like in debtor's prison for the rest of their life.
That's one line they didn't think to cross. On July 30th, Tim Croucher and Lawrence Francis announced their departure from Majestic to an obscure. They posted to an obscure domain known as frankieweb.org. There's no archive for this, but there is quotations copied onto the Limbo of the Lost wiki. I'm assuming the work of our friend Mr. Top Hats, and I'm assuming this is sourced like third hand from somewhere. But the quotation, the collaborative message between Tim and Lawrence reads: Due to the behavior of certain members of the Majestic Studios team, Steve Bovis, Mr. T. Croucher and Mr. L. Francis would like to announce their departure from Majestic Studios and would like it known that they have severed all connection, ties, and links with the remaining members of the Majestic team. Mr. Croucher would like it known that his input responsibility for Limbo the Lost was research, some vocal acting, and puzzle design. Mr. Francis would like it known that his input responsibility for Limbo the Lost was original opening theme and intro music, character script writing for Darkmere, puzzle design, and voice acting, particularly that of B.S. Briggs. Neither Mr. Croucher...
So, so we acknowledge that no one is without sin, but...
Neither Mr. Croucher nor Mr. Francis had any say or control over graphics, rendering, coding, or game screen design. As far as both Mr. Croucher and Mr. Francis were aware, all submitted material was to be original. Both Mr. Croucher and Mr. Francis adhere to this contractual clause. So that's them bowing out, having distanced themselves from Steve Bovis at this point. And that's really where the story would lie. That's really where it ended. There really wasn't much follow-up between that last bit of news in 2008 and 2011 when, again, Fienden, when Johan Martinson steps onto the scene, emerges. Johan? There's Johan. This is where, in the debut issue of Fienden, which he describes as wanting to be the best gaming magazine of all time, covering stories that he felt were interesting. There's an interview with Uwe Boll in this debut issue. There's an interview with Tale of Tales. Check out the article on site badgamehallofame.com/the-graveyard for this full Tale of Tales story. I wish I had known about this article's existence, because I'm sure there would have been some interesting insights I could have gleaned from that for that article I wrote. But it is a really interesting magazine. I wish it had more issues. I wish it was available in English. But alas, Johan did good work here. And what he wanted to do, the real centerpiece of this issue of Fienden, of this debut issue, is in tracking down the Majestic Studios team. He talks in the article about how the mystery of it had been spinning around in his head since 2008. How he had just been obsessed with the story. He needed some sort of closure, and he determined that he was going to be the one to find it. So he begins the process of trying to, effectively dox the three members of the Majestic Studios team, trying to figure out where they reside, how to contact them. He tries multiple channels. He pays for, white pages, briefs on them. He sends letters to addresses. He tries everything under the sun, just hoping that one of the three guys will get back to him. And eventually, Lawrence Francis does. He responds to a bit of snail mail that Johan Martinson sends. And the response that Johan receives reads as follows. Johan, I would be happy to meet with you and discuss my involvement in the development of Limbo the Lost. If you could convince me that this is not just the beginning of another smear campaign. Perhaps the moment has come to tell the story from my perspective and finally clear my name. I have been silent until now, finding no impartial channel through which to speak. Please note, however, that I have had no contact whatsoever with Steve Bovis since the events that took place in June 2008. I can be reached at the above telephone number and or email address. Sincerely, Lawrence Francis. So Johan flies to Britain on his business trip, goes to Maidstone to speak face-to-face with Lawrence and hopefully be put in contact with Tim and perhaps even Steve. But it's Lawrence who serves as the first point of contact, who recounts the very day that his friendship with Steve Bovis ended, following the plagiarism revelations hitting the wall. And there's a lot of detail that they go into that Lawrence recounts here. I'm just going to isolate this paragraph here, which is the moment where his friendship ends over the phone. When Lawrence Francis calls Steve Bovis one last time, he knows this is the end. How can you live with yourself, he shouts. You failed me, you failed Tim, you failed your family, you failed every small game developer who hopes to be taken seriously. What you've done is unforgivable. I know, Steve Bovis replied. And those were the last words exchanged between the two friends who had known each other for over a decade. Lawrence, having recounted this story, is able to put Johan in touch with Tim Croucher, who he is still in contact with to a minimal extent. They haven't met up in person, but they've at least kept in touch over phone or email, whatever the case may be. But Lawrence is sure to warn Johan that Tim is very sensitive, that he's still completely raw over the events that had transpired in 2008. By measure of Lawrence, speaking to Johan, I don't think Tim ever got over this, Lawrence says, and he hesitates for a second before continuing. I've performed all my life. I've always found myself in the center of attention in some way. Tim hasn't. Limbo of the Lost was, for Tim, that big moment in his life when he was finally going to be somebody. He would make everyone proud, himself, his father, everyone. Instead, he was crushed. Really crushed. He lost everything. In the beginning, he kept calling and repeating the same thing over and over. How could he do this to us, Lawrence? Lawrence would reply, Tim, it's over. You have to let it go. You have to move on. But Tim couldn't. And to this day, he only talks about two things. Limbo of the Lost and Steve Bovis. Here's Tim. And these are the initial impressions of Tim by Johan upon meeting him. Tim Croucher is a polite, pleasant, and rather short man, and a deeply, deeply wounded one. Admittedly, he looks like any carefree, chain-smoking 47-year-old car salesman as he sits in the shadows behind the Style and Winch pub on Union Street in Maidstone. But the fact that he's hurt is so obvious that I feel like I could see the scars with the naked eye if we just moved out into the sun. He got them when his best friend suddenly planted two palms in his back and pushed him down an abyss that he still doesn't seem to have climbed out of. And when you hear his story, it's easy to wonder why he wishes he'd never heard of the Mary Celeste, when instead he could have wished he'd never heard of Steve Bovis. He reiterates that he had no idea what Bovis did with the backgrounds. He reiterates that he will not spend the interview badmouthing the one he once called his best friend. And above all, he reiterates, over and over again, that he was the one who came up with the idea for the story in Limbo of the Lost. It's as if the most important thing for him is to point out that he really was a part of Majestic Studios, for real. That he really was one of those behind Limbo of the Lost. He doesn't worry about people associating him with the world's most mocked game. On the contrary, he worries that everyone will forget to do it. He worries about being, once again, ignored. Not all of his scars come from the day his lifelong dream turned out to be a hoax. Most seem to have happened much earlier. I haven't left anything behind. Lawrence has his family, Steve too, but not me. My mother died when I was 22 years old, and then I had to take care of my father, so I missed a lot of life, girlfriends, all that stuff. Then it was too late. He loses the topic. I'm just a very emotional person. It's not the beer that talks. I just feel very left out. And then he finds it again. And I thought, if I can't leave anything behind in the form of a child, I'll at least try to do it with a game. Johan, at this point, has been given the address for Steve Bovis, still in the Maidstone area. He approaches the house, and this is the moment in which everything is going to culminate. This is where Johan is finally going to meet Steve Bovis, confront this demon face to face, and try to put a human face on him. Quote Fiendin again. I came to Maidstone to make a human out of Steve Bovis. I came here to tear down the players' horrible images of him and to put up mirrors in their place. Say, look here, this is a human being. This is you. This is someone who was driven to do something that anyone else could have done. But in the personal portrait that was slowly filled in during the scorching hot day, I still don't see that human being. I just see something cold and ruthless. I only see the villain of this story. Now I struggle through the closed gate that leads into Bovis's yard. I move my finger to the doorbell. I have an impulse to pull it back, but it's already too late. I've rung Steve Bovis. I hear footsteps. A dark outline is visible in the fogged window that forms the center of the A dark outline is visible in the fogged window that forms the center of the door. My heart is pounding. The door opens, and there stands a round little woman, winking at me in surprise. It is to her credit that I am even here in Maidstone. Her name is Lisa Bovis, once called Lisa Highstead, and she greets with a smile that her husband will be home from work in about 2 hours. Come back then, she says. Do you think he'll want to talk to me? Asks Johan. Yes, I certainly think so. 2 hours later, I'm standing in front of that house again. I walk the same steps, suffer the same agony, ring the same doorbell, and am greeted by the same face. Lisa tells me that Steve had to work overtime, and when she promises that he will call me tomorrow, I can almost feel him standing there listening, hidden in the interior of the brown house. I look at the slightly troubled wife in the doorway and the curious child peeking out from behind her, and I'm sure this is as close to human Steve Bovis as I'll ever get. And that is as close as Johan ever gets. Steve Bovis ducks the interview. He ducks the obligation. He stays out of the spotlight. he's not ready to confront this yet in 2011. Maybe he never will be, is my perspective on it. I think he realizes pretty much which way the wind has blown. Even if he doesn't feel bad about what he's done, I think he knows well enough that he'll be demonized, crucified, that anything that he could say would just renew that vitriol against him. So, you know, the dude has a wife and kid. So, you know, maybe some sympathy for the devil here. Dude made a huge fuck up. It cost him his friendships. Maybe he didn't want to cost him anything else. Johan returns to Tim and Lawrence. Following day. The next day, while I wait for that call never comes, Lawrence and Tim take me out for a drive. We crisscross Maidstone, looking at pubs where Limbo the Lost was planned, houses where Limbo the Lost was developed, and, somewhat unplanned, the flat where Lawrence, quote, first impregnated a Maidstone woman. The two of them haven't seen each other since the day the shit hit the fan. There's just been no reason, they say, and now they're laughing and reminiscing together. They remember the time when they were supposed to be recording voices for the game, and Lawrence was so drunk that he accidentally tore down Steve's curtain instead. And the time where the three of them had a meeting, but started laughing so hard they literally couldn't stand up. And the time Steve had wrestled Lawrence down for fun, causing people to call the police and report an assault. If the world were a more beautiful place, perhaps the central figure in these stories could be here too. But it's getting late. He doesn't call. Maybe he'll never tell you why he did it. Perhaps, like the ill-fated Mary Celeste, he will take his secrets to the grave. Was it laziness? Was he so focused on his schedule that he panicked and violated a contract where he had written himself to meet a deadline that he set himself? Was he just out of his mind? Who knows? Lawrence says, changing the subject. But alas, there is one final present from Steve. Lawrence parks in front of his little house, invites his friend for refreshments, and rushes off to dig out something interesting. And after a while, he returns with a large box, filled to the brim with various papers. It contains the old contract between the three friends, hand-drawn puzzle ideas, and an American copy of Limbo the Lost, the version that was withdrawn after just 2 days and thus sells for huge sums on eBay. He makes it even more unique by signing it, then hands it to me. Consider it your pension, Johan, in case the magazine you write for goes to hell. Then suddenly, he finds the real rarity. The design document for Limbo the Lost 2. The sequel that never got a chance to become reality. The sequel where Steve Bovis would finally do the right thing. The game he wasn't going to steal together. I've never seen that, says Tim. And it feels as if the temperature in the room is dropping. No, I've never spoken to you about this, Lawrence says hesitantly. But Steve didn't want you on the sequel. I see how Croucher collapses. How Bovis, 2 years after they last saw each other, has managed to inflict another wound on him. I see how all those years of fear and being left out, fear of being forced to give up on what he saw as his baby, are coming back to him. And Lawrence tries to laugh it off. Laugh and laugh and laugh. And in that moment, I realize I no longer care much about why Steve Bovis did what he did. I only care about Lawrence Francis and Tim Croucher, the innocent men who suffer the consequences and are still forced to live with them. As they sit before me now, looking like two lost souls forever stuck in the claws of the curse. Stuck in limbo. May I see that? Says Tim, and is handed a bundle of papers. He looks over them for a while, then suddenly stops. Dear God, he says. What I see in his face is him, finally, after all this time, losing the very last shred of hope and faith he had in Bovis. The man he had once called his best friend, the man who he's laughed and drank with for 2 decades, the man who hurt him more than anyone else ever came close to doing, the man who carried one last lie. Dear God, he continues in falsetto, I wrote this! This is my story! I wrote it a bunch of years ago. He was going to steal it. He was going to actually steal it. Dear God, Steve Bovis. Dear God. All right, this screen we're looking at here is the official website, which is still online, for one Killjoy Games, which you can access at killjoygames.blogspot.com.
Yeah.
This is the only post on said website.
I was about to say, I'm surprised, they're still paying to keep Blogspot up, but then again, Blogspot is Google, isn't it? So yes, I am surprised that they're still paying to keep Blogspot up.
Oh, hold on, let me redo this directory.
Wait,
there we go.
Was Google Blogspot or Blogger?
I think Blogger.
Oh, okay, that one's hell of dead, yeah.
In any case, this is a post from October 19th, the only post ever made on this website, and we can consider this the day that Air Control was born, or at least that it was announced to the world. Didn't come out on this day on October 19th, 2013. We had our little title screen that really shows that it was today. It was May 23rd, 2014. Mm-hmm. But this was, for folk who say this was just an overnight asset flip, something designed, with no time or effort put into it. Well, it had at least a few months, presumably, ostensibly.
It had a few months to go through Steam Greenlight.
We'll get to that in a second. Because I'm not sure if the Greenlight page launched in 2013. No, not sure if it launched October 2013, is what I mean to say. But you may be wondering who Killjoy Games is. Like, who is behind this? Behind this Air Control? Is it a team? Is it a full studio? Is it a group of AAA developers? A super group? Nah, it's just this guy, Ramil Nastrov. He is from Moscow, Russia. He was approximately 20 years old in the year 2014, at least according to an interview conducted by, which site did the interview with him?
PC Gamer, I believe.
Thank you kindly. So, not much is known about this man. Not much is known about his industry history post or pre Air Control. You would assume probably not much. He was probably a pretty avid gamer. He had, to the extent that he was playing games on Steam up to this point, that he uploaded Air Control to Steam on his just default regular ass user Steam account. So his profile is now set to private. It probably has been for quite some time now. Probably sick of dodging requests or comments or concerns or questions, queries about Air Control. But we mentioned Steam Greenlight. For those who don't remember, Steam Greenlight was this experiment by Steam, where people were concerned about it being too much of a walled garden, where the price that people had to pay to get their games up on Steam, the arrangements that publishers and developers would have to reach with Steam, was exclusionary to a certain extent. But at the same time, we couldn't just have it so that anyone could upload a game to Steam. I mean, that would just be a nightmare. I say knowingly. So the compromise was to create this program called Steam Greenlight, in which prospective developers would upload pages for their games, showing some screenshots, showing some trailers, showing some proof of concept stuff to say, hey, if you, the audience, the Steam users, vote for this game, it will come out. It will come to be. I will pursue development of this game, assuming there is an interest. It is just like the classic interest check, if you will. And so we had some successful games that came through it. One of my favorite games, Death Road to Canada, Steam Greenlight approved. Routine, which is just now coming out in the year 2024, was one of the first games to be successfully greenlit. That's the space shooter with the sort of horror vibes and the low grav and stuff. Was an early Steam Greenlight success story, if you can call it that. Well,
it's a good thing they secured that Greenlight.
Of course. But for every one of those games, there were 100 joke submissions or asset flips that you would just assume that this process existed to vet, to deny those, that the Steam users, for as all-knowing as they seem to be, for as discerning as they all claim to be, should be able to spot these things from a mile away and be like, okay, this is going to be shit. This is just I recognize those assets. I will let people in the comments know this is just an asset flip, and therefore we will all vote this down and this game will not be approved. Good theory. Slight problem. There were a bunch of sites. Oh, that's the wrong screenshot. There we go. There were a bunch of bundle sites around this time that would enter into arrangements with these developers where they could sell access to games that were not yet approved on Greenlight. And in the case of Air Control, this was a bundle launched in around December 2014, I believe, wherein for
2014?
Did I say... I'm going to say 13.
Okay.
If I said 14, I meant to say 13. If I said 13, I was correct. Because this is before the game came out.
Right.
This was before it was even approved on Greenlight. And they were selling copies of it for $1 or for $2, which would get you a Groupies exclusive sort of DLC pack, which promised to have an exclusive level pack to give early access to folk. Plays a passenger mode, all these promised features. This never materialized, by the way. But the gimmick was...
Now, this is where I got it, by the way. This is why I've been holding on to this game for 10 years, because I got it through Groupies.
Well, there you go. So you, unwittingly, or perhaps wittingly, contributed to the process of this game completely bypassing the intended approval process on Greenlight.
You're welcome, everybody.
People would take these games to these bundle sites that were pretty unscrupulous. They would sell them for super cheap, and in the process of doing that, because it was obviously like you wanted to get your money's worth, because you wanted this game to come out after paying for it, for pre-ordering it effectively, you would be strongly encouraged to go to the Greenlight page and approve it. So you would have access to this $1, $2 game. And so, because of the mass of people, at least hundreds of people, that came to the Steam Greenlight page from this site, that were directed from here to there, Air Control was in fact approved, voted for, and released May 23rd, 2014. And very quickly, Ramil does not get off on the best of feet with the community. A lot of negative reviews pouring in. A lot of people complaining about the fact that this game is barely functional. That it is, to say unoptimized would be an understatement. This is one of the least functional PC products I think I've ever played in my fucking life.
That in itself, I feel, is an understatement.
Yes, even still. Like, you will see it in the fucking game. Whenever people complained about, like, you know, like, hey, I have a computer with, like, 64 gigabytes of RAM or whatever the fuck, and this game still runs like shit, Ramil's response would just be like, you cannot run the game because of problems with your PC. We tested it during a month. The game worked on all the computers of our testers. So you could choose to believe that this game was thoroughly tested and vetted by, you know, NASA scientists with like supercomputers and hundreds of gigabytes of RAM and, you know, like cutting edge tech. Or you can just assume this guy is bullshitting. He's bullshitting. There was no testing. There was no anything for this game. It was just his idea brought the horrible, horrible life. And whether his intentions were to make it as a joke, as many people have tried to contend in the years since, or whether it was just well-intentioned but just lacking the skill, we'll never know, because, you know, in the course of that interview that I mentioned, the PC Gamer interview, he doesn't let on to the ruse either one way or the other. And, you know, eventually, come November 2014, the game is just ultimately removed without much notice or circumstance or cause. It just disappears overnight one day. One day it's in the store, charging $5.99 for it. The next it's gone. And leaves behind more mysteries than it does answers. And obviously, like, we do not have answers to many of these questions. We can do our best to ascertain. We can do our best to guess. We can hypothesize as we play it tonight.
I think I have a pretty good guess as to whether or not this is a joke or not.
I think I do too, but... You can never be too sure.
Very shortly after clicking start, but we'll see.
Perhaps. We begin with Yuji Naka, who was born September 17th, 1965, in the city of Hirokata within the Osaka Prefecture. As a child, he learned to program by replicating and debugging video game code printed in magazines. To quote him in an interview conducted with him on behalf of Sega, doing a little bit of a retrospective on his time with the company, linked here, and by Naka's testimony. Before I joined Sega, I had an NEC PC 8001 computer, and in high school I used to use the MZ80C for computer classes. At school I only learned BASIC, but at home I used BASIC and machine code to make games and demos. At the time, I liked anime, so I made Lum from Urusei Yatsura dance on the screen and moved Macross across it. And I also liked Pengo, so I made that too. But basically, I typed in programs that were in I.O. magazine or monthly ASCII and played games, is how he spent his childhood, his formative years. This used to be a thing that magazines used to do, by the way, in case anyone's curious about that, is that certain programming magazines would just print out pages and pages of code that you would have to type in yourself on your comparable computer and run. And that's how a lot of kids learned how to program across Japan, across Europe, and to some extent in North America. And it was cheaper to do that, to print the code, than it was to like actually like bundle a floppy disk with it, or whatever the case would be. So that's a...
You know, I really miss games coming on physical media. Like, I want my copy of Skyrim to come in on paper.
Across 50 books that you have to.
Yeah.
Thousands of pages. There was a question asked to Yuji Naka during this interview where someone mentioned that at the time, many people submitted their own programs to those sorts of magazines. Did you ever submit programs to them? To which Yuji Naka responds, I didn't. I was thinking of entering the second Enix program contest, so I made a 3D shooting game on the PC 8001. I bought a floppy disk drive for that purpose and kept working on it, but in the end, I didn't make it in time. And I like that little snippet because Enix obviously goes on to become absorbed by Squaresoft to form Square Enix. So even back then, and the Enix programming contest was a massive deal in Japan. A lot of programmers got their starts in the industry submitting to Enix's programming contest. A lot of, like, you know, PC to eventual console developers. So I feel like that's an interesting note to make there. After graduating, Naka decided not to enroll in university, but stayed in Osaka, and in around 1983, he saw that Sega was looking for programming assistants and applied for the job. Following a brief interview, he began working for Sega in April 1984. He talks about his time joining Sega. When I first joined Sega, I worked from 8:30 to 5:15 and went straight back to the dormitory. The Sega Omori dormitory had a tin roof, tin on the sides, and a shared toilet with wooden corridors that creaked when you walked on them. There were 2 guys in a 6 tatami room, and there was no bath, so we went to a public bath. We had to be in the public bath by 11 p.m., so even if we had overtime, we had to leave Sega at 10:30 p.m. We would sprint home on our bikes and take a bath. He laughs as he recalls this memory. And, you know, this is how a lot of programmers were brought up in this time. As apprentices, they were brought into dormitories. Like, basically, like, you worked and you slept in the same place. And it's a big part of Japanese work culture. And what drove a lot of, like, you know, their work ethic at this time. And if you grew up with these sort of practices as an employee at one of these video game companies, these practices sort of stick with you. And this will come up again, believe you may. But Naka's first task, his first real job at Sega, was in designing maps and checking floppy disks for a version of Lode Runner that was meant to come out for the SF7000, a floppy disk and RAM add-on peripheral for the SC3000 home computer they were marketing. But Naka can't recall whether this game actually came out or not. So his first credited game is this Girls Garden game for the SG, the Sega Mark III, I should say, which is also known as the Master System in America. This only came out in Japan, of course, but on Naka's recollection of working on Lode Runner, I was making and checking maps for the floppy disk version of Lode Runner. People say that the SF7000 may or may not have been released, but I have seen SF7000s with serial numbers 98 and 99 inside Sega, so I think that about 100 units of this piece of hardware were produced and released. This Lode Runner is different from the one that was released as a ROM file, as a cartridge ROM, but if you ask me, was it really sold? I don't know. It may have been released, it may have been bundled with the SF7000, or maybe it wasn't released. I have no idea, which is a great way to reflect on your own industry history. It's just say, I don't know what I worked on, I don't know what came out, I don't know if that actually materialized into anything. But we get to Girls Garden. Oh,
I do want to make a slight correction to your note there, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
That Girls Garden was released on the SG-1000,
Fully
which is
aware
not the
of
Mark
what
III.
I'm doing. Can't you see?
It was also released on the Sega Mark III. You can see on the cover here for the SG-3000 and SG-1000. The SG-3000, as I recall, is the Sega Mark III. I could be wrong on that.
No,
I will drink it.
the SC-3000, you said?
Yeah, Sega Console 3000.
I think the SC-3000 was a home computer, and the SG was the game console.
Well, then the source I was looking at got some of this information wrong, which is that Sega interview. Maybe it was a mistranslation.
Yeah.
Because
this is a weird thing because I'm familiar with the game Girls Garden, so yeah, I caught that.
And there's another thing where the Wikipedia on Yuji Naka mistranslates Load Runner as Road Runner. So there's this claim that the first game he worked on was Road Runner for the SG-1000 or whatever the fuck, and that's clearly wrong. Yeah, so they meant to say Load Runner, and I can confirm that was a version of Load Runner that I don't think came out to back his play there, to back his statement. But let's talk about Girls Garden for whatever system it came out for. The first game I programmed after joining Sega was Girls Garden, according to Naka. After I joined the company, I was making various test programs for a month, and my section chief told me, as part of your training, think of a game for girls and make it. So Miyauchi, Hiro-sensei, as he calls him, and I started making it together. But then about 2 months later, the section chief called me again and said, hey, we're going to sell it. So what was originally meant as just a sort of test, a sort of project for these amateur developers to work on and sort of hone their craft, ends up getting sold as an actual product. Naka then goes on to work on Hokuto no Ken, localized as Black Belt, Spy vs. Spy, Conversion to Space Harrier, and Outrun, all for the Mark III Master System. He proved himself a steady hand in his programming. He's a competent programmer, but these games did little to stand out across, gave him little to stand out for, because these were rather like workman-like products, conversion work, and there's not a lot of opportunity to like show off what he was really capable of in the process of making these rather typical genre games and conversions. Where he really had the chance to prove himself was with Phantasy Star on the Mark III Master System. Sega began development of the game so they could compete with the burgeoning popularity of console RPGs, particularly Dragon Quest. I mean, Dragon Quest, that was what they were chasing here. The team wanted to stand out from it in the market, wanted to make sure they weren't just cloning Dragon Quest, so they added elements like a 3D dungeon, like the sort of grid-style one. They had a female protagonist, which was very unique for the time. They had a lot of animation in the game, and also the fact that it's a science fiction setting, which was, again, very unique for the time for an RPG. The game setting was a sort of fusion between fantasy and science fiction, which was an idea that was apparently inspired by Star Wars, which its fingerprints all over this game, of course. The team had to use some pretty clever programming to fit all their content onto a 4 megabit cartridge, which was massive for the time, obviously a pittance now, but for the Master System was a big cartridge and a big deal. This task was accomplished thanks in part to Yuji Naka's role as lead programmer. He probably had to innovate a lot of compression techniques at the time, and there was some economical graphic design, which was done in collaboration with Naoto Oshima, who was character designer on Phantasy Star. This is where our second player enters the story. Phantasy Star was Oshima's first project at Sega, and although there was no team director on Phantasy Star, there's a Kotaro Hayashida who believes that he had the largest role in shaping the game as its lead designer and scenario writer, but Naoto Oshima, for his part, says that Yuji Naka was the guy in charge. So that's Oshima's statement at that time. And what I'm going to read here, there's really not much known about Naoto Oshima as there is about Yuji Naka. I think he's a more guarded person in general. So a lot of the snippets we have in his early life are brought to us by this Sega 16 article. So I'm going to read from it a little bit here. Naoto Oshima was born in Japan on January 26, 1964. Reportedly, he studied at the University of Tokyo, eventually found his way to Sega of Japan in 1987, where he was hired on as a designer. Oshima's first project was Phantasy Star for the Master System, where he worked as design magic alongside other Sega stars Rieko Kodama, who was in charge of design, and Yuji Naka on lead programming, the duo with whom he would later make history, alluding to Sonic the Hedgehog that comes a little later. This early effort led to work on other games like Space Harrier 3D and Spellcaster, again with Kodama. Oshima was part of the group that moved from the Master System to the Genesis when they began to transition to the next hardware, and he found himself collaborating once again with Kodama and Naka, this time on the sequel to Phantasy Star, which was at the time the largest cartridge game ever made. So, big first project to get put on, and he quickly makes friends or acquaintances with the likes of Yuji Naka, and Rieko Kodama, who, RIP, was also incredibly important in the foundation and design of Sonic the Hedgehog, which we'll be getting to right about now, as Oshima became part of a 15-person task force dubbed Sega R&D No. 8, also known as AM8, and better known as Sonic Team, the studio that becomes Sonic Team. This team was tasked with creating a character that could compete against Nintendo's Mario, with Kodama and Hirokazu Yasuhara on design duty and Yuji Naka heading the programming. Oshima took on the task of coming up with the game's mascot character, coming up with the character designs. Close to 200 ideas were tossed around by the development team, including different like rabbit designs and like a bear and a tortoise and all sorts of stuff. As you brainstorm.
Just desperately look around the office, going a chair, a chair that you can run around with, and
hey, any idea is a great idea when you're strapped for ideas, including pairing Sonic with a human woman by the name of Madonna, which was a dropped concept, which they brought back for Sonic 06. Funny that. And Sonic 06 will also play into the story later. But here's the thing. Close to 200 designs were tossed around until Sega settled on Oshima's hedgehog design, codenamed Mr. Needlemouse, which he had drawn on a napkin initially. So they latched onto that design, iterated on it. Naoto Oshima had final say in the final rendering, as pictured in this diagram here. Sonic the Hedgehog was born, and the rest is history when it comes to that franchise. Needless to say, quite successful, that game. Bursts a franchise. And following the success of the first Sonic the Hedgehog game, Oshima spent the next 2 years not doing much, according to the official timeline. Didn't put out anything until 1993. Yuji Naka, in this time, immediately following the success of Sonic the Hedgehog, the original game, Naka took a group of employees to the United States to work at the Sega Technical Institute, who basically they all had to relocate to California to join a development division led by Mark Cerny, who aimed to establish a, quote, elite development studio combining the design philosophies of American and Japanese developers. So funny that name popping up, Mark Cerny. He goes on to have his own history in the industry, but that's a little outside the purview of this. This is already going to go on long enough as is before we get into Mark Cerny's history with Sega and so forth. So
I always forget how old Mark Cerny is.
Yeah. So this move and losing Naka for a period of time and some of the other Sonic Team alum could be said to have worked out in Oshima's favor, as he was now free to take Sonic in a new direction, as its remaining lead visionary still stationed in Japan. So while Naka's team worked on Sonic the Hedgehog 2 in America, Oshima's group developed Sonic CD, where he took the director reins for the first time in his history in the industry. And to historical effect. I mean, people to this day will claim that Sonic CD is the best of the 2D Sonic games, at least before like Mania or what have you. People still point to Sonic CD as being demonstrably mechanically better than Sonic the Hedgehog 2 or 3 or what have you. That's a subject for debate. I can't really weigh on it. I don't have a horse and a dog in this fight one way or the other. But,
I personally disagree, but that's fine.
Exactly. Let's just let it be known that Yuji Naka, if you bring up the fact that Sonic CD, or you say to him that you conject that Sonic CD is the best Sonic game, he might have some words about it, especially now, because he not being around for it and giving Oshima credit for anything is something that he is vehemently against these days. But again, that will come with time. So Yuji Naka eventually returns to Sega Japan to work on the new Sega Saturn console that launches. He pairs up with Oshima again to work on a 3D aerial platformer by the name of Nights into Dreams. Releases in 1996. Naka produced the game and programmed, while Oshima directed and provided the character designs. And Nights will undoubtedly go on to serve as the biggest influence on Balan Wonderworld's design, in case you're wondering what the relevance here is. There's an A-Life engine, which is a big marketing component of Nights into Dreams, where you have these Nightopians who sort of serve as Chow-like characters, or Tim-like characters, if Balan Wonderworld is your point of reference. So, very early system for, raising, not pets necessarily, but for having, this species that lives inside your game and that you sort of care for, which becomes a sort of recurring idea across Sonic games, and ultimately moving into Balan Wonderworld. We'll see that in the game itself. Around the time Nights into Dreams is getting developed, there's another Sonic game in development at STI by the name of Sonic Extreme, which never comes out, but was meant to be the 3D Sonic game on Sega Saturn. It was meant to be the lead Sonic game on that platform. Development by STI. Was planned in time for a Christmas 1996 release. Unfortunately, the project would see several delays and development issues that gave Sega justification to pull the plug. So in 1997, Sonic X-treme is officially canceled, leaving the Sega Saturn without an official mainline Sonic game. There's Sonic R, there's Sonic 3D Blast, there's Sonic Jam, but none of these really count as like a big-time mainline Sonic game, if you ask me. Sonic 3D Blast probably comes closest, but is kind of underwhelming. This seems like a good time to mention that, hold on, this is the wrong slide. Here we go, this is the slide I want. This seems like a good time to mention that nobody likes Yuji Naka. Like, across the entire industry. Look at his happy employees here. Look at his happy, smiling employees in this picture. He's a perfectionist. He's highly protective of his spot in any company he works for, and he's a huge proponent of crunch culture. People have accused him of canceling Geist Force and throwing its staff under the bus for his own short-sighted gains. He hand-waved everything Peter Moore had to say during the Dreamcast's final days. He shit-talked fellow employees out of jealousy when he saw that other studios were doing better than they were at the time. He flaunts how rich he is online. He's a huge race car enthusiast, so he posts these $1 million cars that he owns and competes in. But most infamously, if people are going to point to any like key example of why they hate Yuji Naka, it has to do with Sonic X-treme. So roughly a decade after Sonic X-treme's cancellation, rumors started popping off that the game's cancellation was due, at least in part, to Yuji Naka refusing to let STI use the Nights into Dreams engine for portions of Sonic X-treme. Being able to utilize the engine Naka created would have saved the team valuable development time, according to conjecture. Story goes that when Naka learned STI was using the Nights engine without his approval, he threatened to resign from Sega, a move which he apparently pulled semi-regularly. This ultimatum forced Sega of Japan executives to take the engine away from STI. Thus, according to the rumors, this was a contributing factor in STI being unable to meet development deadlines, leading to the project's cancellation. Now, Naka has been asked about this multiple times, and in 2022, he finally took to Twitter to post his side of the story, which I'm going to quote here. The Nights I programmed was coded in full Scratch assembly, so there is no way I could share that engine with people who are making a game in C, because they don't understand it, and the documentation doesn't exist. All these people who tell these stories are liars. Nights program was so special that it's impossible to use it for anything, and I have never even heard of anyone wanting to use it. Saturn was designed to be the most powerful 2D hardware, so 3D was very difficult. I really have a problem with people telling lies. Someone asks him a follow-up question, so what actually did happen to Sonic X-treme? And by Yuji Naka's measure, they made a Sonic game without my knowledge and without my permission, and when they couldn't make it themselves, the project was terminated. I guess I feel like they are trying to make it my fault, as I have never seen it and had nothing to do with it. It's a terrible story. So, look, the truth behind the story of Sonic X-treme's cancellation is never going to be fully known. STI are probably not completely blameless in this story. I would hazard a guess they probably missed a lot of their development milestones. I would guess that the game was kind of like a hot mess. I would imagine that Naka probably did play some role in it, with his like ego being what it is. And, you know, he even says that they were making a Sonic game without my permission, as if it, like, the sole ownership of Sonic the Hedgehog laid on him. What really matters here, the key thing is that everyone in the industry is willing to believe it's true, because Yuji Naka's reputation within the industry is just so toxic. He is such a hated individual. Johnny Baggett in the chat, who I know is a very tuned into the story, also asking, "Oh yeah, Naka. So what happened with Sonic 06? Didn't happen to also help screw up that game's development." We'll get to that. Don't you worry. But yes, this is where this slide should be, because I want to mention that we're going to move along with the story now. Yuji Naka and Naoto Oshima, continue to work together on the likes of Sonic 3D Blast, Sonic R, Sonic Jam. All of the above saw Naka in programming and producer roles, and Oshima in advisory roles for the most part. Then Oshima worked on Burning Rangers, which Naka also collaborated on. But for Burning Rangers, Oshima stepped up and served as director, character designer, and graphic artist. So that was like a passion project for him. It didn't take off the way that it should have, some would argue, but it does stand as a sort of symbol of like what his design ethos was, the game that he wanted to make at that time. What ends up being Oshima's final Sonic project and his final Sega game as well ends up being Sonic Adventure for the Dreamcast, which gave Oshima his most different role yet. He assumed several positions, including story event design and producing the movie cutscenes, so he was in charge of basically everything about the game's aesthetic and visuals. And some of those in-engine cutscenes a little, at the time it was still moderately impressive stuff. It was a looker, it was an impressive game at its time, and Sonic Adventure I think is a fine little game, full of flaws, but I'm not about to shit on it here, That being said, at a certain point, Naoto Oshima becomes very wary of Sega's sad financial state. So following the release of Sonic Adventure, Oshima leaves the company. He sort of sees the writing on the wall, sees that this console manufacturing business of theirs is probably not going to remain in place. They're probably going to pivot to software. And as much as that seems like it would be a fit for him, a good fit for Oshima, I think he just had general skepticism about the futures of Sega as a whole.
So pictured here, he walked outside the building and stuck his thumb out on the side of the road to hitchhike to a different company.
Magic Meow saying, bro has some nasty dandruff in this picture. He has sunglasses on his head.
Yeah.
Come on. Don't assume the worst in the man. So, Naoto Oshima founds a studio by the name of Artoon in 1999. They were among the few independent software publishers in Japan that weren't directly tied to a publisher, and it assumed the rare position of embracing the Microsoft Xbox. With his new company, Oshima sought to release new and innovative games for all consoles. And we're going to take you through some of the bangers that came out from Artoon during this time period, including Blinx the Time Cat, the Time Sweeper. I never get the name of this game right, even though it says it right there on the box. But Blinx the Time Sweeper, where he was a director and game designer. Blue Dragon, a game that is only known for a single song that plays during it, sung by the vocalist for Deep Purple, that featured in, what's it called? Barkley, Shut Up, and Jam Gaiden.
Yep.
That's the only
great song, by the way.
It is, but again, the only thing people remember from this game. Vampire Reign for the Xbox 360, which is a notoriously awful vampire stealth game in the style of Siphon Filter, or Splinter Cell, perhaps. More Splinter Cell than that, but again, not particularly beloved. And Ju-On the Grudge, a fright simulator for the Nintendo Wii, which we've played on stream before, and may play again, as it is one of the worst Wii games of all time, in my humble opinion. One of the funniest, though, so at least there's that. Look, Oshima's roles on these less than stellar games was largely in upper management. It's not the claim that the blame is really on him for the aesthetic and design shortcomings of these games, but clearly, and to borrow a phrase, graphic design is his passion, and his role as a director and producer wasn't one he was really well suited to. With the dissolution of Artoon as a result of owner AQ Interactive's bankruptcy, he moved to found a successor studio by the name of Arzest. And their primary work for a time lied in handheld and mobile games, like iOS, Android, but also for the 3DS and DS, and a lot of support studio work developing minigames on behalf of Nintendo for their Wii Play Motion compilation and the Street Pass Me Plaza platform, where a bunch of different minigames were sort of released. Which brings us back to Yuji Naka. After Sega left the console market in 2001, a few years after Naoto Oshima had already left, Naka remained. He remained as an executive officer and oversaw its output for the next 5 years, worked on games like Choo Choo Rocket, and oversaw production on many of your favorites from this time as Sega was transitioning into software development and away from hardware development. On March 16th, 2006, Naka announced that he would leave Sega to create his own game studio, Prope. I'm assuming that's how it's pronounced. Prope? Pick your own. He said he considered it a benefit that to be able to create games other than Sonic the Hedgehog games, which he was already doing, but never mind that. Naka also explained that the video game industry was young, leading to quick promotions, and he felt that his senior position at Sega had given him less time to be close to game development where he really wanted to be. The last Sonic game that Naka had been involved in was Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. The following quote is from Yuji Naka in an interview with Famitsu, conducted in 2016. To quote Yuji Naka here, I was involved up until Sonic the Hedgehog, which released in 2006, but I left Sega halfway through, so I can't help but be worried about the parts that were made after that. The reason I chose that title in the first place was to make a big change at the 15th anniversary milestone, and to take another new step. So I deliberately chose the same name as the original. As a result, the reviews were not good, and I felt even more sorry that I couldn't be involved until the end. What this framing of events fails to convey is the fact that Naka poached like a bunch of team members from the core development team and stole them as he moved to Propé, which basically left Sonic 06 in like a scramble since they had suddenly lost like all their key programmers and lead visionary. And that probably results in a further rush production at a certain point, and probably to at least a few of the many woes that exist in the final product of Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. But that's in the past, and definitely will never come up again. We'll definitely never have to play that game for this channel at any point. So Naka and Propé developed small games for the Wii and for mobile devices, much the same as Artoon, our Zest were doing at this time. You may know them for their work on Wii Play Motion. Hey, funny that coincidence. Two different studios that had been spun off by two of the main figures in the Sonic franchise, both having to work on some shitty minigame compilation for the Wii. And Ivy the Kiwi, which is apparently the only other game on Propé's resume that had like a Wikipedia page. So I guess that makes it the most important. And also during his time working as part of Propé, there was a reunion with Sega as they published Let's Tap and Let's Catch for the Wii, which were published by Sega. Naka explained that while it was uncommon in the West, he always maintained a strong relationship with his previous company, Sega, despite his departure from them on less than favorable terms and screwing them over. But no, they remained good friends nonetheless, according to Naka. So this is the big Propé game here, though. Doing all those little mobile games and compilation games helped finance their first and last large-scale production, that being Rodea the Sky Soldier, which finished development for the Nintendo Wii in 2011 and didn't come out until 2015. According to Naka, the publisher, Kadokawa Games, would not release the game until they developed a version for the 3DS to pair with the Wii release. Following the launch of the Nintendo Wii U in 2012, Kadokawa then opted to create a Wii U version based on the 3DS version and delayed the game until 2015 to give them the time to work on that. So in November 2015, Kadokawa Games releases Rodea the Sky Soldier on the 3DS and Wii U, and they also decide to package Naka and Propé's original Wii version as a bonus bundled with the initial print of the Wii U version. So Yuji Naka quickly takes to social media to say, please play the Wii version. That is the ideal version. He basically says, like, the Wii version is the one that we wanted to make, and all this other shit is superfluous.
To be fair to Naka, I think he was right.
Yeah, I have a couple reviews here of the Wii version. There's an NF magazine, which rated the Wii version an 8 out of 10 and stated strong support for it over the Wii U and 3DS version, saying that people interested in Rodea the Sky Soldier should buy it for Wii U, toss the Wii U disc into a nearby sewage canal, pop the Wii disc in your machine, and let her spin. Vandal Online's Jorge Cano rated the Wii version 7.5 out of 10 and said that even though it feels a little bit outdated, it still is interesting and fun for those who know the game they're buying, while also reiterating support for the Wii version by saying it is clearly the good one. So that's an interesting set of circumstances there. And again, another game we'll never ever see on this channel, that we'll never ever play or experience or delve any deeper into, in Rodea the Sky Soldier. So Yuji Naka gets poached by Square Enix in January 2018. When he first joins the company, he considers making social mobile games, but he was encouraged by producer and Final Fantasy brand manager Shinji Hashimoto to instead make action games for the new market, which we're seeing a resurgence, or the market was seeing a resurgence in classic action and platform games. As you might remember in 2018, there was a lot of like throwback style games, a lot of interest in like traditional platformer type games. And so this was an opportunity for Naka to get back to what he wanted to do effectively. So at this point, Yuji Naka approaches Naoto Oshima, working at Arzest, about a collaboration. This is described as being the first collaboration between Yuji Naka and Naoto Oshima since Sonic Adventure in 1998, which, might not be true, given that we play motion. But, it's better for the mythology, it's better for the canon to say that this is like their return to working with each other for the first time in 20 years or what have you. Plays a little better than some random throwaway Wii game. Yuji Naka announces in July 2020 the existence of Balan Company, a subsidiary studio under Square Enix, which aimed to facilitate collaboration between internal and external staff, a fancy word for we're going to contract outside developers, meaning Arzest. They describe it as a collective of designers and artists focusing on games outside the norms of Square Enix. Propay remained in business, but with Naka as its only remaining employee, effectively downgrading to a holding company, and I imagine he took most of his staff from Propay with him to this Balan Company, sort of redistributed them. If he didn't just outright fire them, I don't know. I did not do my due diligence on that particular part of the story, but, this is what happens when a guy gets offered a better opportunity to work for a bigger publisher. The first sign of that, he's like, oh yeah, fuck that thing we were working on that we've been building up for however many years. I'll do this new thing with you, Square Enix. Shortly after the announcement of Balan Company came the announcement of their debut game, Balan Wonderworld, July 23rd, 2020. A 10-minute video announcement featuring Yuji Naka and Naoto Oshima standing together on camera is released, positioning the two as the prominent figureheads and celebrity developers, if you will, driving this project. By measure of IGN, who relayed news of this announcement, who reposted the story in the trailer in the 10-minute video, Balan Wonderworld will see characters Emma and Leo traveling through the surreal Wonderworld, using theater-inspired costumes that offer different abilities along the way. Balan Wonderworld is from Yuji Naka, the former head of Sonic Team, as well as Naoto Oshima, the creator of Nights into Dreams. Balan Wonderworld will feature 80 different costumes, which players can swap between in order to solve puzzles along their adventure. Not mentioned this is the fact that it's going to be a single-button game. That little detail I think is saved or not usually mentioned in promotion for the game, building up to its release. There is an interview conducted, again with IGN, on September 27th, 2020, an article titled Balan Wonderworld's Next-Gen Features Discussed by Sonic Creator, which is, of course, an interview with Yuji Naka, describing the development process and his studying of the hero's journey and devising the plots. Ooh, what an obscure tome to reference and base your own story upon. The article goes on to allude to the publishing of a companion book contemporaneously with the game. To quote the article, while focusing on storytelling without the use of words for the actual game, a rare effort is being put forth to create a novelization of Balan Wonderworld simultaneously with the development of the game. Authored by another former Sega employee, Soshi Kawasaki, known for the Long Arm series, the book is planned to be released alongside the game in English and Japanese. Reading the novel will deepen your understanding of its world, and events which follow the events of the game are also depicted. Which is to say, all the plot beats of the game are told without dialogue in the game and are fully fleshed out in text with actual dialogue and adjectives and nouns and verbs in this book format. I have not read the book yet. I am not Austin Eruption. Shout outs to Austin Eruption and their 100% playthrough of Balan Wonderworld, which also goes into detail about comparing the plot as seen in the book to the plot of the game. Maybe we'll get to that. Maybe we'll read the book and do our own comparisons and have a deeper understanding of the plot as told in the game, or as not told in the game, as the case may be. But getting back to this article, the bit that stuck out most in most folks' attention was a claim by Naka that Balan Wonderworld represented his one and only chance at developing an action game on behalf of Square Enix. Perhaps his last chance to develop an action game in the industry as a whole. To quote Naka, I think Square Enix has an RPG image, but I don't think I'd be good at making RPGs. Article goes on to mention that, of course, Naka has made RPGs, such as Phantasy Star and Phantasy Star Online. However, the genre he feels most skilled at is still platform games. Therefore, he received permission from the company president to make a full-scale platform game with the condition that it was, quote, his one chance. So those are the stakes at play here. The idea being that if this game flops for whatever reason, Yuji Naka ain't going to be making any more platformer games. So this builds stakes into the story. This gets people invested in the plight. This gets people excited for the game. And there's an early, onset groundswell of support to support this game because people tend to like Yuji Naka in his games. They like Sonic Team. They like Naoto Oshima. They like all these characters involved. They like the concept well enough from what they've seen of it. So why wouldn't this game be great? Why wouldn't this justify Yuji Naka being given one chance at this whole thing? So there is some excitement for the game at this point in time. But in the days leading up to the release of Balan Wonderworld on March 26, 2021, just a day before, as a matter of fact, there's some troubling tweets that begin to make the rounds. Leanna Rupert, who is a games journalist, director of editorials, public relations guru, and an accessibility advocate, most importantly, they came upon a scene in their play of a for-review release of Balan Wonderworld, like basically the copies that get shipped to reviewers. They realized that during a particular sequence in the final boss fight, there is a scene that has a high risk of triggering epileptic seizures. To quote Leanna here, "Hello at Balan Wonderworld team. I would love to talk to you about a very important scene in your game that is incredibly dangerous to epileptics. I would love to chat. My email is in my bio. If you have a photosensitive epilepsy, avoid the final boss fight. I'll have more on this tomorrow." She comes back, tweets again. "Not to be rude, but after looking at the scene again in a safer setting, I'm a little disgusted. There's no way the scene passed certification, and it's incredibly obvious the danger it poses. The amount of QA devs that have reached out saying they can't believe it made the cut is appalling." So the Balan Wonderworld team realizes a potential PR disaster here at the worst possible moment, the day before the game comes out. So they quickly move to announce a day one patch intended to resolve the issues mentioned. They take to Twitter to say, "Please ensure that you install the day one patch before playing. We have received reports of a photosensitive epilepsy risk from a potential flashing bug if playing the game unpatched. The day one patch prevents the issue as well as enhances the overall play experience." Now, there is some follow-up to this. Leanna comes back to say that update, though it doesn't appear to address if it was a bug or intentional, in response to the Balan Wonderworld account tweet, this sequence happened several more times, not just at that time mark. How is it fixed? The entire sequence, that one part? The response is severely lacking. I consider how dangerous it is. More soon. It says bug, but I'm hearing conflicting things. The post doesn't address the several sequences, which is not an accusation, just simply a request for more clarification. I would like to know specifically how and what was changed. This detail is vital for safety at Balan Wonderworld. So she's really taking the helm here as an accessibility advocate, as someone who's genuinely concerned for epileptics who might play the game and be sent into like a painful episode as a result of some of the visual effects in the game. And whether these were intended or not still isn't known to this day. I'm obviously not going to show what it looked like and trigger anything potentially here, but let's just say it's pretty fucking severe. And if it's a bug, then it's an unfortunate one for sure. If it was deliberate, then it was a horrible choice. But what's important here is that Leanna is harassed off the internet for this for a time, because of course she is. She starts getting replies of people posting epileptic seizure-inducing GIFs at her and calling her, weak or whatever the fuck people do. So she has to come back and say, "I'm a little annoyed by the trolling and the anger I'm getting from some, and I haven't even slept at all last night due to lingering effects, so if I don't respond or if I'm drier than usual in my communication, I apologize. Send me GIFs like what happened last time. Your information will be taken, you will be banned, and I'll be filing a police report. During Cyberpunk, I had a second seizure because of exactly this. It's evil. Please don't do this because you think it's funny. Stepping away." Which, of course, is, when you threaten to file police reports, you just end up putting yourself in more hot water, adding fuel to the fire, making people even angrier because people are fucking morons. And, maybe she could have handled it in a way that was, she could have adjusted her tone. I don't want to tone police someone who's like an accessibility advocate. But, it comes on a little strong, comes on a little accusatory, and it should be. I think it's a big fucking issue that the game was willing to ship with that. But at the same time, like, no matter what she said or did or whatever the tone was, no justification for these people who were like, clearly just like simping on behalf of a publisher, simping on behalf of a company, on behalf of a video game they hadn't even fucking played, and to like take it upon themselves to champion it. So fuck them.
Yeah, she didn't do anything wrong. It's just everyone else is fuckers.
Yeah, exactly. Make it clear that yes, that is my perspective on it. I am not. Don't do that shit, you fucking freaks. Anyway. Balan Wonderworld launches on March 26, 2021, and as the review embargo is lifted, the reviews begin to release, and the consensus is they're not great. Tom Marks for IGN gave it a 4 out of 10, noting that Balan Wonderworld reminds me of some of the other platformers I played as a child, but not in a good way. It feels like a small subset of games that I enjoyed in the 90s, like Gex Enter the Gecko or Bubsy, only to realize they were actually pretty bad once I grew out of my young naivete and looked back with more informed eyes. But both our options and our standards have increased dramatically since the days of the Nintendo 64, so even viewed with nostalgic eyes, Balan Wonderworld is less a throwback to a bygone era and more a derivative reminder of memories best left forgotten. David Wildgoose for GameSpot gave the game a 5 out of 10. Well, that's a point higher. Maybe it'll be a little bit nicer. The clumsy controls and character movement are the most persistent problem. There's a weird dissonance in the way it feels like you're moving too slowly, while the choppiness of the simplistic animation gives the illusion of moving too quickly. Your character will float slightly above the ground even when standing on a flat surface. Jumping and judging distance feels sloppy and imprecise, mostly thanks to a stickiness of movement, but also because from time to time the useful ground shadows cast by yourself and other objects will simply disappear. To put it kindly, mistiming or failing to land a jump doesn't always feel like it's your own fault. So they had some technical issues in their run, to be sure. The lowest review from a site that, it actually matters, that actually counts, that isn't just like, Joe Bob's Game Reviews, is Josh Wise for Video Gamer, who gave the game a 2 out of 10. Balan Wonderworld is the new game from Yuji Naka, not that you would know that at a glance. It looks like an old game from Yuji Naka. Check out the character designs by his longtime collaborator Naoto Oshima, noodle-limbed and tuned bright with jumbo hands and feet and a hero with a shock of backbrush spikes. It is as if Naka, who created no less a figure than Sonic the Hedgehog in 1991, was still stalled there, in the evergreen hill zone of the past, tapping his foot in frustration. That chunkified style worked for Sonic with his legs plugged into futuristic trainers and his finger wagging. Here, it just seems off. The protagonists, Leo Craig and Emma Cole, look as though they have been molded from clumps of cut-price CGI, and the story lumbers queasily around them, never falling into focus. If only Naka, staying true to form, had given the whole thing a dose of high speed. His work holds together only when it hurtles past our eyes, growing vivid with velocity. And that pretty much says the tone. This game currently sits at a 51 on Metacritic for the PS5 release. I think the Switch version has a 38 because of technical hiccups that made it even worse on that platform. But generally speaking, game for no one. No one responded to this critically, and no one bought it in terms of consumers either. Cartridge Games, a Twitter account that apparently has insider information, retweeted or tweeted out at a point on April 1st, 2021. It was not an April Fool's joke. Other sites ran with this story and seemed to confirm it later on the line. That Balan Wonderworld debuted with selling under 2,100 copies in Japan and completely missed the top 30 top sellers list in its first week at retail. That is shockingly bad. That is Armageddon bad. That is some of the most pathetic numbers that have ever been rendered for a game to come out in that country. Japan doesn't always hit 1 million sales on every game, obviously. They, just given the population and the percentage of people play games. And so, you'll see things that hit the top 40 with, top 30 or top 40 with, maybe 20,000 sales. Or, somewhere in that neighborhood. To do 2,000 sales, you could not fucking fling these out of a moving car at people and have them, pick them up to take them home out of curiosity. This game was so roundly rejected, and we understand why now. GameReactor.eu for their part. Here's a link that goes over some of the UK numbers. They would similarly report on Balan's lackluster sales in the UK, where it failed to break their top 40 sellers list. It should be noted, by the way, across both these releases, that for historical record, Balan Wonderworld shared an unfortunate competitive release date against Monster Hunter Rise, which may well contribute to the underwhelming sales somewhat, but which surely fails to tell the whole story here. The simple fact of the matter is, there was an underwhelming demo release that came out for Balan Wonderworld that people may or may not have played, and the critical reception kept savvy consumers at bay, and ultimately, Yuji Naka and Naoto Oshima aren't names that fucking matter to most consumers. They really wanted to market it off the back of these two people that only the most hardcore of the hardcore are gonna fucking know. It's mind-boggling that they thought that just the involvement of these two icons would be enough to sell the game. That their attachment, it was never gonna be enough to propel it into a top seller spot. And the grade of consumers who would take interest in a project from these two people was going to be clued enough to like wait for word on how the game turned out before putting any money down on it. You're catering to the most hardcore of the hardcore while also making a game that's single button and accessible to everyone. This complete fucking failure of marketing and design, and counting on people knowing these names, and then there's like these which were really deep cut, honestly. Like, you know, I didn't remember Naoto Oshima being involved with Saga. I couldn't pick him out by name before this playthrough. And so the people who are like doing that reading are gonna read fucking reviews and see if the game's a bomb. So again, just a game for no one that was marketed horribly and that failed, rightfully so, in the markets. The game was very quickly, steeply discounted. April 29, 2021, that's about a month out from release, already dropping the price by 33%. That is a horrible sign. You see that and you know that heads are fucking rolling, that executives are jumping out the fucking windows to authorize a sale of that magnitude a month out from release. This is almost unprecedented, except in the case of some of the biggest like failures of all time, which Balan Wonderworld might fucking well be. Yuji Naka, for his part, would take to Twitter in June of 2021 and make an announcement that he had resigned from his position at Square Enix for reasons he could, quote, not disclose at that time. And furthermore, he was planning to retire from the games industry as a whole. To quote him, to quote his post, translated, "As I have received inquiries from the media and users, I have decided to retire from Square Enix at the end of April 2021. I cannot tell you the reason now, but I hope to be able to tell you when the time comes. As for my future activities, I am already 55 years old, so I may retire." This photo was taken during an interview for Sega Hardware Historia, this photo here. Within a couple months of that, of him announcing his retirement from the industry, he announced he was becoming an indie game developer. He developed a... IGN reposted, translated another tweet of his where he said, "I've recently started learning how to program again. I'm working on a simple game for smartphones with Unity. I'm making it by myself, so it's not much, but I'm enjoying programming it. I hope you'll be able to play it with the app when it's available." This game ends up being called Shot 2048. It's like some shuffleball dice rolling thing. I didn't play it. You can see a page for it on the iPropay.com website. Remembering that Yuji Naka is still the only employee of Propay, of the studio he founded earlier. And you can check the store page for it there. You can see it on the App Store or wherever else. I mean, good for him that he put a game out. He committed to developing a game on his own, and he released it. And that's great for him. So clearly, like, this is where his passion lies. Clearly he's moved on for the AAA industry at this point. No sour grapes. He's just moving on with his life. I'm just fucking with you. Here is the funniest thing that could have possibly happened in this story, and that is Yuji Naka becoming the messiest bitch who ever fucking lived and writing an incendiary multi-tweet thread shit-talking everyone he worked with during his time at Square Enix. This is one of the most incredible developer rants that has ever been collected, posted, quoted anywhere. And Yuji Naka comes across as the most unlikable, petty fucking loser of all time. This is the most reputation-destroying thread I think I've ever seen. We talk about him like, the legal stuff he faced, but I think this thread is legitimately one of the most telling and fucking embarrassing things that anyone with a modicum of, self-reflection would have not posted. And I'm going to read it all for you here. More or less. I omitted a couple paragraphs. I'm going to drink up before I do this, too. "I filed a lawsuit against Square Enix after I was removed as director of Balan Wonderworld roughly 6 months before release. Now the court case is over, and the removal order is no longer in effect. I have some things that I'd like to say. I think Square Enix is no good. They don't care about games or fans. According to court documents, I was removed as director from Balan Wonderworld for 2 reasons. This decision was made by the producer, publicist, sound director, the head of the company board, and the human resources department. One reason is that a pianist YouTuber is going to perform songs from the game and publish a sheet music arrangement as part of the game's promotion. I thought it strange that we would only release an arrangement of the game's music, and furthermore use a ghostwriter to produce that arrangement. I got into trouble for arguing that we released the original score as if they were going to release a fucking soundtrack album, you fucking idiot! Another is that, according to court documents, my relationship with Arzest had been damaged because of comments I made about them submitting the game without fixing issues uncovered during development, as well as comments I made with the aim of improving the game itself. The producer, Mr. Fujimoto, told Mr. Oshima about those comments. Another point, in an email to Mr. Fujimoto, Mr. Oshima wrote, I just gathered the staff and told them about postponing the demo version. I told them this decision was made by Mr. Fujimoto. Let's do our best for his sake. They clapped and cheered when I told him. This was a little unexpected, and I was very moved. Recently, staff who have been seeming down have been revitalized. Thank you so much. We'll all do our best. That's him quoting Mr. Oshima, apparently, in his email. That who knows how he had fucking access to it. However, please.
You know a story is bullshit.
When it says everyone clapped.
Yeah.
So, Naka continues, however, the producer decides the schedule, not me. The producer decided on that tight schedule. Something strange about that, right? I believe that games should be made by working hard until the very end, until it's a good game that the team thinks their fans enjoy when they buy it. I think it's strange to remove and totally exclude a director who's had input on the game and to do it without discussion because there isn't time. By forbidding, retweeting, liking, etc. on social media, I think Square Enix is doing their fans a disservice. There were so many comments and fantastic illustrations of Balan Wonderworld, and I'm really sorry that I couldn't do anything to recognize them. For my part, I would like to offer my sincere apologies to those customers who bought the unfinished Balan Wonderworld. Henceforth, I believe I will be able to respond to mentions and tags as an individual. I think it's natural to request changes that will make a game better. If you can't do that, I think it's fine to at least discuss it, but even that seems impossible. I don't think this allows us to do a game justice. 2 weeks before the final deadline for Sonic the Hedgehog, a game I worked on, remember? We changed the specs such that if Sonic had even a single ring, he can't die. This famous mechanic came as a result of us working to improve the game up until the last minute. And I think that people are still enjoying this game around the world to this day. Hashtag Sonic the Hedgehog. I think it's strange to say that developers can't work until the last minute to make their game better. I asked my lawyer to help me negotiate the ability to simply make comments on the game until the end of development, but this was totally ignored, so I filed a lawsuit. I think this matter has become so big because of the results and recognition that Balan Wonderworld gained. It is such a shame that a project that I had worked on from the beginning has come to this. Personally, I think it's a real shame that an unfinished Balan Wonderworld has been sent out into the world. I want to release it properly, as a carefully made action game. I don't think that Square Enix or Arzest are companies that care about games or fans. Quote, Yuji Naka. So that was a whole lot of fucking blame shifting. That was a whole lot of fucking nothing. That was a whole bunch of unfounded, unverifiable claims that make him look great, conveniently enough. That seem to, make him look like the hero in all this, the single person that could have fixed this game, right? So probably most of that is bullshit. And even if it's not, he's still clearly one of those petty people on the face of the planet who thought that he could have single-handedly fixed this if only people had listened to him, that the issues with the game weren't fundamental and structural, that the issues only exist because he wasn't around to finish them, rather than, like, issues that were born from his rotten fucking ideas. But, that's Yuji Naka's opinion on how things went down. That's how he sees history, through his distorted lens. So you may be wondering how Square Enix would respond to something like that. Say something nice about Yuji Naka. He has kids. I like to think he treats his kids well. Then again, who's to say? Who knows? So you may be wondering how Square Enix dealt with this. Dealt with the fact that one of their former hires went on a complete fucking tirade and called them haters of their fans or games. We have reporting here from a May 13th, 2022 earnings call that Square Enix representatives were holding. Bloomberg's Takahashi Mochizuki here, and this was captured and posted in an IGN article here, which goes on to explain how Square Enix responded to the whole Yuji Naka debacle unfolding. The game was brought up in a Q&A session during a company earnings briefing, during which an investor asked about ex-director Yuji Naka's lawsuit against the company, seemingly brought after its dismissal from the project. Square Enix confirmed that Naka had a lawsuit case with the company, but wouldn't give any further details about it. However, according to Bloomberg's Takahashi Mochizuki, Square Enix also commented on Balan Wonderworld itself, saying, "It is a game that we recommend with confidence." as if they're going to say anything else, right? I think Yuji Naka really wanted to drag these people into the dirt with him. I think he really wanted to drag Square Enix executives and Naoto Oshima into the mud and have like a mud fight. But like, this dude doesn't know how businesses work and how executives who are like actually mature like deal with issues. Of course, they're just going to say like, it's a game we recommend. Yeah, it's still a SKU on a shelf. People might buy it. We can't just say like, no, it sucks. Yeah, Yuji Naka was absolutely right to shit on it.
As for Balan Wonderworld, oh, shucks, guys. We made a bad one. I'm sorry.
We made an oopsie. So it's
that would be refreshing to hear from like Activision or something like regarding the new Call of Duty. Yeah, we fucked this one up.
Yeah, we're sorry.
Wait till next year.
Oopsie doodles. Here's Michael Jackson's Sonic the Hedgehog. No reason I saw the funny. No, because Yuji Naka at this point has completely lost the plot. They do another really funny thing on June 23rd, 2022, by suddenly and inexplicably, for no real reason, confirming the involvement of Michael Jackson in Sonic 3 soundtrack, which confirms a decades-old rumor that had persisted. Vulture did a write-up where they linked to an article by the Huffington Post, which I'm linking both of these, but these are some articles that get into the whole history of the Michael Jackson involvement with Sonic the Hedgehog. For years, rumors have long eddied around the internet that Michael Jackson, the king of pop himself, composed music for the classic Sega Genesis game Sonic the Hedgehog 3. According to a wonderful expose in the Huffington Post, Jackson composed a wide variety of music, including a lot of beatboxing and writing legitimate high-profile songs. Sega maintains it never worked with Jackson on Sonic 3 and is not in the position to respond to questions about allegations to the contrary. We have nothing to comment on the case, the company said. And so that was like where the story stood for years, for decades even, until Yuji Naka takes to Twitter and posts just apropos of absolutely nothing, basically, that, yeah, no, it was Michael Jackson, yeah. Yuji Naka seems to have confirmed, this is from an IGN article, and I know I'm just coming fast and furious with the links here. Yuji Naka seems to have confirmed that Michael Jackson did indeed work on the original Sonic the Hedgehog 3 soundtrack, which could explain why it is no longer used in new re-releases of the game. On Twitter, Yuji Naka reacted to the fact that Sonic 3 soundtrack in the Sonic Origins collection was changed. He then followed up with, "Oh my god, the music for Sonic 3 is changed, even though Sega officially uses Michael Jackson's music." Naga then further, they misspelled Naka as Naga here, then further clarifies that he's referring to a Sega TikTok video where the company is using the Stars song to celebrate Sonic's 31st birthday. However, this doesn't seem to negate his previous implication about Sonic 3's soundtrack. Yuji Naka then had to come out a day later to issue this update. Yuji Naka has somewhat walked back his assertions that Michael Jackson is somehow involved with the music in Sonic 3, despite long-held rumors and a seeming confirmation that Jackson is at least somewhat involved in the confusing saga of Sonic 3 soundtrack. Naka clarified that his tweets were misunderstood. I feel like I'm being misunderstood a lot, probably because I don't speak English and I'm using a translation tool. Sorry. So the translation tool just accidentally wrote, Michael Jackson made the music for Sonic 3. I did a little oopsie doodle again. This is one of those things that accidentally happens when you're using text to translation, I guess, that it inserts names and confirms facts.
I mean, people are using ChatGPT now to do translations, so who
perhaps
knows? I'm surprised it didn't say like Hulk Hogan made the music for Sonic 3.
I just want to say that, for as much as it's an open secret, as much as it is just like well known that Michael Jackson, he did in fact do like contribute in some way to the soundtrack and all that, when a company doesn't comment on a thing like that, it's usually for a reason, right? They're usually they're usually pretty stuck to their guns on that sort of thing. And for Yuji Naka to come out and like do this and get in this hot water, this is more disastrous a headline than people may have possibly imagined. I would contend that this is probably blacklisted Yuji Naka from Sega for the rest of the fucking time. Like, this is serious business. Like, we joke about it, and we again, like, the fact that everyone knows, but, we have to, like, sort of wink and, like, dance around it. But for someone to, like, dodge the company responsibility and to just come out and say it, that's, like, a fireable offense. And granted, he wasn't working for Sega at the time, but I don't think he'll work for them ever again, unlike some people who have left the company and been welcomed back. But we'll get to that when we get to that one. Perhaps one of the most reprehensible things that Yuji Naka did in this time, one of the most just out-and-out vile things he did, was celebrating the 26th anniversary of Nights into Dreams, but this image looks a little strange. This was an image from 26 years ago. There's like a black cloak in the front.
Yeah, they made Nights was worked on in association with the sleep paralysis demon.
Yeah, there we go. On July 5th, 2022, Yuji Naka attempts to erase Naoto Oshima from history by lazily scribbling him out of a photo posted to commemorate Nights into Dreams 26th anniversary. He tried to pull a fucking Stalin and airbrush some dude out of a fucking picture. Bear in mind, a guy who's in the front row, who was like the creative director of the fucking game, and just pretend that he wasn't there, and post this photo, and just like, ay. Nintendo Life reported on this story and had the note here that things are seemingly not well in the Balan Wonderworld world, as seemingly ousted creator Yuji Naka has taken to Twitter with a rather passive-aggressive way of showing his displeasure. Naka posted a photo of the Knights team in celebration of the game's 26th anniversary, showing the original team who made the game with one conspicuous absence, Naoto Oshima, the creator of Sonic and Naka's co-worker, who was the character designer on Balan Wonderworld and the vice president of RZest, who co-developed Balan Wonderworld, to quote fucking Yuji Naka's series of tweets that he posted after posting this photo, where people were like saying like, what the fuck, dude? Here's how Yuji Naka responded. Very maturely, I'm sure. How would you feel if you were suddenly removed from a game that you had worked hard on for over 2 years, and when you went to court, you found that they had been talking about me behind my back in court documents, and that is why I was removed from the game? Game creators create games with care for the people who play them. Don't you think that people and companies that cannot take good care of games are no good? Instead of talking behind my back, don't you think you should have sell them directly before removing them? Or tell them directly before removing them even? What would you do if you were to be ill for a long time and unable to do anything because of it? And how would you feel if you were the director of an unfinished game and it was heavily criticized? Yeah, it all makes sense. Yeah, no, actually, it's cool for him to erase a dude from history for that. It's actually cool and awesome that he erased like a coworker that he had known for 30 years over perceived slights and paranoia. I think it's actually awesome, and clearly Yuji Naka is doing very well at this point. Speaking of posting through it, the time has finally come where Yuji Naka gets rocked by back-to-back arrests related to insider trading charges. You've all been waiting for this. Here goes the details, courtesy of Kotaku reporting, which had the best summaries on these stories. This is from his first arrest. Over the past 24 hours, a number of people in Japan, including a Square Enix employee, have been arrested on insider trading charges related to a Dragon Quest game announcement. Legendary Sega designer Yuji Naka is reportedly among them. The scandal centers around a studio called Aiming, which in 2020 was announced as the developer of a new Dragon Quest game called Tact. Last night, it was first alleged that 38-year-old Square Enix employee Taisuke Sasaki, who had worked on Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts games, knew of the deal before it was publicly announced, and along with a friend, purchased a ton of shares in Aiming, hoping to profit when the share price presumably went up. Naka, 57, who was credited as one of the main creators of Sonic the Hedgehog, and who has also worked on everything from Nights into Dreams to Phantasy Star, has since been arrested on similar charges. According to this FNN report, Naka is accused of also knowing about the Aiming deal before it was public news and taking the opportunity to purchase 10,000 shares in the company. While most famous for his work with Sega, Naka had recently teamed up with Square Enix on the ill-fated 3D platformer Balan Wonderworld. He parted ways with the company in April 2021. These allegations stem from 2020 when he was still working with the publisher. Naka was arrested by the Tokyo District Public Prosecutor's Office, which is a continuous investigation. Naka is alleged to have purchased 10,000 shares worth 2.8 million yen, or around $20,000 USD. Authorities have yet to disclose whether any of the three men arrested so far still owed those shares, or whether they had been sold off for profit prior to the investigation. And then the second punch comes a month later. A month later, Naka was arrested a second time for reportedly buying stock in a company that was set to work on a Final Fantasy spin-off. Yesterday, Tokyo prosecutors formally charged Yuji Naka for inside trading roughly $1 million USD worth of Final Fantasy stock. According to NHK, the Tokyo District Public Prosecutor's Office determined that Naka had been making a profit on insider trading. For the uninitiated, insider trading is when someone with non-public knowledge of a company is able to use that information to trade stock in an advantage. Doing so is illegal in Japan, so Naka ran afoul of the law when he purchased the shares in A-Team before the studio had announced it would be developing the mobile game Final Fantasy VII The First Soldier, a battle royale that was exclusively released for mobile devices. Though the game was announced in 2021, Naka was arrested on December 7th of this year. If the two made a profit off the A-Team stock, it was presumably before the First Soldier was canceled less than a year after its launch. Square Enix had clearly been hoping to capitalize on the popularity of Fortnite and other battle royales. Instead, First Soldier suffered severe performance issues and was exclusively available on mobile. So, in case you're wondering why and what he did, there's the why and what. Which leads us to the court system, and to Yuji Naka's fucking incredible excuse for how this happened. On April 25th, 2023, Naka attempted to dodge blame in sentencing by blaming his access to the private information on a, quote, secretarial mistake. Credit to Gosokyu on Twitter, who was the first to translate a video posted by TV Tokyo Biz, which I'm linking here, which was like a 58-second update from the courtroom, where they had reporters in the courtroom who came out and documented and reported on this. And then here's a quote from a Time Extension article, which summates the details as I've just laid them out. The case went before the Tokyo District Court in March 2020, with Naka standing accused of acquiring stock in Japanese developers aiming an A-Team before it was publicly announced that both studios were working on projects for his then-employer Square Enix. In the first trial on March 2nd, Naka admitted to the charges, but in a recent update, it appears he is now trying to pin at least some of the blame on a secretarial mistake. It would seem that Naka's defense is that the stock purchase wasn't premeditated, and that him seeing information he shouldn't have had access to led him to his eventual course of action. A flimsy argument, one might suggest, but as some have said, this may well be Naka's only option at this stage when it comes to securing a more lenient sentence. So to be clear here, to decode this a little bit, he's saying that it's not his fault he got exposed to that information. He wasn't asking around for it. Someone accidentally sent that information about those games to him. And so, while he's still admitting to his guilt in, pursuing that and using that information and, using the play stock market, he should be held with less blame for it because he didn't mean to get the information. He didn't mean to get that private information. And then,
I mean, what do you expect me to do? Not do insider trading? Come on.
So on June 2nd, 2023, guilty sentences passed, believe it or not, and prosecutors draw up their suggestions for sentencing. According to this Kotaku report, the prosecutors in the case are asking that Naka face 2 years and 6 months in prison, as well as a fine of $1.2 million USD. It is still unclear if that will be the extent of Naka's sentence, but a final decision will be made on July 7th. July 7th rolls around, July 7th, 2023. The Tokyo District Court passes their final verdict on Yuji Naka's sentencing. No jail time. As reported by Japanese news agency GG Press, the Tokyo District Court ruled that Naka had violated Japan's Financial Instruments and Exchange Act by illegally buying shares based on inside information. The judge sentenced Naka to 30 months in prison, suspended for 4 years. This means Naka will escape a prison term as long as he adheres to conditions set by the order and doesn't infringe on any further terms or laws during this time. However, Naka also received 2 fines totaling 173 million yen, 1.2 million USD, meaning that although he may not have to go to prison for his part in the insider trading scheme, he will certainly pay a substantial financial penalty. Naka pled guilty to the charges in March, saying there was no doubt that he was guilty in taking part in the insider trading scheme. So again, to translate the legalese here, the prosecutors got everything they wanted, except for the fact where he completely dodged prison, where he got a suspended sentence, which means that he basically just gets to pay the fines, and as long as he doesn't break the law again, he can stay out of prison, which is what he did. That didn't stop him from continuing to be a messy bitch who lives for drama. This fucking idiot immediately comes back in April 7th, 2024, after 2 years not posting on fucking Twitter. This fucking guy comes back. His last tweet, by the way, was an in memoriam to a former Sega director by the name of Akira Nagai. So he posted that November 22nd, 2022. Went to the fucking... went to court, went through the whole thing, comes back on Sunday. Naka returned to the comment on the news that top Dragon Quest producer Yu Miyake will reportedly be reassigned at Square Enix. Miyake is credited as an executive officer for Naka's Square Enix title Balan Wonderworld. In an X post, Naka alleged that Miyake lied in court documents, presumably part of his insider trading trial. To quote the man himself, "It feels like it's finally happening. I hope he'll be gone soon, because he's the kind of person who submitted a memo with lies, with evidence to court. I've never met him, but the new president seems like a good person." This fucking guy, this egomaniac, this fucking freak can't keep his mouth shut for 5 fucking seconds. All this dude wants is to be involved in petty, shitty, stupid drama. This man is a petulant child. There's a reason why you don't comment on fucking court cases. What is he doing? This is like... Battletech09 says, isn't accusing someone of perjury literally legally actionable? Yeah, you would fucking think so. I cannot begin to put myself in the brain of this man. It's so poisoned and so broken. You couldn't mind jack him. It's ridiculous. How does he keep doing this? How has no one taken away his internet access? Who is in his life to tell him that you shouldn't be fucking doing this shit at 55, 56, 57 years old? A truly despicable fucking figure, this Yuji Naka. I don't know if you've gathered that or not, but my disdain for this man is pretty severe. But this does raise a question. What happened to Naoto Oshima in the post-release of Balan Wonderworld? Well, he still posts on Twitter. Occasionally, he retweets Balan Wonderworld fan art. He actually retweets a lot of it. So unlike what Yuji Naka was saying about not being allowed to post fan art or retweet it or whatever, not being able to comment on stuff, Naoto Oshima didn't have that problem, believe it or not. Sometimes he posts pictures of burgers that he's eating. Looks good. He also talked about his love of Marvel Avengers. That being one of the games he was most excited for was the Marvel Avengers game. Remember that piece of shit? So if you want to know what Yuji Naka plays in his spare time, apparently that.
Yuji Naka?
No, Naoto Oshima, I meant to say.
Okay.
Look. Naoto Oshima has protected his reputation by keeping a low profile. Novel fucking concept. Just stay out of trouble, keep your nose clean. Don't comment on court cases you were involved with. And you know what he's been rewarded with? Sega called him back. He was a producer on Sonic Superstars in 2023. So he's still in good graces with Sega because he hasn't done anything to burn them, like commenting on the fucking Michael Jackson story. So, he has got that going for him. Apparently he's always just very busy. He shows up at a lot of conventions. And look, let's flash back to happier times here with this last photo. This is the last slide. And I'm going to bring it on home with my conclusion, my thoughts on all this. We know Yuji Naka. We know Yuji Naka too well. We don't know Naoto Oshima. It may well be the case that he is equally as ruthless and scheming as Yuji Naka is. We'll never know. You know why? Because he doesn't fucking put himself out there in the same way that Naka does. He's not a messy bitch that lives for drama like Naka is. Look, there are cultural norms that exist in Japan about not discussing your workplace drama and not shit-talking your employers, whether they be former or current. And that's born from a culture of, hundreds of years. It is a cultural norm. And, you see Naoto Oshima adhere to that, who understands that or, agrees with that idea, that concept of not, burning bridges. And, you can see the fucking merit for it, can't you? In this case. That this guy has remained in good graces with all these people he's worked with. The people haven't come out and said negative things about him because he's not going around fucking, burning bridges and saying negative things about everyone else. Look. Naka bucked the trend. On the one hand, yes, if there's legitimate issues with the company you work for, here in America, we talk about these things, we air them out. But you have to understand that, those things will follow you. If you want to keep a job in the industry, if you want to remain in that industry, you're putting yourself at big risk, right? And that's the lesson that Naka has had to learn over and over and over and over and over again. He's never going to make another game again. He's never going to make another game with another studio. He's toxic. He's blacklisted. No one will ever touch this man again, which is a shame, right? Because despite everything bad about Balan Wonderworld, the fact he couldn't finish it, he couldn't drag it past the finish line, it's not like he's not an idiot, right? He's a doofus. He's a moron. He's a messy bitch who doesn't know when to keep his fucking mouth shut. But, he's also a competent programmer, or he was at some point in time, in the same way that Naoto Oshima was a talented artist. The point I'm trying to make here is that it's such a fucking shame that there are people out there who can be so talented and misuse those talents or get themselves in such deep hot water that they can't climb their way back out of it. Yuji Naka will never have a career in the games industry again. Naoto Oshima will continue to persist. Balan Wonderworld did not kill any careers. Balan Wonderworld's failure was not directly responsible for Yuji Naka's failure to get a career. He only has himself to blame. And Naoto Oshima recovered wonderfully from it. Did just fine. Is not in any sort of worry or concern. Gets to continue living his life. And that's probably the way it should be. That when you're someone like Yuji Naka who can't help but pick fights and probably has like a million stories waiting to be told about him and people he fucked over in the industry during his time with Sega, during his time at ProPay, I'm sure that as time passes, people will continue to like rag on him, rightfully so. And that, he'll probably continue to pick fights himself for his parts. And some people just can't fucking help themselves. That's the sort of conclusion I have here. I guess that's the end of that. I guess that's all there is to say about that. Yeah. For a company like Square Enix, Balan Wonderworld was barely a drop in the bucket in terms of financial failure. It goes to show that, you can take risks as a company. That you're allowed to. That company should, probably. And they bounce back just fine. Square Enix is doing something right now. I know they're not the best they've ever been in their, company tenure, but they didn't kill him. It didn't sink him overnight. Again, like, Naka wanted to go down with the ship on this one. In the process of trying to distance himself from this game by passing the buck around, he has inexorably tied himself to Balan Wonderworld. This will be his legacy. This and the fucking insider trading and all this messy shit he did in the last couple years, this will haunt him till the end of his days. And I hope he's okay with that. I hope he sleeps fine at night. I hope he, doesn't regret it, I guess. Someone that stubborn, he's infinitely amusing, even if he is a petulant bitch, to say the least. Nihon System Incorporated. They were a studio founded in Japan, believe it or not, in the year 1986. They're speculated to have collaborated with Sega in their early years on the development of the Gigas arcade hardware kit, and believed to have developed the small handful of games released for that particular piece of hardware, which include the titular Gigas, its sequel, 1987's Perfect Billiard and Free Kick, and 1988's Counter Run, are all the games that came out across that particular piece of arcade kit. And that last one was just a remake of one of Sega's previous games, Head On, which was kind of like this big deal for them back in 1979. I don't know who needed an updated version of it in 1988, but so it goes. From there, they continued to develop games for the arcade through the rest of the 90s, such as 1990's Sky Smashers, 1998's Fever SOS, 1999's Puzzle D Bowling, which I think is like a Bubble Bobble, but with bowling iconography instead of cute little dinosaur guys. And then they also worked on an anime mahjong hentai game for the Saturn, 1995's Mahjong Angel Kiss. And
who didn't work on an anime hentai mahjong game?
Believe it or not, most respectable studios did not.
That's not the impression I got.
It depends.
Whatever.
And also they did the PlayStation versions of Raiden and Raiden DX. I think one of them's called like the Raiden Project. So they did some conversion work there. Of course, this is all assuming that Nihon System and Nihon Systems both refer to the same generically named company, because there may be like a situation here where there was two companies operating at the same time with roughly the same name. The fact of the matter is that consistent credits across those games are kind of hard to track, being that a lot of them were arcade games, which just didn't have real credits in them. And the simple fact that there's just like barely any information out there about this company. I tracked it all down. This should be pretty exhaustive, what I have here, but just bear in mind, there's going to be a lot of gaps in this story that remain to be filled. This is the cover to that Mahjong Angel Kiss and a screenshot from it, a safe screenshot from it, even. What I'd safely infer what I would say, even not knowing which company was necessarily responsible for which games, just knowing that there was a Nihon system responsible for the game we're about to play tonight, what I can infer is that that company were clearly looking to establish an anime-themed IP within the games industry. They wanted to present players with an appealing cast of characters that they could potentially merchandise down the line. And with the release of Final Fantasy VII on January 31st, 1997, Neon probably took notice of the success of the 3D RPG format and recognized the potential to build their empire on the back of something like that. They wanted one of those that they could, Square did plenty of Squaresoft at the time, and I know people mentioning Enix in the chat and how they did some VN stuff, some eroge back in the day. But back when Square just was Squaresoft and released Final Fantasy VII, they capitalized on it, to be sure, with merchandising, but not to the extent that like you could with an anime. They weren't necessarily doing like a whole bunch of figurines, drama CDs. Like they didn't have voice actors, for one thing, which was a big factor against them. Is that every character in that game is speaks in that game but doesn't have voiceover, and so that's a big miss in terms of potential revenue. Is that you get those idols, those seiyuu out there to promote the damn game.
We're gonna fix that tonight for Ancient Roman.
There is voiceover in this game. There is a fair bit of it, just not for all of it. But we'll get into the voice acting in a bit, as a matter of fact. But the point I'm trying to make here is that Nihon System realized that if they were to launch a 3D JRPG of their own, they could merchandise it the hell and back. They could build a potential empire out of ancient Roman. There's one issue. They had precious little experience in the RPG space, never mind a full-fledged 3D RPG, which was just basically coming to fruition at this point in time. That these are the early days of the 3D RPG, the early days of 3D, really. So Nihon System were kind of in need of what we call a ringer to make their dream reality. Another studio that could do the heavy lifting as far as the making the game portion is concerned. Enter Fuga System. Fuga System were another Japanese development house established in 1990 to produce RPGs for home computer systems, namely the PC-98. It was fucking huge at the time. They rose to some level of success with a series by the name of Amaranth, which spanned 4 entries and a remake between 1990 and 1995. They had a couple other RPGs in very similar style. There's 1993's Orstedia and 1994's Dead Force, which all explored the RPG genre with a top-down perspective and tactic combats. None of these games, by the way, I should mention, have ever been translated as far as I'm aware, so these are, all I could glean was from screenshots in the time I had to research this, and from this snippet that describes the plot of the Amaranth series. This is just from Japanese Wikipedia, by the way, so... the protagonist of Amaranth is Lien Fremde, a man who is bound to never die. If he dies, he will be reincarnated in another time or world with an 18-year-old body and mind, and all memories up to that point lost. The series is a top-down action RPG modeled after Nihon Falcom's Ys series and Microcabin's Sark. But what sets it apart is that it has a medieval German-style setting, and that the names of characters and locations in the game are based on that theming, which was its unique angle. We're going to cut here to the cover of just one of the Amaranth games, 3, and a screenshot of it. They all pretty much look the same, despite coming out within a span of 5 years. It was still for the same hardware, so it didn't really meaningfully improve. Maybe past the first one, but again, I'm speaking purely speculatively. I couldn't fucking play these. What I can say is that Fuga seemed to wind down near the end of 1995. The PC-98, its heyday was done. Amaranth seemed successful enough for them, successful enough to get 5 releases out of it. It had its distinctive styling and setting. It had a recognizable pair of protagonists. These two on the cover appeared on every cover across the series, so I assume there's recurring characters across all the games. That's probably Lien Fremde on the right there. But it never broke through into the mainstream market. Right? It was kind of sequestered to home computer. It never had any crossover media or console conversions, for that matter. And so its reach was limited. What Fuga System were in need of, for their part, was a company willing to back their efforts in embracing emerging 3D technology, and who understood the value of character-driven RPGs in the anime style. Hey, Nihon, meet Fuga. Fuga, meet Nihon. The two teams that we've mentioned so far begin on a collaborative project in 1997, where Fuga staffers are brought onto Nihon's system and tasked with, as I said, much of the heavy lifting on the game to be developed, which at this point in time is tentatively titled Phantasian World. That is the working title for Ancient Roman, apparently, according to magazine previews. Accomplishing the programming, design the characters and the graphics, is the stuff that Fuga System staffers were doing. For all intents and purposes, from everything that I can gather from looking at the credits, former Fuga staff comprised the bulk of the team members on this game, while Nihon staffed roles largely amounted to like executive and producer positions. Clearly, like, they had some amount of money saved up somehow, and were investing it in this project, and investing it in people who they presumed had the know-how based on the fact they had run a somewhat successful franchise that conformed to a lot of what they wanted, and being like very character-driven. And when I say character-driven, I mean like, okay, so RPGs, right? This will be brief. I hope. Like Dungeons and Dragons and Ultima, like these style of RPGs that we're familiar with during this time in the early 90s, late 80s, are not what you'd call character-driven. They're mechanic-driven, right? And the characters are like, you build your character, you create your character, you fill in the blanks of their personality, you imagine that stuff. Whereas, you know, JRPGs have typically, not always, but around this time in particular, we're leaning into, like, defined characters and anime-esque plots. Like, really just, like, plots. Like, this is more story-driven, more narrative-driven. But, like, they very much leaned into the anime style. And so that's what I mean when I say, like, a character-driven RPG. That's just kind of what I'm shorthanding for, is basically just, like, the JRPG style as it's been established today. I hope that makes some sort of sense. I hope I'm not offending any RPG sickos by saying that. This is a photograph, which I had to blow up like 8 times, and it is very lossy, but this is from a Nihon System panel at the Tokyo Game Show in 1997, which is going to factor into this snippet I'm about to read. This is from what I think is one of the best sources I was able to track down. It's from Japan's Note.com. It is from a user called Mochi on Hand, and it is an article in which this person was inspired to do research on the development history of this game and unearthed a lot of details, a lot of magazine coverage of this game, but one in particular that's going to stand out shortly. What we're going to get into here is the process of auditioning the voice actors for the game, which was in itself the major promotional push for Ancient Roman, which was the casting of its new talents, its new faces. So I'm going to quote pretty liberally, paraphrase pretty liberally from this article I just linked. At the time auditions were being held in June 1997, the game was introduced as an original RPG being developed with all the efforts of Nihon System, a company that had been well received for its shooter game Raiden project and other titles, and which was scheduled for release in November of 1997, so you get an original release date. This was the first of 6 blockbuster titles planned. That's what we call putting the cart before the horse. This was supposed to be a series that spanned at least 6 installments. Spoiler alert, it doesn't make it past the first one. For reasons we'll get into over the course of the next 10 to 12 hours.
I'm reminded of like how every game during the 6th generation had a movie deal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. People really thought that like every game had the potential to spawn this huge media franchise, and most of them didn't. So I'm going to continue here. In May 1997, auditions for Ancient Roman were held in the magazine Seiyu Grand Prix. What the title of this magazine implies that it's a magazine, a trade publication for prospective voice actors, Seiyu. People who are looking to break into the industry or who are looking to keep up with industry news. So if you were like a reader of this magazine, it meant that you were like firmly entrenched in the industry and looking for roles, or otherwise like keeping up with idols and whatnot. The event was organized by Nihon System. At the time of application, there were 3 slots open for the roles in the game of protagonist Kai, the fairy Farah, and female lead Massilia. I don't know what her name translates as in the translation we're about to play, as I don't remember offhand. But this is basically 3 of the main characters that they were holding open auditions for. Anyone over the age of 16, regardless of professional or amateur status, was eligible to apply, and considering that this was the voice acting debut for some of the voice actors, it is likely that the aim was also to employ new and young voice actors. Which is to say that part of their promotional tactic was to discover some new talent that they could potentially build stuff around, come up with roles for in the future. They wanted to break people big into the industry off the back of this game. They wanted these actors to be grateful for the roles, the opportunity they were given, and to want to appear in future projects, and so on and so forth. Perhaps due to the fact that the audition was open to both professionals and amateurs, there were ultimately 990 applications, an unusually large number for an audition project run by only one magazine. After the first round of auditions, recorded tapes, and the second round, interviews, the results were announced in the magazine's what's the 10th month? October. An October 1997 issue. Originally, 3 finalists were selected, but during the final round, at the request of the head of the judges, Nihon System's own director, Sugano Mata, a special prize role was awarded. Sugano Mata said that when he heard high schooler Nakajima Saki, when he heard her voice, he really wanted to select her for the role of Serena in the game. So they extended themselves a little bit more to be and this lady, she's really got it. Through this audition process, 4 people were finally selected. Takahashi Naozumi, who plays Kai, Nakayama Manami, who plays Massilia, or Michella, as Snowy Aria points out in chat, thank you. Morimoto Mariko, who plays Farah, and the aforementioned Nakajima Saki, Serena, special award. Incidentally, it is mentioned that this was the debut work for both Nakajima and Morimoto, so they were new faces here. After this, the Grand Prix magazine launched a big promotional campaign with a voice actor talk show at the Tokyo Game Show 97, pictured here, with Seiyu Grand Prix's editor-in-chief Ando on the stage. The magazine itself would go on to feature 2 double-page spreads on the insides of the covers, an introduction in the corner of the magazine, the actor Takahashi, who plays Kai, appearing on the CD, supplemental CD that was packaged in with an issue of the magazine, and a photo feature of the 4 voice actors. The audition process, needless to say, had been a success, and the editorial department probably had pretty high expectations for this project that they had invested so much of themselves into, and so much page space in their magazine, too. This is the flyer for the PlayStation Club Festival for 1998. This was a fan event, a trade show type deal that would have taken place in Japan, where consumers public at large could come out and see some of the games in development, and in the same way you would with an E3 or what have you back in the day. What's notable about this showing in particular, about this particular event, is that a demo version of Ancient Roman was displayed for the first time. And we have details of it, and we actually mercifully do have footage of it, courtesy of a YouTuber we'll be getting into a bit later, too. But first I'm going to describe some of the differences here, even though I know we haven't seen the actual game yet. But the show floor demo version was also distributed in an event held at the time, the PlayStation Club Festival 1997-1998. Oh, and this information comes from the @wiki, which is one of the go-to resources if you're ever looking at obscure kusoge. This wiki usually has a page for it. This demo included the game's opening cutscene and the end of the mining village set piece. And although it did allow players to fight enemies, the game system and presentation were quite different from the final version. First of all, at the starts of battles, there were cut-ins with 2D illustrations and voice lines for the party members. There is no denying that the tempo of this was poor, but why did they eliminate one of the few strong points of the game, which was high-quality illustrations when finalizing the game? This is paraphrasing again from this @wiki article. In addition, the word henshin, transform, can be seen in the battle commands, which was not a feature included in the final version. It's unclear whether the reason for its exclusion was due to issues with battle balance or if the inability to prepare transformation graphics got in the way. But if it had been implemented, the handling of the power of the gods in the game would have been better, and that's going to play into a feature, a mechanic in the game. The power of the gods will come back. We'll come back to that point. I could just read this. Let me just show the goddamn video instead of trying to describe it without any sort of like visual reference on screen. It's probably bad form. So give me a second here. This is footage courtesy of Karasuma A on YouTube, who bought a copy of the trial version, who managed to track down the demo disc that played on the show floor, and to put up footage like of it being played in its entirety. So it looks a little something like this. These are the character cut-ins, as mentioned. Again, not present in the final game. The character models here are different from the final product. These are like super deformed style. That characters flew into the screen, which is a different effect. Whenever a character does an attack, instead of backing up their position, they wrap around the entire world like the Flash or like Superman. So that's just a little visual sample there. Yeah, so there's a lot of differences between what that footage looked like on the show floor and the final product. Like, unless there were some weird pauses in that video, right? That remained consistent somehow, and that's something we'll have to deal with when we get into the game itself. Unfortunately. Here's some cover art for a couple of albums that released prior to the game's release. As mentioned, a key element in promotion for Ancient Roman was clearly the cast of voice actors. That was like the big promotional push for it. As much, as a promotion for an anime probably would have prioritized at the time, as much as like you have a Seiyu, who makes the rounds like on TV or whatever as they're promoting like an upcoming anime. Like, they were trying to get into that space. They were trying to treat Ancient Roman as, like, that kind of property. To this end, and likely to further selling Ancient Roman as a property ready-made for anime adaptation, which I think was probably, like, a thought in the back of their mind, the drama CD, pictured on the left, would release on March 28th, 1998, establishing a prequel story to the video game entitled The End of the Forsaken Castle, which gave some of the actors an opportunity to demonstrate their range, play some alternate versions of the characters. They fleshed out their world, and they enticed consumers with the prospect of Ancient Roman becoming this long-running franchise, surely, with potential for time-hopping shenanigans as well, much like that Amaranth series that Fuga System had been working on. I think they were trying to kind of, like, sneak elements of that in, stuff that they were comfortable with, like settings that they like had an interest in. I mean, we mentioned that one taking place in medieval Germany. The name here, Ancient Roman, which doesn't actually apply at all to the setting of the game, as we'll see it when we get into it.
I was wondering that, because I have seen you play a little bit of this.
But paying lip service to the idea of antiquity, at the very least.
I have a question for you.
Yes, please.
Because the whole drama CD thing is not something we saw happen in the West. Sure. If they had released Call of Duty drama CDs, Modern Warfare drama CDs, how all over that shit would you have been?
I would have collected them all. I would have absolutely wanted to hear conversations, intimate conversations between Soap and Price. I would get invested in those characters. It would have been bad, man. It would have been rough. And for reference, by the way, if people who don't know what a drama CD is, it's just like an audio novel. It's like a radio play. Recorded the CD. It is like the characters, and you maybe have like a narrator character who establishes the setting in each scene. But in the same way we used to have like radio serials and whatnot, but this would be like compact, like a tight hour or what have you, and it would be an excuse for all the voice actors to, like have some more work, and people who were like really invested in either the actors and actresses or the characters or the setting or whatever would buy these things up in Japan. These were very often sought after collector's items. At the same time, like, it's also not super uncommon for Japanese games of this time to have drama CDs. A lot of dog shit games had drama CDs. The Master's Fighter, which is like the worst PlayStation 1 fighter, and all the graphics in that game are straight up stolen from other video games, that fucking game has a drama CD for some reason. Anyway, additionally, there was a soundtrack album, that's the one pictured on the right here, which has songs on it, soundtrack, music. This is going to be important for when you compare the songs on the soundtrack to the songs in the actual game. Let's just say there's a disparity. Let's just say that they don't sound the same. for reasons we will get into during the playthrough. And the game comes out April 23rd, 1998, and it does not do so hot. It does not do well, believe it or not. I have a few reviews here. Famitsu, who saw fit to award it 21 out of 40, some of their comments include, character movements are awkward, clumsy controls in combat, weapon attack power increase and magic MP consumption aren't displayed, characters and doors in villages and towns are too small, making them hard to control or maneuver. The basic elements of RPG aren't great, and the game is, as a whole, unbalanced, which is a shame. So, great feedback there. Probably sort of stuff you want to hear before you release your game. Probably would have helped if someone had include them in during the development process. Dengeki PlayStation, another popular contemporary PlayStation magazine at the time, gave it an average score of 47.5 out of 100. Some of their comments include, the movement speed is slow and building is not smooth, so just moving around is stressful. The enemies are extremely strong and the battle balance needs to be improved. The characters are flat and polygonal, and the sound effects during battles are jarring. There are frequent and long loading times. It is undeniable that there are many aspects in which it falls short compared to other RPGs. The PlayStation magazine gave it a 75 out of 300, which is, I always love weird-ass rating scales. Some of their comments include, the story is very forceful and lacks originality. The characters' movements are rough and strange in the battle scenes. The battle scenes end with poor graphics and sound. The judgment when touching doors in town is also poor, and sometimes there is no reaction. The events are long, and it is difficult to fight. It may not satisfy current users of the PlayStation, presumably. The one thing that all these magazines were willing to admit, were willing to come together on, were willing to agree upon, was that the quality of the CGI cinematics was okay, according to them. Famitsu writes, I think they've done a great job in terms of the direction and cinematics. I think the CG cinematics are quite impressive. The PlayStation wrote, the only thing that seems to be noticeable are the polygon cinematics that appear here and there. So everyone liked the CG in this. We'll be the fucking judge of that when we get into the game proper. The cover you're seeing here is for a 2018 book by the name of PlayStation Kusoge Ranking, published by My Way Publishing in 2018. So try saying that 3 times fast. So this came out 20 years after the release of the game. This is one of the first breaths of life that was given to ancient Rome. This was one of his first resurgences in 2018 that put it back on the radar at least a little bit. This book goes on to detail how the game was largely developed by Fuga System. As they sort of unearthed, they crawled through the credits to determine who was actually responsible for the game. They analyzed it. They wrote that the accumulation of specifications reminiscent of 1980s PC games throughout the game has resulted in a completely crappy game as a home game. The 3D technology is outdated, as it has been about 4 years, or it had been about 4 years since the release of the PlayStation in 1998. The article pokes fun at the game, saying, the old-fashioned feel may bring back memories for gamers in their late 20s and early 50s. So this is just to say that, this magazine covered it, and actually, those comments about Fuga System being involved in the development of it apparently pissed off some former Fuga team people, some former Fuga System people who came out on social media to be like, no, we didn't really do that much work on it. We were just a helper studio. The credits tell a completely different story, needless to say. So, not the kindest, not the warmest reception. Shortly after the release of Ancient Roman, the promotional deal with that Seiyu Grand Prix magazine falls through, believe it or not. To quote the Game Wiki, to quote that Mochi character on Note.com. With this result, which may have been expected even before the game's release, it is not difficult to imagine that the production of the sequels, which were supposed to run 6 titles, was shelved. As early as 1999, the banner for the official website was removed from the top page of an advertising firm website, Interginza G7, which is apparently a big deal. They promoted a lot of different brands and websites. It was a link list type page, from what I can gather. And
a web ring.
Yeah, and shortly thereafter, it was all right, pull the link, pull the banner. Don't let anyone click through on this. It is unclear what kind of negotiations took place with Nihon System, but since the July 1998 issue after the game's release, Seiyu Grand Prix magazine remained completely silent about the game. It must have been a bitter ending for the editorial department, which had produced the voice actors. So they're not happy at the magazine end. Nihon System ain't happy. All the Fuga System employees surely ain't happy. No one is happy with this. With Ancient Roman's failure, Nihon System would pivot their way out of the game development industry and refocus on arcade amusement machine production, your little claw games and things of that nature. They attempted to re-enter the software market twice by my measurement, assuming it's even the right company. They had a 2006 game in the arcades called Kira Kira Idol Rika-chan, and then they had a 2007 reimagining of Crazy Climber for the Wii called Crazy Climber Wii, funnily enough. But I don't think either of these games moved the dial much, believe it or not. And by the end of 2008, Nihon System would come to be acquired by another company with interest in arcade amusements by the name of Fluke, who persists today, continuing to develop arcade hardware, arcade machines and configurations and so forth. Most of this Fuga System staff, who had been employed by Nihon System for the development of Ancient Roman, would break from the studio, understandably so. They pursued roles in other companies or bowed out of the industry entirely. Ex-Fuga developers, as I mentioned, have attempted to distance themselves from involvement with the game on social media, claiming that their role was simply as a helper studio to a predominantly Nihon System man staff. Again, just not true. You look at those credits and they tell a complete different story. Everyone who was like a major role programmer, graphic design, whatever, came straight from the Amaranth series. So, let it be known that revisionist history exists even in the Japanese games media, that even they are trying to like rewrite narratives around like their involvement with flop games. So, we mentioned that 2018 book about Kusoge. In 2020, this is where Ancient Roman really burst onto the scene. But for that to happen, we need to first talk about a channel by the name of Karasuma A.
Were you about to say Curtis Connor?
Yeah, I was about to say Curtis Connor really helped put the Ancient Roman on the map. You know, a member, a citizen of Curtistown. As I have my notes here, Ancient Roman seemed to largely wallow in obscurity in the decades to follow. It received mention as Noble Kusoge across a few publications, including that Kusoge book that I mentioned, but failed to catch on in as significant a way as other notorious PS1-era Kusoge. What Ancient Roman needed in order to shine in the modern era was the medium of web video, and a channel able to highlight some of its most ridiculous scenes and its eclectic soundtrack. And so we enter Karasuma a former Nico Nico Doga creator who began his channel in 2012, who made their way to YouTube in 2017, and has since amassed like 1 million subscribers. They do pretty good. They have videos with like 5 million views, 6 million views. They're pretty big, despite being exclusively Japanese commentary and in no English subtitles. I would really like to translate some of those videos at some point. Beside the point. They've established themselves as a sort of unearther of obscure and awful games. They create characters to provide commentary in all of their reviews. They speak through a text-to-speech software. And they provide meticulous criteria for their assessments and rankings. They have running notes and tallies on the side of the screen as they go through all the points of the games that they cover. And on September 12th, 2020, the channel will debut their video on the subject of Ancient Roman Power of Darkside, covering the title as one of the absolute worst they had encountered in their time doing that gig. This is a screenshot of the video in question. The video in question released to rousing success, putting Ancient Roman and Kurosama himself onto the proverbial map. Karasuma would soon update all their branding across YouTube and social media to reflect their connection to Ancient Roman, make their avatar a still of this unnamed NPC from the opening FMV to the game, pictured here. If you've seen this face before, probably, somewhere, even if your brain didn't recognize it, you know, you subconsciously picked up on this. It is definitely the defining image of the game, and it's also the defining image of this Karasuma channel as well. It's fair to say, I think, that Karasuma and Ancient Roman are kind of like irrevocably linked to each other at this point. That this creator's managed the feat of taking a sort of like ownership over this game that they have obviously had no involvement in producing, but they put it in the spotlight. And they built all their branding around it in the same way that we've like co-opted the Big Rigs trophy for Bad Game Hall of Fame. They were very much doing a very similar thing at a point in time in 2020. So, much respect to them for managing that feat. And probably the biggest lasting legacy now, or what the Karasuma video allowed to happen, was for this trend of creators doing remixes of the music. In particular, there is one song on the game soundtrack. The name of the village that you hear in is Sanatori Village. I think on the soundtrack it is called Mermaid Town. But let's just say that the in-game version of that song is something to behold and has inspired countless MADs, music videos, remixes, arrangements, combinations with other songs. There's a whole playlist on YouTube. I might as well link to that too, where you can just hear like all these like incredibly creative remixes of this stupid cacophonous song. And I think that's beautiful. I love it when stuff like this happens. Someone in the chat mentioned media reclamation, and yeah, people, the community, the internet has taken over this game, has made this their own, so to speak, at least in the Japanese web. And now with this English translation available, maybe Ancient Roman will also take over America now. Maybe you'll start to hear creators do their remixes on this end, on this side of the globe. Probably not. Sad to say, unless this playthrough goes real hard, unless this does numbers, perhaps.
Get into the Siva Gunner collective's hands.
Yeah, no, they'd have a field day with this. That's all I got for the history. We did promise a bit of history of GoldenEye Rogue Agent, and I intend to deliver on it. First of all, let me just say, this is a game we've written about before back in the day. If you want like the full story of this game, I recommend our own article on the subject, badgamehalloffame.com/goldeneye-rogue.agent. And we'll have like, a bunch of sources listed in there for much of the information we're going to cover here. But this is just a brief that we're doing here. We really just want to get into the game on this one more than anything. But there are a few important pieces to cover here. Starting with the release of one GoldenEye 007 in August 1997, a game that had been in development for 2.5 years. I think it began around January of 1995 at Rareware. They basically put their B team on it. Is the thing that people tend to forget. There's been a lot of stuff about GoldenEye and the development of it in the past few years even. More stuff than was available when I wrote my article, so I can say with some more confidence that the team assigned to GoldenEye 007, they first started, they wanted to make it a side-scrolling platformer, because Donkey Kong Country in '94 had been so successful. Then they pivoted to a rail shooter. They were trying to ape Virtua Cop. I think at some point, and I've never seen confirmation of this, save for like one like errant, possibly hoax screenshot, that there was an attempt to like bring it to the Virtual Boy at one point in time. That obviously fell through past a certain point. But the important thing here is that this is a team of inexperienced developers, and that inexperience leads to them like bucking all the convention, all the trends of the first-person shooter in developing this game. And in the process, they sort of establish some of the new standards of the first-person shooter. I also want to mention the multiplayer is a big part of GoldenEye. I actually played some GoldenEye multiplayer just in the past week against some folk, and that game is still fun, as it turns out. People seem to forget, though, that the multiplayer was not intended from the start of the game. I have a quote here where David Doak claims that one Steve Ellis, who was a late addition to the team, he programmed the cheat options, but then his biggest claim to fame is implementing the multiplayer mode just 6 months before the game's release. And so David Doak says that Ellis sat in a room with all the code written for a single-player game and turned GoldenEye into a multiplayer game, which the team then proceeded to go way off track by everyone just kept playtesting the multiplayer rather than continuing to work on the game. So that was like a problem during development for a little bit. But ultimately, The game comes out, receives critical acclaim, sells over 8 million copies, making it the third best-selling Nintendo 64 game in that system's time. The game was praised for its visuals, gameplay depth, variety, and of course that multiplayer mode. Receives a BAFTA in 1998, as well as 4 awards from the Academy of Interactive Arts and Sciences. Eventually spawns a spiritual successor in Perfect Dark, which is the superior game, if we're being honest here. And then, later down the line in 2010, we also get the GoldenEye remake by Eurocom. But that's outside the scope of this little history section, because we want to get to the subject of Rogue Agent, of course. And before we get to that, we need to first establish Electronic Arts securing the rights to the 007 video game license. The first EA James Bond game, was published in collaboration with MGM Interactive, and that was Tomorrow Never Dies for the PS1, released November 16th, 1999, developed by Black Ops Entertainment, who would go on to make Fugitive Hunter, War on Terror, the bad Terminator 3 game, and just a whole bunch of other dog shit. Just like one of those studios that people wonder how they got contracts, and the answer is because they work cheap and deliver games on time. Doesn't mean the games are good. And Tomorrow Never Dies, certainly not a good video game. But regardless, on the same day that Tomorrow Never Dies on PS1 is released, EA issues a press statement in collaboration again with MGM that they've closed a multi-year deal with MGM, granting EA exclusive worldwide rights to develop, publish, and distribute games based on the James Bond character. I have this GameDeveloper.com article here. I'll link to that in chat. I know no one clicks through on these links in chat, but I like to do it anyway for thoroughness. To quote here,
it's so the people on YouTube can type it in one letter at a time on their own.
I also just put it in the descriptions of the videos.
Okay.
In case you're watching this right now and you never noticed, we do put the links to all the things I post in chat and all the articles. I do always put those in the description too, so you can check those sources later. But to quote from this article, to quote from this press statement, Electronic Arts plans a series of Bond games for both console and PC, the first to be based on the current Bond film, The World Is Not Enough, for release in 2000. It is with great pleasure that we join forces with EA to build the Bond name into a leading game franchise, concluded MGM Interactive President David Bishop. The Bond license is the longest running and most successful to date, and we are confident that combining the talent and passion between all parties will result in a line of top quality interactive entertainment titles that stays true to the Bond world. A line of top quality interactive entertainment titles. Just to say games, dude. Just say this, like, top quality games. Interactive entertainment titles. Man, that's a little wordy.
Games are for children.
So this partnership gives us a number of games. Some of them you may have heard of. The World Is Not Enough, which is a banger on N64. That version of the game, great. Black Ops unfortunately made the PS1 version. There's an old stream we did, which was a compare and contrast between the N64 and PS1 versions. And boy howdy, I recommend going back to that one if you want to see how two studios can take the same source material and make two very different games out of it. One of them good, one of them bad. We get 007 Racing, which we played in a Chance Time recently.
Yeah, it was a Chance Time.
That was rough as guts. Then we get Agent Under Fire, which I contend is very good, especially the multiplayer. Nightfire, which I contend is but the multiplayer is really good again. And Everything or Nothing, which has a fun little co-op mode, but I never really gave the campaign much consideration. But, so basically EA does have a line. All those games are, in their own respects, very commercially successful, some of them even critically so. But we run into an issue in 2004. Namely in October of 2004, where it is announced that Pierce Brosnan will no longer be playing the role of James Bond. In those previous games under the EA partnership, Pierce Brosnan's likeness was used, barring Agent Under Fire, I believe. I don't remember if they use his likeness in 007 Racing or not, but they use a generic
I don't know if you
stand-in.
ever see him in
Yeah, he might just be
Racing.
behind the windshield the entire time. But, Pierce Brosnan was the Bond for many people, was the Bond of that generation, of that console generation, and moving into the next one. And so this is sort of like a gut punch for some folk. I have a article here, it's like from the Sci-Fi Wire. This is the day it was announced in October, what day does it say there? 14th, 2004. And then there's a book a book by the name of Some Kind of Hero, The Remarkable Story of the James Bond Films, written by Matthew Field and A.J. Chowdhury. I'm going to go with Chowdhury, where they go into like the details of it. Basically, Brosnan had asked for too much money to do a sixth film after Die Another Day. And so negotiations eventually broke down while he was on vacation. To quote Pierce Brosnan, as quoted in the book, "I was in the Bahamas working on a movie called After the Sunset, and my agents called me up and said, negotiations have stopped. Producers Barbara Broccoli and Michael Wilson are not quite sure what they want to do. They'll call you next Thursday." I sat in Richard Harris's house in the Bahamas, and Barbara and Michael were on the line. "We're so sorry." She was crying. Michael was stoic, and he said, "You were a great James Bond. Thank you very much." And I said, "Thank you very much. Goodbye." That was it. I was utterly shocked and just kicked to the curb with the way it went down. So, fired is the word that happened here. And, you know, rightfully so. Die Another Day really exposed that Pierce Brosnan was getting up there in years, that the CG action having to compensate for, like, practical effects, and then the mess that turned out to be. But for our purposes, what's pertinent to us is the fact that Electronic Arts probably had this news. Like, this story, despite being reported on in October 2004, this probably happened, like, some months prior, maybe even towards the beginning of 2004, that Pierce Brosnan would have known the news, and they probably just kept it under wraps so that people could continue to speculate for that period of time. So at some point, Electronic Arts realizes that they're not going to have Brosnan in their next game. So they put a plan into action. They start developing 2 games contemporaneously with one another. The first one is obviously one we're covering today, the game that becomes GoldenEye Rogue Agent, but it's worth mentioning that the other one is 007 From Russia with Love, which is the one that has the novel idea to bring back Sean Connery, to bring back one of the old legacy actors and rehash one of the legacy movies, which is a very inspired choice, I gotta give it to him. But we're more interested in Rogue Agent right now, so let's get to it. Or as was known when it was first announced, just known as GoldenEye 2. That's what they went with at first. They formally announced it on February 27th, 2004. Again, probably already knowing well in advance that Brosnan isn't returning. The working title for this game for a period in time, as revealed in an interview that we're going to source later, was Goldfinger versus Dr. No. Was this supposed to be called like 007 Goldfinger versus Dr. No? This is the announcement. In this announcement, it's noted that the team EA Los Angeles, the former DreamWorks Interactive, are the developers tasked with bringing this game to task. You may know DreamWorks Interactive for the Medal of Honor series. You may also know them for 1998's Trespasser Jurassic Park, which we've streamed in the past here as well. And that's a game that I still stand by, warts and all. This is to say that the team at EA LA knew their way around a first-person shooter. Those Medal of Honor games were highly influential, very impactful. They had a team of roughly 120 people working on this GoldenEye 2. And there's some big names among them. I just have like a short list here. There's popular composer Paul Oakenfold doing the music, legendary production designer Sir Ken Adam, who had designed many of the sets for the original Bond movies. He's brought in to do like concept art to conceptualize the levels. We have screenwriters for The Rocketeer, the movie The Rocketeer, Danny Bilson and Paul DeMeo. We have Silent Hill's character designer, Takayoshi Sato, doing all the character designs for this game, reconceptualizing these characters. We have Rebecca Ann Heineman, one of our personal favorites, friend of the show, in the engineering department, and even American McGee of Doom, whose studio, the Mauritania Import-Export Company, is credited for the game's multiplayer design. So that's a who's who right there. Not even counting, like, you know, people who would go on to have, you know, long-running careers in the industry on whatever level. You know, these people who had come from the rock stars on the team who had come from the Medal of Honor days, too. So competent hands here. The issue is definitely not in talent, let's say. We have this IGN article on the screen. I will link to it here. I'm going to quote from it just a little bit here. Electronic Arts today officially announced the first details of GoldenEye 2, which IGN had actually reported on 2 days earlier. They actually scooped EA on this presser right here. A game in which players will experience Bond like never before as an evil dropout 00 agent. Whether they're implying there that Bond is like the dropout in this because they're just not, you know, privy to the details of it, or it's just bad phrasing, who's to say? Gamers take on the role of an agent who's dismissed from MI6 for reckless brutality, and who then subsequently joins the ranks of the criminal underground. Joining up with supervillain Ulrich Goldfinger, players battle for control of the world's greatest criminal organization. After patting EA on the back for its high critical marks for the recently released James Bond Everything or Nothing, John Riccitiello, sorry, threw up my mouth a little bit, EA's president and COO said, "And we're not done yet. Today we're announcing that we are developing GoldenEye 2, working title, a game where players become the ultimate villain in the Bond universe." But a lot of the details of the game's development, some of the most pertinent, and some of the, in retrospect, in hindsight, funniest quotes, come from this interview with executive producer Patrick Gilmore, who was really the face for the game. He did a lot of interview around this time, a lot of pressers, a lot of on-the-floor stuff. This is an interview conducted with mi6-hq.com. It is still up. Here is the link to it. And I'm going to quote from Patrick Gilmore here. And, you know, take these comments with a grain of salt as we get into, before we get into the game. Ahem. The original GoldenEye broke new ground in a lot of areas. It wasn't the first, but it was the first to really do it well. They built the game on these basic principles: great multiplayer, hot environments, great AI. What we've done with our product is to acknowledge that several years have gone by since that game, and that technology has advanced. People's concepts of AI have advanced, but those fundamental pillars are the same for us. So we're simply taking what made the original GoldenEye great, and we're making a game that focuses on the exact same thing. We're trying to give people that exact same thing, but in more of a contemporary context. Okay, so first of all, great multiplayer was not a principle of the game. Like I said, it came like 6 months before the game had come out, so it was really an afterthought, a fortunate afterthought. Great AI? No, that was never really what people knew GoldenEye for. The AI is actually pretty stupid if you observe their behaviors. Hot environments? I don't even know what that means. I mean, the fundamentals of GoldenEye is has really solid gunplay and objectives.
There was a jungle.
Well, yeah, okay. Temperature-wise, you mean? Well, most of the game takes place in Russia.
Most of the game was, I was thinking to say most of the game's in Russia, and there's also that snow-based level. So
that's true. That's surface. Another quote here, where they continue to dig their own grave, where they continue to talk on the legacy of GoldenEye, the original. Ahem. Well, in GoldenEye, we go deep in the first-person shooter mechanic, and we really focus on the action on the ground, whereas a lot of James Bond films, a lot of James Bond games, though, what James Bond is all about is action on land, in the sea, in the air. So Bond is flying helicopters, flying jets, he's in tanks on the ground, he's, you know, driving vehicles, and our game is really just about the ground war. It's really just about that mechanic, the first-person shooter mechanic, and putting our player in some of the best gunfights we can possibly create within the James Bond universe. Let's hold them to that. Let's see how that materializes in the final product, why don't we? Here is some concept art for what GoldenEye, the character, the protagonist, antagonist of the game. This is drawn by Takayoshi Sato, who we mentioned, Silent Hill character designer. This was apparently supposed to be based on the likeness of Gary Oldman, is who they were going for here specifically. So they wanted their protagonist to, I don't know if they were trying to get Gary Oldman on the horn. I can tell you that in the final product, we have a silent protagonist whose face we barely see. So, And you know, that's just one of many scrapped ideas in this game. I would guesstimate that, like, probably 50% of the design document for this game was left on the cutting room floor. Like, whole levels, whole sequences, whole characters, whole, like, you know, boss fights and mechanics just that had to get cut over time. I'm going to quote myself here for my own article. I had a paragraph on this, so I'm just going to read that real quick. Despite this dream team of developers and designers, the game still struggled from a slower development process than originally projected. In the time since the game's release, some details of cut content have surfaced. Unfinished maps and characters for the game's multiplayer, more environments and encounters, and perhaps most notably, the lack of a frequently touted scrimmage mode that would have effectively served as a players versus bots option for the game's multiplayer levels. Of course, none of this was made transparent to players, and they appear period before the game hit shelves, and I have to imagine that many of these cuts were made during the last 2 months of the game's development. You can even chart a sort of timeline for where the development may have begun to be rushed, as multiple press outlets were invited to an EA Community Day event to promote the game in July of 2004. At that point in time, when an interviewer asked executive producer Patrick Gilmore if the game was still on track for its November release window, he responded with what seems to have been a genuinely confident, absolutely. And of course, with that amount of content being cut, the only way you make a release date like that, if you have this grand ambitions for a game, is just by stripping it bare, stripping it down to bare essentials, which, that's every game. Like, spoiler alert, most games end up with a lot of content on the cutting room floor, a lot of scrapped ideas. But when the issue is when the game feels barren, when the final product feels like it has gaps, feels like it has holes in it. And I would contend that's what we're going to be experiencing in the game to follow. Here's a cute little wallpaper for GoldenEye Rogue Agent that you could, 1024x768 wallpaper, you could use as your desktop wallpaper on your personal computer. If you're curious who that lady is, that is Natasha Bedingfield, who is a pop star in Europe, who has a cameo in From Russia with Love, and who does the credits music for GoldenEye Rogue Agent. Does not feature as a character in the game itself, so it's odd that they feature her so front and center and frame in this little wallpaper image.
Be like if Die Another Day posters had Madonna on the cover.
Yes, but Madonna's actually in the movie.
She is?
Yeah, she's a fencing instructor or whatever.
I thought that was just for the music video.
No,
I couldn't remember.
I think she has a small role. This is around the time that Guy Ritchie was putting her in movies. Her husband at that time, Guy Ritchie, and that was a rough few years there. Just some rough movies. I'm gonna quote myself again here to talk about the game's release. Usually I would save this for the end. I just want to get it out of the way here because there's not too much history report on here. The console releases for GoldenEye Rogue Agent were met with underwhelming reviews and sales numbers for the franchise. While sales across the GameCube, PlayStation 2, and Xbox totaled at somewhere around 1.5 million sold, as per VG charts, this still represented a significant drop from EA's previous entry in Everything or Nothing, with that title having ultimately sold something in the neighborhood of 3 million copies. Despite having dug up the GoldenEye branding for what can only be described as the most cynical of marketing ploys, EA seemed to have failed to bait consumers. Oh, and releasing 2 weeks after Halo 2, as well as just 1 week after Half-Life 2, probably didn't help matters much at all either. Just for time frame there, there's a few other banger FPS games coming out in the last quarter of 2004. Maybe those overshadowed Rogue Agent just a little bit, just the teensiest bit. The hammer of critical consensus certainly came down hard and swift on Rogue Agent, having previously described the game as one of the most anticipated first-person shooters of the year in a first look posted earlier in the year. GameSpot's eventual review of the title pulled no punches, with Jeff Gerstmann citing poor level pacing, lack of variety, and writing off the plot as a second-rate fan fiction. He would ultimately land on a final score of 6.3 out of 10, a sentiment he echoed in describing the game as a low-rent version of Halo 2, would be a recurring one among reviewers, as comparisons to that smash hit were practically inescapable for any first-person shooters released over the course of the following year. Of course, Rogue Agent was in something like a uniquely unfortunate position as to be more directly compared against Halo, given its own emphasis on the dual-wielding mechanic, which, if you remember, was a big sell in Halo 2, was the fact you had dual-wielding, and that was also like the big marketing push for Rogue Agent, as we'll see in the game itself. And I do love guns akimbo. I don't know if this has come up before, but I think gun in each hand is like the coolest thing a person can do. The coolest thing a video game character can do. Hey, speaking of Halo, remember Halo DS? It never came out, but this ties into Rogue Agent. So you'll see how it ties in. I'm just going to read from myself again. This is the last slide, so we'll get into the game soon enough, but I just want to get this bit out here. On October 2nd, 2007, IGN staffer Matt Casamassina posted a video to the site titled On Camera Halo DS Demo. In the introductory portion of the video, Matt claims that once upon a time there was this game that was in development and credits the intentionally unnamed developer as being a, quote, major studio, major publisher, AAA publisher. With the preamble out of the way, a brief demonstration of multiplayer gameplay is shown as Matt battles in-game against another IGN staffer on what looks to be a recreation of the Zanzibar map from Halo 2, complete with characters in Spartan power armor and scaled-down renditions of weapons from the Xbox game. In addition to this video, 2 others featuring direct capture footage were to be uploaded to IGN as well, fittingly titled Dual Wielding and SMG Battle for their featured gameplay content. You can find these videos. They're still up on YouTube. I don't know if they're still up on the IGN website. But yes, these were footage of this prototype running. Before video footage of the software in action had even been released, rumor of its existence had grown pervasive enough for Bungie to have to publicly get in front of it. In an interview with Silicon Era in July of 2007, Halo community manager Brian Gerard provides the insight that it's very likely that someone at some point in time had created a prototype and tried to pitch it, and that there has never been an officially funded or sanctioned development of any sort of DS Halo game. As far as reactions to the released footage itself, some took to calling it some sort of elaborate hoax on the part of IGN. Other sources would try and claim that EA was behind the creation of Halo DS in some way, misattributing the company at large as a development studio. People think that EA made games rather than publishing games. Ultimately, there was one conclusion that was eventually settled upon by most folk, that the gameplay in this DS demo bore an uncanny resemblance to Rogue Agent's Nintendo DS conversion, which it did have. There was a Rogue Agent conversion for the Nintendo DS, and it's fairly obvious in hindsight what we're looking at here when we look at this. Developer Nspace tossed together a prototype as a part of a pitch to Microsoft or Bungie or whoever else to try and entice them into greenlighting a full-fledged Halo 2 conversion or companion game for the Nintendo DS. And they had used their existing framework from the development of Rogue Agent on the DS, since doing so would save them a ton of time and resources for what might very well end up being a quickly rejected pitch, which it was. And, you know, the system for Guns Akimbo was already there too, right, in Rogue Agent, so that makes the template that much better a fit for a Halo game. And while they might not have been able to get that Halo game approved, that opportunity didn't pan out. It's okay, though, because they made all the Call of Duty games on DS and used this engine, the Rogue Agent engine. So if you ever played any of those Call of Duty DS games, you're playing like on the same foundation, the same bones as the Rogue Agent DS conversion.
Did they have dual wielding?
They do not, I don't believe. I could be wrong on that. Who's to say? And that'll conclude our little slideshow section. Pictured here, Takeshi Shimizu. He is the director, writer, the creator of the Ju-On franchise. What does Ju-On stand for, by the way? What does it mean? What does it translate to? Roughly translates to resentment curse from Japanese to English, which, you know, a grudge is a fitting translation of that, as fitting a translation as any, I suppose. And what of that franchise? Well, it was a franchise created by Takeshi Shimizu. It began in 1998 with the release of 2 short films, Katasumi and 444444444444444.
Oh, I know what that means. That means death, 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 death,
death, however many times. So, Takeshi first became involved with the Ju-On saga, the one that he created, when he was taking a filmmaking class, being headed by one director by the name of Kiyoshi Kurosawa, who you may know for the films Pulse and Cure, Japanese horror films, J-horror movies that they are. Takeshi was working as an assistant director at the time and managed to impress Kurosawa with some of his short film work that he was doing. So when Kurosawa learned that there was a feature-length horror film in production for the Kansai Telecasting Corporation, he looked to his student, he looked to Shimizu for the job of directing one or more sections of what was meant to be a compilation film. To this end, Shimizu wrote several scripts, each roughly 30 minutes in length, only to be asked to make 2 brief 3-minute segments, which end up, of course, being Katasumi and 44444444444, as a television movie was intended to be an anthology of short films. After being edited together, it ends up being 4 shorts in total, 2 of them being Shimizu's work. The compilation is titled Gakko no Kaiden G, which roughly translates to School Ghost Story G, where apparently the G at the end of that is supposed to stand for great. I don't know. I found that note on Wikipedia. I didn't bother to check the source on that. I just want to believe that's true, or it's very funny vandalism that I somehow incorporated into this. The
Great job, good horror.
The special, the Gakko no Kaidenji, was first broadcast on Kansai TV, September 27th, 1998. Ran for around 70 minutes, meaning that Shimizu contributed just under 10% of the finished product. But if there's one thing that people remember from it, it is those two shorts. Those two shorts are like the standout of that compilation, to the point where they realized they needed to make a franchise out of just that.
I'm pretty sure I actually saw those two shorts at some point in time after I saw Juon.
You can find them on YouTube. They're pretty widely available. Speaking of Juon. So following the success of the two TV specials, which eventually became direct-to-video films, and then there's a little movie called Ring that came out, Hideo Nakata's Ring, in 1998.
I'm sorry, I'm on stream delay.
I see. So Kurosawa and that Ring screenwriter, Hiroshi Takahashi, helped Shimizu develop a theatrical Juon sequel. The film, titled Juon the Grudge, was released on October 18th, 2002 to critical acclaim, was followed by a number of sequels over the course of the following years, and even a North American film remake called The Grudge, starring Sarah Michelle Gellar, even. And you know who directed it? Shimizu. He actually did direct the North American adaptation of his movie. So
that is the thing that I remembered the most about the American version, is that, yeah, it's the original director just came and did that too.
Needless to say, that film released to mixed reviews, but it was a box office smash, so we got our own Grudge continuity here in North America. But putting that aside, let's go over what the central conceit of Juon is, what all these movies more or less center around. So brief synopsis, they revolve around a curse created in a house in Nerima, Tokyo, when Takeo Saeki, Saeki, sorry, my Japanese is beyond rusty. It'll give you tetanus if you touch my Japanese. Takeo is convinced that his wife, Kayako, is having an affair with another man, and so he goes a little crazy and murders her, murders their son, murders their pet cat, all in a fit of rage before killing himself. According to the lore of the movie, the universe of the movie, when a person dies with a deep and powerful rage, a curse is born. The curse gathers in the place where that person has died, or which they frequented, and repeats itself there. The spirits of the deceased haunt the location, potentially killing anyone who encounters the curse by any means, such as entering a cursed house, being in contact with someone who was already cursed after entering it, knowing them, going to your high school reunion, and knowing the second cousin of someone twice removed who visited the house. Basically, like, everyone in these movies, not to spoil all of the movies, but every character dies. Every single one. There's not a single character who survives. Once you get, like, touched with the curse, that's it. You're basically just, like, living on borrowed time. I don't like these movies very much. They're visually inventive and they have some good atmosphere, but I don't love downer shit like that. I don't love horror movies where there's absolutely no hope for anyone, where you go into it knowing that everyone is just fucking doomed. Then it doesn't make me excited. It doesn't give me, like, any, like, sort of, like, who am I supposed to root for? The person I know is gonna die? Anyway. The curse manifestation.
I feel like that makes it better to see as like I did. I saw the one movie and then I didn't see any of the other movies.
You know what? You saw the one movie. You've seen all the movies.
Yeah.
So, in 2009, in commemoration of the franchise's 10-year anniversary, which I'm looking at that doesn't make any fucking sense. The short film's released in 1998. And then the first movie came out in 2002. But every site, everything you find on the game, even the press statements around this game mentioned that this is supposed to be celebrating Juon's 10th anniversary. So maybe someone forgot to carry a 1 somewhere in the promotional team there. But in 2009, in commemoration of the franchise's 10-year anniversary, a video game to be published by AQ Interactive in Japan was commissioned, with sights set on the Nintendo Wii. But who is AQ Interactive? And who is this Feel Plus developer underneath it? Well, AQ Interactive was a Japanese video game developer and a publisher, established October 1st, 2005, which operated until October 2011. AQ, by the way, stands for Artistic Quality. AQ Interactive was not always AQ Interactive. You may know them under their previous name, Cavia. You may have heard of Drakengard, Bullet Witch, Resident Evil Dead Aim. Well, I guess there's also some obscure franchise called Nier, but anyway, they changed their name in 2005 when they became a holding company responsible for the management of subsidiary companies, as well as sales and promotion of video game software. In other words, they became a publisher and sometimes developer still. And they became the parent company to developers Artoon, they of Balan Wonderworld, Cavia, because they had formerly been Cavia, so it makes sense that they would retain the Cavia name for a development studio, and Feel Plus, who we'll get into shortly. AQ Interactive also operates publisher Xseed Games, who you may remember from the prologue screen published the game in North America, so that was just another one of their publishing arms. So Feel Plus, we've dealt with them on the show before as well. They began life not under the name Feel Plus, but under the name Scarab in 1992. They are responsible for the likes of Survival Arts, Battle Monsters, and Killing Zone, two of those 3 games we played on our recent Fright Night. Ooh. Those are 2 monster-themed fighting games. Furthermore, they also contributed monster designs to the 2000 Dreamcast title, The Ring Terror's Realm, which we've also played here. Yep. So Bullet Witch, we mentioned earlier. There's another game we've played on this channel before. We keep coming back to Cavia and to Scarab here. Not for much longer. There's only so many games they put out, and so many of them that are actually bad. Anyway, Scarab was acquired by Cavia in 2002, rebranded from Scarab to Feel Plus in 2005. And perhaps it was their history with these monster designs with the likes of Battle Monsters and Killing Zone, the Ring Terror's Realm, that led to them getting picked for the Ju-on assignments. As we move on to the next screen here, the next slide. This is from a promotional video of someone
Dorothy.
Here's someone who's just absolutely horrified to be playing Ju-on the Grudge on Wii. They're just like, oh my god, this is so awful. The game is first announced publicly on May 22nd, 2009. That's just 2 months prior to its July release in Japan. So don't think that they're cutting it that close. They had basically a feature-complete game by May 22nd, but that's just when they saw fit to announce to the world that they had it. We have Xseed's statement to the North American Games Press here. It is reported on by IGN. To read from it, publishing house Xseed Games today announced that it will distribute the haunted house simulator Ju-on the Grudge based on the horror movie of the same name for Wii. The game is in development and will be released stateside this October, according to the company. In an official release, Xseed elaborated that the movie's original creator, Takeshi Shimizu, is serving as a creative consultant on the project, and that accessibility and instant scares are given priority over all other game aspects. Auspicious. In June 2009, the game was given floor space at that year's E3, Electronic Entertainment Expo, for those of you who don't remember the before times, when E3 was a going concern. Games press coverage of this era of the year was used to communicate a marketing line from AQ and Xseed, and meant to set expectations for consumers. And so the line that every person who covered the game on the show floor would repeat back, would make sure to include in their article was, Ju-on the Grudge is not intended as a survival horror game, but rather as a haunted house simulator. Nintendo World Report reports here in this article. Oddly enough, when Xseed demoed this title, it was described not as a survival horror title, but as a haunted house simulator. As a matter of fact, Xseed was very adamant about this description. Ju-on the Grudge features no combat whatsoever, and intentionally so. Takeshi Shimizu, director of the original movie and consultant on the game, wanted to recreate the experience of the movie without actually recreating the exact story. The experience, according to Xseed, is going to last a little less than 10 hours and is targeting an obvious pre-Halloween October release date. Yeah, I fell a little short of that 10 hours, huh, Chief? Considering that's about a third of that, maybe a fifth, depending on how fast you play.
Little is relative.
I suppose so. There's a small number of concept videos for the game out there, which is where I grabbed this still from. They made their way towards onto YouTube towards the end of July 2009. Some of them show brief snippets of gameplay, others of them are just trailers. But the ones that are most interesting are reactions by players to some of the game's jump scares, which I imagine comes from the show floor of E3 or whatever other convention. I think this had Gamescom presence, the German expo. I'm sure it had something in Japan. So you can see various different people reacting, going, "Ah, it's scary." Ooh. If you want to find these videos, by the way, I don't know what the original source on them is, but there is a YouTube channel by the name of Yuya Kayako Toshio, which is just a Ju-on fan channel on YouTube that just so happens to have like all the concept videos archived. So shout outs to them. They're nothing spectacular, nothing like groundbreaking, nothing in the way of like, really early prototype or debug footage, but it is, of interest to see what they were trying to bank the game's promotion on. Speaking of promotion, it's time we get to this fucking thing. This being the game's European box art. Okay, so
that's me right now,
behind your couch.
Yeah,
spooked out of your mind. Yeah, that's me too. So this cover is the work of British distributor Rising Star Games. The composition, as it were, features a photo of a woman hiding behind your couch, not meant to represent any character within the game, but to instead reflect a player who finds themselves terrified by the game. And near her frightened face is a quote attributed to a T. Kanazawa, which reads as such: "You'll jump, laugh, and cry. Perfect fun." Now, while one would assume this quote comes sourced from some review of the game, Kanazawa's affiliation is oddly undisclosed here. This is because Tomio T. Kanazawa was no less than the senior producer for the game's European localization, working on behalf of Rising Star Games. In other words, the publisher were trying to pass off a line from one of their own employees as a review quote, as a pull quote on the box, in what has to be one of the most desperate marketing decisions of all time. So you add that story to what is just a ludicrously bad cover, what is just a terrible cover for this game. Doesn't get across any of the characters in it, that doesn't get across the atmosphere at all. It's just...
But it's a perfect 90s video game magazine ad.
Yeah, unfortunately they missed and put it on the cover instead of in a fucking magazine where it belongs. So, though, to say that critics were unimpressed by the game would be an understatement. Its Metacritic average sits at 39 out of 100 on Metacritic. On the list of Wii games, it is among the lowest rated titles in the entire software catalog for Nintendo's motion control system. Retrospectives on the game, though, have been somewhat kinder than its initial critical reception. You're familiar with the website bloody-disgusting.com? I'm sorry, bloody-disgusting.com. They couldn't quite get the URL without the dash in between there. But it's like a horror movie news site. And for whatever reason, every 5 years they put out a new article where they defend the game. They hail it as an unfairly maligned J-horror gem and compliment it as they compliment its chilling atmosphere and its beautifully orchestrated frights. So if you look up on Bloody Disgusting Ju-on the Grudge, you'll find like 2 or 3 articles where they're just like, but really, give this game a shot. Released 5 and 10 years after the fact.
Written by junior editor T. Kanazawa.
That would be perfect, if only. Anyway, that's all I got. That's all I got as far as the history is concerned. Now we know a little bit more about the film. Let's talk about Beat Takeshi Kitano, born January 18th, 1947, which would currently age him at 77, born in Adachi, Tokyo, Japan. In 1973, this is a very brief bio. It's impossible to cover the story of this man without dedicating like 4 or 5 hours to it. He's a legend. In 1973, one of his first big breaks was forming a comedy duo, a manzai group, called Two Beats, with his fellow comedian Kiyoshi Kaneko, who later became Beat Kiyoshi. Beat Takeshi, Beat Kiyoshi. Many of Kitano's routines, many of his characters, involved him portraying a gangster or other harsh characters, and because of this, Kitano has said that after playing at comedy clubs, he would be invited to drink with the Yakuza in attendance, who would just tell him all the gossip, tell him all the stories about the big crime bosses in Japan. So he had an in, and by 1986, he had now become a film director, which is what he's most known for now, globally speaking. So even though he hadn't endeavored in that endeavor yet, he was already a cultural icon in Japan. He hosted many TV shows, including several named after himself. These include Tenzai Takeshi's Genki Dageru TV, Beat Takeshi's Sports General, and you may have heard of Takeshi's Castle, a thrilling, spontaneous program. That is the full title of the original Takeshi's Castle. And all the time, he's also remaining active as an actor. He was an author. He published an essay collection titled Takeshi Kunhai, which became a bestseller in Japan. And he became known for his sharp social criticism on radio programs that attracted attention nationwide. For a time, and arguably to this day, he is known as the most popular man in Japan, and also as the busiest man in Japan. It is said that there was not a day that went by without seeing Takeshi Kitano on TV or in magazines during his heyday in the 80s, and honestly through the 90s, and maybe even to the 2000s. Mentioning his film career, this is obviously going outside the scope of 1986, going beyond the game that we're going to talk about, but his debut as a real serious actor was in the David Bowie movie Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence, where he does a great job as a general at a POW camp. His directorial debut, which he also starred in, was in Violent Cop, which is much like Bad Lieutenant, in that he just plays like an asshole cop, and he is like a true scumbag in that movie, to great effect. People may have heard of his movie Sonatine, which was a bomb in Japan, but got global critical acclaim and basically put him on the map as a massive director. And other folk watching may have seen him. You may remember him for his role in Battle Royale, where he plays like the teacher in charge of the Battle Royale program. He gives like the briefing in the classroom, and he factors into the conclusion of that movie. If you want to watch Takeshi Kitano at his best as director and actor, I cannot recommend highly enough a trilogy of movies, of Yakuza movies he put out called the Outrage Trilogy, which are some of the best Yakuza movies ever fucking made, like right up there with Battles Without Honor or Humanity in terms of just like incredible Yakuza movies. His style is blunt, it's brutal, it is real, and it is great. I don't have enough positive words to say about those fucking movies. Takeshi Kitano fucking rules. And sorry, I'm to just fangirl out a little bit here at the top, but he really is that good. He really deserves all his fame. He is a genius. But let's get back to the subject at hand. Why don't we? Get back to the year 1986. Where a little game by the name of All Night Nippon Super Mario Bros. Was released, an officially licensed retool of Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels. The game was produced in 1986 for the Family Computer Disk System. This version of the game is based on the Japanese radio program All Night Nippon, which is a program that I think to this day continues to broadcast across the Nippon Broadcasting System and other radio stations that carry it. Airs between 1 and 5 a.m. Japan Standard Time. The game itself was sold through a lottery system on the show itself to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the program in the upcoming year. This is all relevant, of course, because Beat Takeshi was one of the hosts of the program, was the Thursday host of the show. The game was published by the Nippon Broadcasting System, a subsidiary of Fuji Television, who would also go on in their capacity as their brief stint as game publishers to publish a little game by the name of Yume Kojo Doki Doki Panic.
Now,
don't
Cass,
say anything.
Did you know?
Not a word.
Cass, did you know that only 3,040 copies were released of
All Night Nippon? Well, I know now.
Yeah.
I have the story from
in
the
America,
manual
though,
here.
It was called.
Go to hell. So the story from the manual about this game, about this weird little tie-in, is as such. One day, the peaceful all-night Nippon dreamland, Viva Kingdom, where mushrooms live, was invaded by the tribe of the huge turtle Koopa, who possesses a powerful magic. Said magical power is used to transform all the quiet mushroom people into rocks, bricks, and mics, among other forms. All-night Nippon personalities Miyuki Nakajima, the Tunnels, Kyoko Koizumi, beat Takeshi, and the AB brothers were also captured. What became of Sun Plaza Nakano? Pitiable Sun Plaza was fooled by Koopa's letter to his illusionary business prosperity corner into visiting him, and he was changed into the Koopa tribe minion Okapi. The only one who can undo his magic, this magic on the mushrooms and revive All Night Nippon, is the Viva Kingdom's own Princess Peach, but she is presently in the hands of King Koopa. Mario has stood up to help the personalities trapped in each world, defeat the Koopa tribe, rescue Princess Peach, and rebuild the peaceful All Night Nippon Dreamland Viva Kingdom. The Mario in the TV is an avid All Night Nippon listener like you. Only you can bring this adventure to a conclusion. So, as you can see here on this screen, Beat Takeshi, for his part in the game, is one of the toads that you rescue, where all the toads are replaced with personalities from the All Night Nippon program. Takeshi appears as the toad at the end of World 5-4, and this marks his video game debut. An auspicious one at that. But this is obviously not the big game. He obviously did not have much say over this product. But there is testimony that he was playing games at this time, that he was interested in games, specifically Famicom Detective Club, if I recall correctly. I think we get into that a little bit later. I think I have that in the notes. But it's to show that Takeshi was privy to these things, that he kept a finger on the pulse. And so as video games were emerging, rather than just poo-pooing them and being, an old head, he was interested. And his army was also interested. More on them later. So, this is where we get into the development of the game, of Takeshi no Chōsenjō. We're going to be liberally cribbing from a couple of interviews conducted by 4Gamer as part of their video game storytellers series. Pictured on screen here is Sake Nakamura, who is credited as the creator of Takeshi's Challenge and the Daizemon video game. The name of this article from 4Gamer is The Unconventional Adventures of Sake Nakamura. During his time as a section chief at Taito, which is where he was employed, it was he who made the push for the company to enter an arrangement with Nintendo to develop and publish games for their family computer, which had moved Taito away from what their initial focus was going to be, the MSX. For this move, they published 5 games in 1985 on the Famicom, and they suddenly launched a new business with sales of over 3 billion yen, and you can credit Takeo, you can credit Nakamura for that, Sake Nakamura. And this is a quote from the article as well. In fact, the section chief who achieved great success in the Famicom business was promoted to department manager and executive and became a managing director 2 or 3 years later. It's rare to see a staff member who had been left out in the cold become a managing director after just 2 or 3 years, referring to he had a somewhat tumultuous time at Taito up to that point. It was the fact that he made strong suggestion that we should be publishing for the Famicom that really earned him his place. But he seems to be a very genuinely creative guy who had worked at one of the game centers for a while and had brought that business to heel, brought it to great success. So his input on this and his role in the story is pretty valuable. That being said, he, at the time of the game, was really only in sales. He was the head of the sales department. So he was not a developer on the game per se, but he does have a lot of first-hand testimony to working with Takeshi. And for the part of Nakamura, Charky, would you mind to read some of these quotations here?
Okay. One day, Jun Fujimoto, the president of Seta, came to me and handed me a proposal for a game in which Beat Takeshi would take over a TV station. I think it was just a rough outline of the content with no particular genre. Taito had a connection with members of the Takeshi Gundan in the TV commercial for the Famicom game Kage no Densetsu, which is Legend of Kage, which was also released on April 18, 1986. So we decided to approach Takeshi's people. The offer was made to... go on.
I just wanted to say really briefly that the Takeshi Gundan was Takeshi's personal army, were his most devout and ardent followers who basically did anything he told them to do. He would mobilize at his beck and call, and were also his personal friends and posse. So they show up in this commercial for Legend of Kage in Japan. He basically said hey, you guys, I got a gig for you, and basically got some of his guys lined up for commercial work in that capacity. So please continue.
All right. The offer was made to Takeshi, and he responded surprisingly well, so a meeting was held with him in attendance. The meeting took place at Kitanoya, and izakaya, or Japanese style of pub bar, that Takeshi used to run in Yotsuya. Participants included Nakamura, and the aforementioned section chief from Taito, Fujimoto, and one developer from Seta. Several people from related companies, such as Takeshi's agency, Otopro, beat Takeshi himself, and TV writer Fumio Takada.
So this is just saying that this is the initial meeting, basically. This is the inciting incident, is this meeting at this bar that was owned in part by Takeshi. We mentioned a Fujimoto in there. That brings us to our next character here, and to our next interview we'll be liberally cribbing from. This is For Gamers, the new world that Hiroshi Fukutsu, the man who created Takeshi's Challenge, has been pursuing. His work with Takeshi in the elusive sequel. Because yes, there was a planned sequel to Takeshi's Challenge. We'll get to that. But yes, Hiroshi here was a developer at Seta or Nova, depending on which interview you read. Nakamura keeps referring to the company that developed the game as Seta. Fukutsu, for his part, refers to the company as Nova. I don't know if these companies are just completely interchangeable. I don't know if they're the same company or different departments of a company, or if one's the parent company and one is like the actual studio name. So for all intents and purposes, and from what I can gather, Seta and Nova are interchangeable in this story. I'm sure someone will correct me in the comments if I'm wrong. I'm sure there's a GDRI article that clears all this up, but we can't get into it for now. Fukutsu, for his part, he worked briefly for a game development studio by the name of Arc, which was a subsidiary of Koei, not yet Koei Tecmo. The company was eventually dissolved, that being Arc, and Fukutsu and 3 other people, including one former Arc employee, founded a new game development company known as Nova Corporation. And now these excerpts come from the interview, the 4Gamer interview with Fukutsu. And Johnny, if you would not mind reading for the part of Fukutsu.
Quote, "Because I was working on historical simulations, Nova was contracted to develop Famicom software such as Namco's Dokuganyu Masamune and Hot B's Takeda Shinjin. I was in charge of planning, and the other members were in charge of programming and other parts."
Brief interjection, that Hot B is in fact the same Hot B that would go on to develop Hoshiwo Mirihito, Stargazers. So 1 degree of separation away from another one of the most infamous Famicom kusoge of all time. Please to watch our video on that game. Please continue.
"During my time at Nova, I heard from Fujimoto that Taito wanted to make a game using Beat Takeshi, so I was eager to take on the project. The first game I proposed was a side-scrolling shooter game in which Takeshi plays Take-chan-man, a superhero character from Takeshi's comedy routines, who makes aliens laugh with his gag ray. It was a simple plan, so to speak. At the time, Oretachi Hyo Kinki Zoku, Fuji Television's 80s popular comedy and variety show, hosted by Beat Takeshi, was popular. So I wanted to use the image of that popular character." End quote. In an early interview, Nakamura said the plan that Seta brought to Taito was, quote, "a game in which Beat Takeshi takes over a TV station," end quote. Regarding this, Fukutsu said, "I've heard about it, but I've never been shown any specific documents, suggesting that it was a stage before Fukutsu himself was involved." Nakamura said that he was impressed by the way Takeshi was not convinced by the content of the presentation and began to talk about his own ideas in a furious manner, and Fukutsu seemed to agree. Quote, "Takeshi started by saying, 'I want to make something different,' and the conversation developed in an unexpected direction. Takeshi himself played games, so he must have had something he wanted to make in mind. So I got turned on, and, well, that's what it says.
Yeah.
So I got turned on and listened to him talk until the morning at Kitanoya. Broadcast writer Fumio Takeda and the Takeshi army were there also. So it got more and more exciting. However, the image was that the rest of the people were just adding to the ideas that Takeshi came up with. I also joined in with a bad boy attitude, saying, 'If that's the case, this might be interesting,' end quote. Nakamura and other Taito employees who were present did not say anything about the game content. Quote, I think everyone at Taito was thinking, this is getting serious. This may have been bitter about me for encouraging Takeshi. He laughs. And I was about 25 years old at the time, so I just wanted to do something interesting.
So if I can interject,
yes, please,
briefly, because there is something that I hear talked about a lot when people talk about Takeshi's Challenge, particularly in the West when people are doing their own retrospectives on it. A lot of people will end up saying "Oh, Takeshi hated video games, so he made this game, as a fuck you to gamers and that kind of stuff." And people never say Takeshi liked video games and was excited about this project.
Yeah, I think that's in the same way that the story of the game is that he mumbled it at a bar while drunk. I think part of that is on Takeshi himself. I think he's trying to maintain an image, as it were. I think that is part of the marketing, in a sense, for him to go on the news and say, "Oh, I hate video games," and then not only develop this game with all his own ideas in mind, but then to later show up in Yakuza 6, The Song of Life, as one of the primary cast of that game. So clearly, what he says and what he means are two different things.
Yeah, I think it's just that a lot of people, when they make these retrospectives, took that bit seriously. They maybe unintentionally kept up the kayfabe.
Yes, I would certainly say so. I'm going to read through some of these next bits just because this is an interesting section in and of itself. I should mention that the Nakamura interview precedes the Fukutsu interview. So this is an excerpt from the Nakamura interview. According to the book Super Kusuge, which is a series of books in Japan that document the development stories behind some of the most infamous Kusuge, the developer representing Seita was Hiroshi Fukutsu, but Nakamura says he cannot remember that name. He also says he has no memory of Ichiro Morinaga, who is listed as a programmer on the Wikipedia page for Takeshi's Challenge. This is probably because Nakamura was primarily a salesperson and did not have much direct contact with the development site. The only member of the Takeshi's Challenge development staff that Nakamura remembers, they only remember by their last name, Miyanari. So Fukutsu, for his part, in the later interview, clears this detail up and gives a programmer their due credit. It is said that programmer Ichiro Morinaga played a major role in the development. Fukutsu on this says, Mr. Morinaga was a student at the University of Electrocommunications at the time. He later joined Sony and was already a very talented engineer. It was thanks to Mr. Morinaga that Takeshi's Challenge was completed. Mr. Morinaga was also involved in the development of the pet robot Aibo at Sony. Ichiro Morinaga is known as the father of the Robo 1 tournament. And is a pioneer in robotics in general. This is a page from his website, which has not been updated since 2010, but looks like it hasn't been updated since the year 2000. He is basically BattleBots? Yeah, that's basically what he was doing in Japan. I think it was probably the inspiration for BattleBots at a certain point. He was a genius when it came to designing miniature robots that could do all sorts of stunts and actions, and that eventually led to him, working at Aibo, but he also has made, proper battle bots that would just destroy each other in the ring. This is a link to his website, by the way. Specifically, this is a link to his portfolio page on the website where he himself takes credit and gives his own very brief story on the subject of working for Takeshi no Chōsenjō. To quote Morinaga, I am the main programmer of this game. Beat Takeshi and I butted heads many times on the top floor of a famous hotel in Shinjuku while creating it. His ideas, written in a college notebook full of them, were very impressive. I learned a lot from his attitude of not listening to the advice that the game balance would be destroyed if it was made too difficult, and simply pursuing his own world. This game had a big impact on my way of thinking and living. So clearly he was a man personally touched, personally affected by his time working on this game before he shifted more into robotics. So it's just good that he gets acknowledged here, even if Nakamura doesn't remember his name and discredits the fact he was even involved with the game. At least Fukutsu remembers, and this is why I'm more keen to take Fukutsu's retelling of the story at its face, and maybe Nakamura's memory is a little more hazy. Maybe he does a little bit of embellishment and trying to drives the focus towards himself when he is interviewed. But on that subject, let's return to Nakamura. Let's look at this GIF of one of the commercials for Takeshi's Challenge on the Famicom. While Charky, you would not mind taking it away?
Okay. According to Kiddo Color Dido's blog, Takeshi had a desire to make a game himself even before he received an offer from Taito. Takeshi became interested when he heard that Takeshi Gundan's great Gidayu was crazy about the Famicom, and he played Portopia Serial Murder Case himself. In fact, he only played Portopia Serial Murder Case for about a week and didn't finish it. He would write ideas in his notebook, saying things like, "What about this?" and "It would be interesting if it was done like this," and would ask, "I wonder if someone could make it." To quote Nakamura, "We had another meeting at Kitanoya, and Takeshi came up with a ton of ideas. It was completely outrageous, like making a batting center named after a man who killed his parents with a metal bat. But we stopped ourselves from doing that. Also, this is a well-known story, but the karaoke function using the microphone on the Famicom 2 controller was also Takeshi's idea. The Famicom cannot distinguish between high and low sounds. It can only determine whether sound is coming from the microphone or not. Takeshi knew this, and yet he wanted to make the character sing. So it doesn't matter how good you are at singing, as long as you can make a sound like woo or whatever." End quote. In this way, Takeshi would come up with various ideas, which said his developers would take home to make samples, and then hold meetings again, and so on until the game was compiled. Nakamura was not a member of the development team, but was merely a salesperson for the publisher, and although he attended meetings, he rarely had any say in the game's content. This was the same for other titles besides Takeshi's Challenge. The main meetings after that were held in a semi-suite room at the Hilton Tokyo in Shinjuku. This room had been contracted for 6 months for when Fujimoto was too busy to return home. However, as mentioned previously, Takeshi was extremely busy at the time, and as is well known, had a habit of taking days off, which often left Nakamura confused. Quote, "When I went to the Hilton to buy some alcohol that I heard Takeshi liked, his attendant would tell me, Takeshi isn't coming today. Or when we arranged to meet with the president and managing director of Taito, he didn't show up." End quote.
Yeah, so for all Takeshi's enthusiasm for the game, which seems genuine, he was also notoriously fickle and would lose interest in things and would just be unavailable on certain days. But that ultimately didn't stop the team from developing the game to his specification, as we'll get into. It's not to say he was absent during development or that, you know, he was not involved at every step of the process. That seems to be the implication, that he really was there from beginning to end, and outside of a few days off, he had hands-on during the entire development process, even if that was just from his hotel room, as people met with him and got his ideas and jotted them down, then showed him samples of how the game was coming along. So it's a weird way to develop a game, to be sure, but hey, it was 1986. We didn't have a blueprint for celebrity-centric games by this point. And it was just amazing that a celebrity had any interest at all in this weird genre and this weird medium coming out of Japan. So we move on. This is Kitano on the set of some movie directing something or other. And we return to snippets from the Fukutsu interview. Johnny.
Mm-hmm. Quote, "Takeshi wasn't like, this is good, that's good, and more like, this is what I want to do. So, as a subtitle of Takeshi's Challenge symbolizes the story of the main character, a salaryman, punching his boss, quitting his job, and going to a southern island, was in the story from the beginning. It was also consistent that Takeshi himself did not appear in the games. I later realized that even back then, he was thinking like a film director, or rather, he was thinking about cinematic storytelling. The game system of Takeshi's Challenge involved the protagonist freely roaming a town, lined with various shops, talking to the residents, and occasionally defeating Yakuza, who attack him with action. Some say that the way the player enters shops in the town and enjoys minigames such as pachinko and karaoke was even more advanced than Shenmue, which is considered the originator of open world games. That was a point I was going to make, and they beat me to it.
Yeah.
So, it is very interesting to see how the system was planned and developed, but Takeshi first gave a fragmented view of what would happen and what would happen there. Quote, "For example, I wanted to make it so if you sing well at the karaoke parlor, you would get a hint, or you could actually play pachinko at the pachinko parlor. If you made that into a normal game, it would end up being a collection of minigames. But Takeshi wanted to tell a story, so the main character needed to have a home, a wife, and kids. That's why I thought that I needed to create a town in order to make it take shape." End quote. Even the single task of defeating the Yakuza could be interpreted in many different ways. Quote, "If you think about it normally, it would be like an adventure game, we have to choose between hit or run away. But from what Takeshi said, I understood that he was thinking of something like an action game. So I decided to make it an action game. At the same time, I made it so that options would appear where you enter your home or a store. End quote. However, Takeshi's challenge did not end up as Mr. Fukutsu had hoped. It was not developed by adopting what seemed to be the best option from various options, but in reality, he chose the way that he thought was the only way to realize what Mr. Takeshi wanted to do. This tendency became stronger as development progressed. Quote, there was no connection between the ideas that Takeshi came up with, so I was trying to fill in the gaps, but then I ran out of memory. Usually, there are some hints hidden somewhere in the game when solving puzzles, but if I put them in, Takeshi's request wouldn't be included. So I made the unilateral decision that if I had to keep one, it's the one Takeshi said. Laughs. I had no choice but to push through with the idea that this is the game that Takeshi thought up. In this way, everything other than Takeshi's ideas was cut out, and the result was Takeshi's challenge. End quote.
So this should shine a little bit more light on why some of the game feels so disconnected. Is because it was disconnected, because Takeshi, for as enthusiastic as he was about the project, was not a game developer. He did not approach it in a conventional way. I see K4 Boom in the chat saying, so we took away the lore for funny. That's not what they said. What they said was that he ran out of memory, because at this point in 1986, the capacity of NES cartridges, the Famicom cartridge, was only so much. You can only cram so much into them. For what this game is, it crams a lot in, like a lot, like more than you would reasonably expect for the hardware. It is ridiculous what is present.
Even if you consider the fact that text can take up a lot of room on an old NES cart, there's a lot of text in this game.
Mm-hmm.
So ultimately, what the decision that Fukutsu would have to make in a moment where he has to cut content is, well, we could have these conventional game design things, that hints that take you from one place to another, a more linear structure, so on and so forth, or I could make room for more of Takeshi's ideas. And in that mental battle, in that debate in his head, he would always give it to Takeshi. He recognized his role was to bring Takeshi's vision to life in this game, so he prioritized. So, yes, there's absolutely stuff cut from this game, stuff that would otherwise be essential, like hints on how to complete the game, but ultimately that wasn't what Takeshi was interested in. The impression that I get from like how disconnected Takeshi's ideas were was that he didn't really want to make an A to B game in the first place. He wanted to make a game that was just, here's a bunch of fun stuff you can do, and here's excuses for gags. And so, if that was his priority, then naturally the development had to prioritize that as well. That's my read on it anyway. And speaking of reading, we continue with more excerpts from the Fukutsu interview.
Mm-hmm. Nintendo also checked Takeshi's challenge before its release, but they didn't have any say in the content. Quote, I think Taito explained to Nintendo that this game was entirely thought up by Takeshi. There was one thing that Nintendo pointed out to us, which was that the microphone on the second controller could be used in some cases, but due to differences in the lot of the Famicom console, it was sometimes impossible to complete the game even if you performed the correct action. In the end, we made it so it could be completed by saying, ah, and we were able to get away with it. End quote. Fukutsu had no choice but to cut out parts that he thought were necessary.
And switching over to the Nakamura interview.
The game was scheduled to be released on December 10th, 1986. Nakamura says he doesn't remember the exact development period, but since Kage no Densetsu was first connected to him... Which first connected him to the Takeshi Gundan, which was released in April 1986. It was probably between 6 months and 10 months. Once the software was completed, Nakamura went to the radio station where Takeshi had his late night show and handed him the software in person. Quote, he remembered my name and said, if there's anyone else who wants to work, I'll introduce you to them. He also invited me to go drinking after the show, but I'd been drinking all night until the morning of that day, so I asked him to leave. If I had gone drinking then, I might have joined Takeshi Gundan. End quote.
So this is what he's getting here, is that Takeshi was genuinely appreciative was genuinely kind of honored that this game had been built around him, and basically made the promise to Nakamura that, like, hey, dude, if you know any other celebrities you want to work with, I'll put you in touch. I will make connections happen for you. And he was probably eyeing at this guy to have him recruited to his personal army, which, if you were in, it was a Rough Riders. It was known as a criminal gang for a moment in time in Japan, but it also meant that you were connected directly to Takeshi, which is very valuable if the single most popular human being in Japan. That's probably a good connect to have, a good bit of networking. So that release date, December 10th, 1986, is going to be very important. We see it on this magazine ad flyer here. Let's find out what happens the day before the game's release. If you would not mind continuing, Sharky, from the 4Gamer interview with Nakamura.
Yes. All that was left was to wait for the release. But on the night of December 9th, 1986, the day before the release, a major incident occurred. Takeshi led his gang members into the editorial office of Kodansha's photo weekly magazine Friday, resulting in injuries to editorial staff members. This was the so-called Friday attack incident. It was an action to protest against the magazine's aggressive coverage. But the assault incident, which involved a celebrity at the height of his popularity and his disciple, shocked the world. Now, do you want to go into a little bit more about the Friday incident at all?
Yeah, so what happened here was Takeshi took personal issue with this magazine by the name of Friday, which was a major gossip rag. This would be like storming the offices of TMZ. For example, he took his army, which was dozens in numbers, if not hundreds. They stormed the offices. They started beating up the staff. Takeshi at some point threatened to kill certain members of the Friday staff. He was really pissed at these guys. And, to his credit, these guys were really sensationalist, really were kind of publishing scumbag stories, were outing people unnecessarily, they were paparazzi of the time and every negative connotation that paparazzi has with it. So he organized his army, and on that December 9th, I don't know if it landed on a Friday necessarily, which would have been apropos if so. But Video Game King says the headline on the right says that 11 people were involved in the incident. Probably a conservative estimate because his army was a little more numerous than that. I know there's a section. There is a Japanese Wikipedia article for this because it was a major scandal, a major incident that did have ramifications on Takeshi's career. He recovered from it just fine, mind you. But so they talk about people who weren't able to show up, people that were invited to come but just had other obligations, I guess. But anyway,
yeah, I want to assault a magazine, but yeah, I got my kids going to soccer. Practice.
Yeah, there's some other things going on. But this is just to show.
Beat them up twice as hard for me, all right?
Yeah. This is just to show that when we talk about Takeshi having a personal army, running a gang, it is barely an exaggeration. So please continue.
Nowadays, when celebrities get into scandals, the release of their works is often canceled or postponed. But Takeshi's Challenge was released as scheduled on the following day, December 10th, while the news was dominated by the Friday attack incident. Nakamura also did not take any action in response to the incident. By that time, I didn't really want to go to work, he said. And since he was on vacation on December 10th, he doesn't know what the reaction was within Taito on the day of release. Quote, I think they were like, it's okay to be a hot topic. The incident didn't result in more sales than expected, but it didn't have a negative effect either, end quote. After the incident, Takeshi took a break from show business for half a year. The most popular man in Japan suddenly disappeared from the media, but Takeshi's Challenge projected the world of Beat Takeshi on the TV without Takeshi, and players were swept up into it. Quote again, when I imagined the scene at the time, I even think that all of that was Takeshi's plan. In a sense, it was an unprecedented release.
So what they're mentioning here is that the show Takeshi's Challenge, the Takeshi's Castle show, continued to run, and they just had different hosts on. They had a person in a Takeshi costume with a comically oversized head.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep. I remember that, yeah.
And in addition to that, the commercials were airing on repeat on TV. So even though Takeshi was not making appearances at this point, was not doing his regular slots or his regular programs, you were still being inundated with commercials for the Famicom game, which featured him prominently in them. So there was still, like, this was the only glimpse people were getting at Takeshi during this time. So people felt like, well, I have to play the game now to see what the hell this is all about. And, you know, as far as the claim that this was part of Takeshi's plan, that he did it as sort of a promotional stunt for the game, that's maybe a little dicey. Not entirely sure about that, but I wouldn't put it past him.
I can see him saying that as a joke, though, the Nakamura.
Yes, potentially.
Like, you know, this was probably part of his plan all along.
But let's see how that factored into the sales. They mentioned that it didn't, like, boost or decline sales. That's also speculative. But let's figure out what those sales numbers are. They are reported on in the next piece of the interview with Nakamura.
All right. Nakamura says, I think Takeshi's Challenge sold 700,000 to 800,000 copies. For Taito, it was a big deal that a completely new IP, Famicom software, became a hit. Also, after that, Sama no Metanate. You want to pronounce that one for me?
Meitante. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's basically Great Detective Sanma.
Yeah, Meitante.
Right. Which was starring comedian Sanma Akashiya, and others came out. So I think it was the beginning of those kinds of talent-centric games.
Basically what he's saying there is that because this game came so hot on the heels, I think it was like an 87 release, but was clearly like, well, they saw the success of Takeshi's Challenge. Let's see if we can cram more comedians in the games. You can see a few more of those, by the way, in our comedian games video from a while back. Cutting back to the interview with Fukutsu.
Mm-hmm. And, as expected, many buyers complained to Taito and other related parties that they didn't know how to complete the game. As a result, talk arose of publishing a strategy guidebook from Ota Publishing and publishing division of Ota Productions, where Takeshi was affiliated at the time. The book that was published was Takeshi's Direct Instructions, Takeshi's Challenge Cheat Sheet, and it was written by Fukutsu. Quote, I wrote the text as atonement. I had deleted the hints from the game, so I thought that without this, the mystery could not be solved. However, perhaps because I had made it too vague, it was difficult to understand, and I ended up having to publish a second book.
So, quick interjection. There's much rumor, there's much saying that popular story is that the original strategy guide as published gave wrong information outright. I wish I could confirm this. These strategy guides have not been scanned as far as I'm aware. I would love to compare and contrast the two editions of it. But ultimately, like, the first guidebook did not give you at least like all the hints you would need to complete the game. So that second book had to come out because they got so many death threats. Because they got so much hate mail for the initial strategy guide. They're like, okay, take 2 on this one. So if this should be the last of the Nakamura interview segment. So Charky, if you would not mind.
All right. If you would not mind moving your cursor on the screen. Thank you. And now, Takeshi's Challenge enjoys a rare existence as a lovable crap game, and is also evaluated as a masterpiece that came too early. You can't make a game like this with intentionality. Quote, we all just wanted to somehow connect the ideas that Takeshi-san was coming up with, ideas that we had never heard of before, and put them into a form. We were all just thinking about that, without really thinking about whether we could make it happen or how it would work as a game. So, of course, it turned out to be a crappy game.
So basically what the admittance here is that, yeah, for as ambitious as the game is, I think people involved in its development were disappointed in the end product, even knowing its reputation as a lovable crap game, which is probably how Google Translate chose to translate the term kusoge. Obviously the kusoge label has... which has been misused and abused in the modern internet. But what it really is meant to mean is shit games that are endearing out of Japan. And, for as much as this game's reputation is tied up in how bad it is, there's also the admittance from people that, well, yeah, it's shit, but it's great, isn't it? And the line about you can't make a game like this with intentionality, I think what they're meaning to say there, I think what the way it's translated here, I think what they mean to say is that you can't set out to design a game like Takeshi's Challenge like to be what it is, right? It has to be by happenstance. It has to be almost by accident. that you land on a game like that, on a final product like that. If you set out to make a bad game, you're going to make like a boring bad game or something that is not up to par. That's not going to be loved by people. But if you set out to make a good game or set out with like ambition in mind to bring this celebrity's idea to life, to give it form, and it ends up being what it is, that's how you make a truly endearing bad game, which I would obviously, as the queen of bad games, agree with that assessment. You go out to make a Hong Kong 97, you make something distasteful, you make something that's very forgettable, if not for the story around it and the circumstances around it. But ultimately, not a game that anyone actually wants to play for an extended length of time. But Takeshi's Challenge is unique in the fact that it really was one of those games built with the best of intentions that just so happened to drop a few elements along the way that lead to it being this notoriously shitty game, but still one that people find some amount of resonance with, find some sort of connection to, that they take an interest in. So, by the way, 700,000, 800,000 copies in Japan, that is huge. That is Dragon Quest numbers. Mm-hmm. That is one of the most successful games on the Famicom. This was massive at a time because his impact on culture, because Takeshi was so huge, this game basically had no choice but to be a huge seller. And such a seller it was that there were, in fact, fans of it. Fans who, throughout the decades, throughout the years, remembered it and may have wanted to get a sequel off the ground. We return now to Fukutsu.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just a quick bit. I'm going to read this bit, how I felt when I pre-read it. So, all right. Although Takeshi's Challenge became a work that would be talked about for many years to come, Fukutsu had many things left undone, but in fact, there was a chance to make up for it. Microsoft offered me a job to release Takeshi's Challenge 2 as a launch software for the original Xbox in Japan. The person in charge of Xbox was a big fan of Takeshi's Challenge. So I took the story to Takeshi's office, and Takeshi said he would listen to it personally. So we had several meetings, including with Taito, and we decided to do it. End quote. Fukutsu was enthusiastic about Takeshi's Challenge 2, but unfortunately, there was a major change in the company's internal circumstances at Taito, and all projects that were in the works at the time were put on hold for the time being. Takeshi Challenge 2 was no exception. Quote, "It's a really sad story. Takeshi was very enthusiastic, and Microsoft even offered to cover the development costs, but Taito wouldn't budge. So in the end, they only issued the license, and Hudson was in charge of development. But because they had to start over, Takeshi started saying he wasn't going to do it. And the project eventually fell apart. If it had come to fruition, it would have become a hot topic in a good way, as there would have been fewer hardware constraints." End quote. What kind of game was Takeshi Challenge 2 supposed to be? Quote, "I only spoke with Takeshi about..."
Twice.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, "I only spoke with Takeshi about Takeshi's Challenge 2 about twice. And again he said, there's something I want to do. And it seemed he had a clear shape in mind. The final part, where the treasure is found, is the same as the first game, but he said, you just have to run. You run through the city. I want to make a game where you use all your abilities to run away. It's a cinematic idea. Want to make a game where... No, sorry. Okay. It starts with a scene where you're being chased, and you don't even know what you're being chased by, but gradually you start to understand. And that's how he explained it to me." End quote. Just like with Takeshi's Challenge, Takeshi apparently came up with a variety of ideas. Quote, "Takeshi likes mathematics, so he came up with ideas for puzzles that can be solved by using mathematical thinking, such as using trigonometric functions to determine the angle at which sunlight enters. He also thought a lot about the humorous parts, and wanted to include a scene where someone is hiding in a garbage dump, and the garbage truck comes and takes the garbage bag away, leaving them with no place to hide. There was also an idea to use the disguise as one way to escape, with the story changing depending on the atmosphere. I thought it would be difficult to make, but at the same time, I thought it might be possible with the new platform Xbox, so I was very disappointed when the plan fell through."
Yeah, as am I, hearing that for the first time. How fucking wild, how awesome would that game have been? Oh, man, the things that could have been. Obviously, this probably didn't make it past pre-planning. Obviously, I don't think there was much in the way of actual development done on it, according to the timeline there. And at a certain point, Taito became really risk-averse. An example of that is Spy Game's elevator mission for the Wii, which was originally intended to be an elevator action game on the Wii, but Taito just could not commit to things in a period of time between the mid to early 2000s to the mid 2010s, and so they let a lot of ideas slip through. Unfortunate in this case, but that's game dev, isn't it? So I'm gonna briefly go through these next few sections just to talk a little bit about some other Takeshi's Challenge related ephemera, including these two games, these other two NES games, starring Takeshi but not designed by Beat Takeshi. On the left, we have Family Trainer Totsugeki Buen Takeshōjo, or Takeshijō, which is a 1987 release by Bandai. This is a game that I think attempts to emulate the experience of being a contestant on Takeshi's Castle. It uses the power pad. I have not played it. And on the right here is Takeshi no Sungekko Funji, which is a 1988 release, again by Taito. They got the rights back, and I think this one's a strategy board game type thing. I think we played 2 minutes of this on the Comedian Game stream, where I thought it was translated, but it is not yet translated, so I couldn't make it particularly far in that one. Interesting cover, though, to be sure. And of course, we know because I mentioned earlier, and because people in the chat, I assume, love the Yakuza series, that, of course, Takeshi Kitano appears in Yakuza 6, The Song of Life, in the year 2016, playing the role of the patriarch of the Hirose family, Toru Hirose, a subsidiary of the Yomi Alliance's Mazuzoi family. I don't know, that's all Greek to me.
Yeah.
I've only played Yakuza 0 and a bit of Yakuza 1.
I'll say, if having played it, he's great in it.
Not surprised.
And without spoiling too much, he definitely plays on both sides of his career in that role. Both his comedy and serious stuff. It's very interesting. Very
good. Next slide here. Disregard this for a minute. First, I got to mention the virtual console release of Takeshi's Challenge, which released March 2009 on the Nintendo Wii's Japanese virtual console shop, Wii Shop channel. Didn't make it to the States, believe it or not. And then, people were saying that the Xbox game sounded fake. Well, on April 1st, 2017, Taito announced, and this is a page that has since been taken offline, but is still on archive.org, so please check out this page, announcing Takeshi's Challenge VR Edition, as well as a premium package, VIP Reality. So they stated their intention to release a VR version of Takeshi's Challenge, where you would play through 3D CG scenes. If you go to the website, they have all these mock-up photos of, here's what it looks like in the NES game, and here's what it's going to look like in VR, and then here's what it's going to look like if you elect for the VIP Reality package. We'll actually fly you out and we'll treat you. You'll have a spa day here, and you'll experience all these things for yourself, as if you were the character in Takeshi's Challenge. It's a cute, kind of funny idea. I don't usually go for the, fake announcements on April Fool's Day, but this is so obviously they had no intention of pulling the wool over anyone's eyes with this thing. You take one look at this and you know it's bullshit, and then you scroll to the bottom of the page and you get the actual announcement being made, the real announcement that there would be a Android iOS conversion of Takeshi's Challenge, of the original Takeshi no Chōsenjō, as part of Taito's Taito Classics line. That releases on August 14th, 2017. I'm going to press this next slide, and I need everyone to promise me you're not going to freak out about it in chat. You're not going to jump to conclusions. Okay? Verbal contract.
Mm-hmm.
So here's Donald Trump. So in addition to being a conversion to Android and iOS, there's actually new content in this version of the game. Notably, in addition to the flights you can take to different regions in the original game, they add, you can actually make the trip to America, where you can do all sorts of American things, including eating burgers, playing poker, visiting the Mexican border wall, and climbing up 73 floors of Trump Tower, and you have to go through all fucking 73 of them to meet Donald Trump. And when you talk to him, if you say that you are a fan or a friend of his or something to that effect, you basically have a dialogue prompt that's like, are you a friend or enemy? If you say friend, For a period of time, you will inherit his hairdo and face. That effect is removed as soon as you leave America, so you can't play through the game as you can't finish the game as Trump. There's also a interesting note that if you go to the Mexican border wall, there's basically a hard wall that you cannot pass through, but a tower guard, if you interact with them, says, well, if we sell 800,000 copies, we can develop this area of the game, obviously referencing the fact that the original game sold around 800,000 copies, which is a cute little touch in a not-so-cute little play on very real-life border wall. There's also DLC for this game. If you pay 100 yen, you unlock a hard mode DLC with a new ending where you're told you did a really amazing job, and then if you wait 5 minutes, it says, I can't believe you actually went as far as to clear hard mode. So it's basically just they added 1 or 2 lines of text to the game's original ending, which we'll see tonight. Don't forget, we're actually going to play a game tonight after this whole hour-long history section.
Also, the in terms of gameplay, all hard mode does is double damage taken and the amount of health that enemies have.
Yes, so it really is just like a pain in the ass. It really is just made to be an inconvenience to you as a player.
But if you have an extra 100 yen, you can buy invincibility.
That is true.
Well.
And I own this game, by the way. I could have theoretically loaded it up in BlueStacks and broadcast it here. I did legitimately meet Trump in my playthrough of the fucking game, and I punched his fucking lights out. To comment on this and why I urged people to recuse themselves, to hold back. Like, yes, it is the president's room is what the text at the top of the page says, so acknowledging this president. It's not an endorsement of Trump. I think it's just like, well, you're in America. Meet the president, why don't you? And do whatever you want. Like, you can beat up any NPC in this game. You can be friendly or aggressive to anyone in the game. So it is ultimately up to you to deal with him how you want to deal with him.
You could say you are a friend of his to get the thing, and then punch him out.
Yeah, you absolutely can. You are absolutely able to do that. So anyway, don't take it as them being like, Trump, Trump, Trump. It's just like to them, it was just gag. It was just topical humor that they inserted into the game, so I don't really hold it against them necessarily that they included this. And obviously, they didn't know the full extent of the harm and havoc he would wreak, and so on and so forth, but we'll move on from that. And finally, finally get to the game. One last note that we'll be playing a translated version of this game, as none of us are particularly literate in Japanese. I don't know if you gathered that from all of our collective pronunciations of certain names and places and ideas in the previous hour, but translation we'll be playing is the 2011 King Mike translation. It says that it was last updated in 2020. I don't think it was actually updated. I think like romhacking.net, the page that hosts it, maybe they tweaked something or in the description of it, but I think this translation has remained mostly intact and has been the most prevalent high profile translation since 2011. Whew. There we go. That is a brief history of Takeshi no Chōsenjō and some of the development behind it. That is what I believe to be the full story. There may be some other incidental details or voices yet unheard, but I think between Fukutsu and Nakamura, they have a pretty good, they have most of the angles covered that you'd want to hear in this story, which means that there's nothing left but to play the damn thing.